What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the second part of a story where Izuku got a leveling system and becomes Shadow Monarch. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author JT24 for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 2. The sound of metal striking metal rang loudly. His dagger did not pierce the target. Izuku was surprised. Confirming the identity of his enemy, he quickly backed away and thought, human. It was a knight equipped with a full set of armor. Even its face was covered by a helmet. Just in case, Izuku called toward it. Oi! The knight reacted by charging toward Izuku. The knight vigorously used his shoulders to try and tackle Izuku, but the hero easily twisted his body to dodge the attack. The knight could not stop its momentum and ran forward for a bit before stopping. After expanding his sense a bit more, Izuku was sure. The knight did not have a heartbeat. It was a magic beast, or rather, a monster that he had never seen before. To think that there would be a monster covered from head to toe in armor. It was almost as if he was fighting another human. The knight turned around and unsheathed the sword at its side. As Izuku thought, it had no intention of letting him leave alive. Confirming each other's hostility, Izuku's eyes became a level sharper and thought. Sprint. Your movement speed is increased by 40%. Before the knight could reach him, Izuku entered its range first. The hero dodged its panic swing and stabbed its armor here and there. But he could not do any damage. Not only that, it could almost be described as slippery. His dagger helplessly slid off and was deflected every time he struck the armor. The knight swung its sword in a horizontal line. Izuku lowered his head to dodge. The blade of the sword passed just inches above his head. As its attack was powerful, the opening created after missing was equally huge. Izuku did not miss the opportunity. Still in melee range, Izuku focused all of his power into his dagger and thought. Vital stab. The dagger pierced through the armor. However, as if it didn't do any damage, the knight ignored the dagger sticking out of its side and brought down the sword in a vertical line. Izuku threw his body backwards. Sparks flew from the ground the sword struck. Izuku straightened himself after taking few steps back. Kasaka's poison fang was still stuck to the knight's side. Izuku clicked his tongue. It was true. Because of its armor, the knight was slow. Not only that, its attack pattern was rather simple. The primary obstacle was its tough resistance to bladed weapons. Izuku rolled up his sleeves. He maintained his composure. He recalled the scales of a boss that effortlessly broke a magic power-infused steel sword. He remembered how he took down that giant snake. Thinking of the first boss he ever won against, Izuku smiled in nostalgia. The knight, confident in its armor, charged at Izuku once more. Izuku easily dodged the knight's shoulder tackle and maneuvered behind its back and put it in a headlock. Of course, its neck was also armored, it probably would not be choked just by this. Izuku's arms flexed and showed their veins. He was not trying to choke the knight. He clenched his teeth and his eyes flared open. But the sickening sound, the helmet was removed. This was the power of the strength stat that had reached above 100. Having lost its head, the knight knelt to the ground. You've defeated the knight. The welcoming sight of a message signaled the end of the fight. While there was a light indicating a drop coming from the knight's corpse, Izuku was focused on something else. There was no head in the helmet he was holding. He also looked inside the kneeling armor but found it just as empty. As he reached that conclusion, two more knights appeared around the corner. It appeared that they had finally realized that there was a fight going on. Having discovered Izuku, the two knights took out their swords in unison. Izuku threw aside the helmet and stretched his neck and shoulders. He knew the method of defeating them now. Izuku smiled at the approaching knights. The drop rate was good. He had only taken down 3 knights, but 2 of them dropped an item. It was a drop rate of 66.6%. He had not seen a rate like this anywhere else before. On top of that, most of the items dropped in instant dungeons were trash that were sold to the shop. This was not the case here. You found a high-level knight's breastplate. Would you like to acquire it? Izuku said. Of course I would. The breastplate of the first knight Izuku took out slowly disappeared, then reappeared in front of his feet. The equipment's information popped up. High-level knight's breastplate. Rarity. P. Type. Armor. Physical damage reduction plus 7%. If your strength is below 80, your movements will be slowed. 7% physical damage reduction. Combined with his natural buff, he could increase his damage reduction to a total of 27%. Izuku began to think. If I reach a 100%, do I just become immune to physical damage? He dismissed the thought after realizing that a B rank equipment only gave 7%. If the pattern stuck, and rank equipment would probably not give 30% or 40% reduction, so reaching 100% would be impossible. Gathering the boosts bit by bit would have a great impact down the line. He remembered the effectiveness of good equipment the first time he saw Yujin. He held up the breastplate. As expected, the system asked him with a message. Would you like to equip the high-level knight's breastplate? Just looking at the armor, it was not something he wanted to be seen walking around in. If it wasn't for his experiences with Gatekeeper's necklace, he would have been a lot more hesitant. Yes. The high-level knight's breastplate has been equipped. The breastplate was invisible to the eye. Izuku opened up his status screen to confirm the benefits. Physical damage reduction. 27%. He felt his chest, he did not feel anything there. He twisted and stretched his body, but did not feel the armor hinder him. It was almost as if it wasn't there. It was the same as the time he equipped the Gatekeeper's necklace. Izuku turned his gaze to the other knight, crumpled up in a corner. Its crushed form sparked with the light of a drop. You found a leather pouch. Would you like to acquire it? Although it was his handiwork, he felt a little bad at its mangled body. It seemed that he could not control his strength when using his bare hands in a fight. With a solemn expression, he stretched a hand to the light. Izuku thought. Acquire. You've opened the leather pouch. There was 30,000 gold inside. You've acquired 30,000 gold. Without even appearing in his hands, the leather pouch was just opened. It appeared that this was a little different than the other items. He opened his inventory and confirmed that he had received the 30,000 gold. Current gold. 863,400. Was it because knights normally carried that much? He remembered that in video games, humanoid monsters often dropped more items than others. Well, it made sense that humans carried more things than beasts or bugs. Not that it was certain the system was copying all of that. Still, this was good news. There were still many things he wanted to buy with gold, and it would be good if gold kept dropping this way. They say there was no end to man's greed. Izuku looked around with greedy eyes. The knight's armors were all crushed by his hands and did not look usable. His gaze fell upon their swords. The clean longsword that looked new. Since it was not a dagger, he didn't plan on using it, but he could probably sell in the shop or to other heroes. Izuku picked up the sword. However, the moment he raised the weapon, it rapidly rusted then turned to dust in his hands. It happened in a blink of an eye. Regrettable, but there was nothing he could do. He clapped his hands and picked up the torch he had dropped earlier. Turning around the corner to where the knights had come from, he saw yet another deep dark tunnel. It seemed that there was still a long way to go. It was funny, but it almost seemed like he had to study the encounters like a test. After 2 hours of wandering the dungeon, he had come across 4 types of monsters. Knights, mages, assassins and archers. The assassin had disappeared before his eyes. Without panicking, Izuku immediately focused his senses and detected the enemy approaching from his back. Izuku parried the assassin's dagger with Kasaka's poison fang, then quickly counterattacked after it fell off his balance. His dagger found its way straight into the enemy's chest. You've defeated the assassin. Level up. After receiving a fatal blow, the assassin turned into black smoke without so much as a scream. All that was left in its place was the leather armor it was wearing. Izuku thought. Why do they look like humans? Izuku thought this every time he defeated one of them. Thankfully, he did not get to see their faces when they fought. The knights had their helmets, the assassins and archers their leather hoods, and the mages covered their heads with the hood of their robes. Izuku turned to continue on his path. Suddenly, a flash blinded his vision. A mage that hid its presence had completed casting its light element spell. It was an explosion that pierced the ears. But Izuku had already moved behind the mage. At that moment he fucked up. Izuku said. You are already dead, eh? The mage said. What? The mage detected a presence behind it and quickly began to cast a spell, but in fact, he was already preparing to move when he felt the collection of mana from a distance. Jayawan's light element magic. Izuku was not as naive as to be struck by an attack he was hit with before. This was the meaning of studying the encounters. Each of the monsters needed a specific stat to deal with. Knights with strength, assassins with sense, archers with agility and mages with constitution. If the appropriate stat was not above a certain level, dealing with the corresponding enemy would have been very difficult. With a low strength, he wouldn't have been able to damage the armor of the knight. With a low sense, he wouldn't have been able to detect the assassin and thought. Looks like distributing my stats evenly was helpful for situations like this. Well, his intelligence was a bit low, but that could be dealt with by managing his mana carefully. You've opened the leather pouch. There was 20,000 gold and a canteen with warm water inside. You've acquired 20,000 gold and a canteen with warm water. Izuku opened his inventory and took out the canteen and drank from it. Fatigue was piling up and Izuku thought. How much longer do I have to go? Will I have enough energy left to use one for all? It does take a lot of stamina. Izuku dropped the empty canteen and stood with his hands on his hip. It's been 3 hours since he had started the quest. Both his body and mind were becoming tired. Izuku thought. Should I rest for a bit? He sat down with his back against the cave wall. Status screen. Fatigue. 66. His fatigue had almost reached a dangerous point. Above 70, it would have a noticeable debuff on his body and mind. Even for a moment, he had to rest his eyes and recover his stamina. Izuku rested his head against the wall and quickly began to doze off. Even in this environment, he was so tired that he would fall asleep in a moment. Unfortunately, a sharp sound flew across the air. With his agility stat slowing down the world, Izuku was able to grab the arrow that was flying towards him. The hero's eyes shot open. At a distance, the archer was preparing its next shot. Izuku summoned Kasaka's poison fang as he got up. The breastplate caved in at Izuku's punch, and the knight struck the wall. Its body slid down the wall, sprawled out on the ground and stopped moving. You've defeated the knight. Level up. It was unfortunate that it was not accompanied by a status recovery, but Izuku was still steadily leveling up through the battles. It was a small consolation amidst the piling up fatigue. The man stared at his slightly scratched knuckles and clicked his tongue. It would be nice if he could just rest for a little bit, but the monsters did not give him any room to breathe. Thankfully, they did drop a lot of items. Equipment. Gatekeeper's necklace, A. High-level knight's breastplate, B. Mid-level assassin's shoes, B. Low-level archer's gloves, C. High-level mage's ring, B. Other than what he had equipped, there were several items that he put away in his inventory as well. But he was hoping for weapons. Unfortunately, the daggers dropped by the assassins, while having a similar attack power as Kasaka's poison fang, did not have any special effects, so could not be considered an upgrade. Izuku stretched a hand toward the light from the fallen knight. High-level knight's gauntlet. Rarity. B. Type. Armor. Physical damage reduction plus 3%. Additional effect. Protects the hands from injury. If your strength is below 80, your movement will be slowed. Izuku obtained the gauntlets with a happy expression and equipped them. Just like the other equipment, the gauntlets did not show their form and did not impede his fingers. After moving his fingers around, Izuku raised his head. Ahead of the tunnel, the torches that lined the wall finally ended. At their end was a giant door. Izuku remembered the entrance of the underground temple from back then. His party was not prepared and met a tragic fate through the doors. It would be different this time. Izuku looked back on the path that he had walked so far. His level had reached 45 and he had picked up a lot of new equipment. He was prepared. He wanted to rest for a bit and recover his stamina, but he knew that it would just summon more monsters that would interrupt his sleep. He could not afford to increase his fatigue anymore through such encounters. HP. 4511, 8330. MP. 660, 790. Fatigue. 43. After performing a final check on his status, Izuku grabbed the handles of the door. As if moved by some unknown mechanism, the doors opened apart easily. The doors of the boss room opened. Inside of the room was dark. Even with his raised sense stat, it was hard for Izuku to see inside. All that he could see was the front of his feet. The floor was neatly lined with stone slabs. The gray stones gave off a cold feeling compared to the heat of his body. The moment he took a step onto those slabs, numerous torches that lined the interior of the room all lit up, illuminating the area. Izuku could not lower his guard. He cautiously walked while observing his surroundings. The sides of the room contained giant pillars, and at the deep end of the room was a large throne. It was reminiscent of a king's throne room that he saw in a movie. Well, the scale was quite different. After he had taken few steps into the room, the door behind him closed with a loud sound. He took a glance back but did not panic. He had already predicted as much. He continued forward and thought. I sense a strong presence. He felt that to finish the class advancement quest, he would have to reach the throne ahead. That kind of thinking had mostly worked out so far, but he was wrong this time. As he neared the throne, an armored form hidden behind a pillar revealed itself and slowly walked in front of him, blocking his path. The thing stopped and turned to face Izuku. He knew this was the boss. Its name in red letters, floating above its head, told him as much. Knight Captain, Blood Red Igris. It was a knight wearing a red armor. The armor part was same as the knights he had faced before, but compared to those lumbering enemies, this one looked a lot more agile. What stood out to Izuku was its helmet. The top of the helmet was adorned with a plumage. It was a streak of red hair that started from the top of the helmet and fell backwards, looking like a horse's tail. While looking over the helmet, Izuku noticed something else. He has eyes. Or rather, in the spot where a person's eyes should be, the opening of the helmet glowed with two silver lights. Its eyes were reminiscent of light coming from a machine and gave off a sense of coldness. Those eyes were looking at Izuku. It raised a hair on the back of his neck. Perhaps defeating it was the goal of the class advancement quest. If that was the case, Izuku had to be careful. He kept an eye on Igris's movements and raised his fists and thought. Dagger won't work anyways. What was needed to defeat a knight was destructive power. He would need his strength. Igris was watching Izuku, then suddenly removed its red cape. The cape fell onto the ground. Its strange behavior did not stop there. The knight took out the longsword and the 2 daggers at its sides and threw them onto the floor, one at a time. It was a slow, deliberate act, sending a message to Izuku. The silence of the boss room was broken by the loud sounds of the metal falling onto the stone slabs. Having discarded his weapons, Igris raised his fists and took a fighting stance, imitating the hero. Was he going to fight him in a hand-to-hand combat because Izuku did not take out a weapon? The hero bit his lips and thought. Looking down on me? Was your first and last mistake. The monster had succeeded in taunting Izuku without using a skill. However, Izuku maintained his focus. The angrier he got, the more he cooled himself. Compared to the increasing speed of his heartbeat, Izuku's eyes shone with sharpness. Izuku said. One for all. One for all. 42% has been activated. As if reading his mind, Igris charged at him in a straight line. It was an unthinkable speed for an armored being and thought. My armor said strength below 80 resulted in a movement penalty. That meant the opponent's strength was at least 80. On top of that, the knight's movements revealed that his agility was not at all below a high-ranking hero. Igris came before Izuku and leaped and Izuku thought. He's fast, but not enough. The knight aimed a knee at Izuku. But, Izuku unconsciously blocked it with both hands and threw Igris at the wall. Igris recovered himself as he kneeled down to slow himself down, and Izuku leapt forward and pulled back his arm and tried to punch Igris in the face, but he blocked it with his forearm, but a huge dent was seen, and wind pressure appeared behind Igris and Izuku jumped back and reset himself and shook his hand as he punched metal, thankful that he increased constitution. Pause that would hurt like bitch. Unlike the knights that lost their momentum and continued after missing their charge, Igris immediately ran at Izuku after taking the punch. Izuku saw Igris go for a kick and he blocked it by crossing his arms, and Igris's left leg was easily blocked and Izuku went for the counter-attack and Izuku brought his arm back and punched Igris in the stomach area as Igris landed in the wall with a huge crater behind him. One for all has been deactivated. Izuku thought. It's over, I'll just stab him to death. It would be hard to kill someone without any weapon. The Sokka's fang appeared with a familiar grip in Izuku's hand and Izuku thought. I thought I was gonna die before I could use one for all. I needed to conserve my strength for this final fight. Izuku slowly walked towards Igris as Izuku was about 25 meters away from Igris, and he saw Igris get up slowly. As he saw a massive dent in his stomach and Igris put his arm out toward Izuku as he was wanting to grab something and Izuku thought. Do monsters hallucinate? Izuku was cut short as he sensed something behind him. It was fast and he needed to dodge it, and so Izuku kicked his leg out and leaned back and jumped and spun in a 360 and put his leg out to land, and he landed on the ground to see Igris holding his sword and thought. He can summon his fucking weapon, holy shit, that's the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life. Izuku then calmed down and ran at Igris and Igris at Izuku. As they both ran at each other, Igris attacked him with a simple slash, and Izuku blocked with his dagger and punched Igris in the chest, and Igris backed off a bit. Izuku then ran at Igris again, and Igris stood still waiting for Izuku, and as Izuku closed in, Igris swung his sword, but Izuku slid and kicked Igris's leg and got him down, and Izuku put his knee on Igris's arm that he had the sword in Izuku, then stabbed Igris's eye repeatedly as Izuku used vital stab and eventually. You've defeated the Knight Captain, Blood Red Igris. Level up. Level up. Izuku got up and took a breath of relief and smiled and thought. So. Is that it? Am I done with the quest? He had expected the class advancement quest to finish after defeating Igris, but no messages appeared. Looking around, nothing had really changed. Well, there was one thing. There were several streaks of light coming from Igris's body. It was the calling card of items, and Izuku continued to smile as he remembered about the loot. Let's grab those first. He wasn't sure what was about to happen next. He judged that he should grab what he could for now. Izuku stretched a hand towards the light. You found the Red Knight's helmet. Would you like to acquire it? You found a runestone. Ruler's hands. Would you like to acquire it? You found a leather pouch. Would you like to acquire it? You found an instant return stone. Would you like to acquire it? Why were there so many? Izuku was suspicious but could not hide his happiness and thought. Acquire all. The leather pouch was the first to be obtained. You've opened the leather pouch. There was 1,500,000 gold inside. You've acquired 1,500,000 gold. Izuku was taken back. As expected, the difficulty in taking down the boss resulted in a great reward. Even the leather pouch, which he did not have much expectations on, gave him an insane amount of gold. This would be quite useful for the shop. However, Izuku was more interested in the other items. If just the leather pouch gave him this much, just what about the helmet and the runestone? He opened the information screen on the helmet with an excited heart. Red Knight's helmet. Rarity. S. Type. Armor. Physical damage reduction plus 15%. Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20. Izuku yelled. S rank. Izuku let out a scream of joy. This was the first S rank equipment he had found. On top of the incredible benefit of reducing physical damage taken by 15%, it also had a powerful effect of giving strength and constitution, a 20-point boost, and Izuku thought. It's incomparable to the rank equipment. He had obtained 2 rank items so far. The first was Kasaka's venom gland from taking down Kasaka. The second was the Gatekeeper's necklace from Cerberus. Even those two were plenty powerful. While the venom gland did technically have a penalty on strength, it still was a powerful item that gave him a permanent 20% physical damage reduction. And the Gatekeeper's necklace. It was an amazing item that gave 20 points to both agility and sense. The benefit of those two stats only became more apparent as time passed. And the Red Knight's helmet that he obtained had effects that nearly combined those 2 rank items. And without any penalties. Izuku could not help but smile despite the difficult fight. There was one more minor thing, he actually liked the design of the helmet. The helmet shone with the color of blood. Along with the long plumage, it was almost like a work of art. For a brief moment, Izuku would have liked to obtain and wear the full set of the crimson armor. Unfortunately, the other pieces of Igris's armor did not appear as drops. Only the helmet had been obtained. Izuku put aside the small regret and carefully put on the helmet. As always, the item disappeared the moment he equipped it. Although he could not show off its form, the helmet greatly increased his attributes. Stats. Strength. 128, plus 20. Constitution. 87, plus 20. Agility. 107. Intelligence. 66. Sense. 89. Available stat points. 0. Physical damage reduction. 46%, plus 15%. The boost of the helmet was temporarily shown in parenthesis. Strength, constitution and even physical damage reduction had been greatly increased. Izuku was immensely satisfied. Confirming the effects with his eyes made his heart race. Izuku shook his head. There was one more item he had to check. Still excited, Izuku looked over the 2 remaining items. Runestone. Ruler's hands. Instant return stone. 2 stones. Izuku first looked at the instant return stone. It was a piece of rock slightly bigger than a walnut. What was an instant return stone? His curiosity was quickly answered. The stone's information came up in front of him. Instant return stone. Rarity. Type. Consumable. Class advancement quest item. Break to immediately return to the outside of the dungeon. This item will disappear once the quest is complete. You may not keep this item in your inventory. The way to use it was the same as a runestone. Instead of a skill, breaking it would take him to the outside. According to the item's description, if the quest was over, it should have been destroyed. That meant. A chill ran down Izuku's spine. It was a strange feeling. He received a way to exit the dungeon in case of an emergency, so why did he feel so uneasy? If this was something that could be used in a real dungeon, the stone's value would be incalculable. The little rock was equivalent to a life-saving device. Who would be stingy with their money on something like that? Of course, Izuku felt the same way. This should have decreased the danger in the quest greatly. Despite all this, he could not shake the dread that he was feeling. As if it was waiting, the system warned him with its tone. The player has obtained the instant return stone. The class advancement quest will now begin. Ah. So this was the item that started the quest. Izuku was shocked. He felt like he had stepped on a mine that could have been avoided. It was too late to regret it now. No matter how much he combined his experience and intelligence, it was impossible to predict the future with a 100% certainty. Cold sweat gathered on his brows. He checked his status. HP. 8,161, 10,270. MP. 390, 850. Fatigue. 57. Izuku looked at the fatigue and sighed and thought. The fatigue is a bit high, but it's still manageable. Thanks to the increase in constitution from the helmet, both his current and maximum health went up proportionately. Thank goodness for that. Izuku tried to cheer himself up a little. Ultimately, his life wouldn't be in danger. He was holding the instant return stone in his hand. But no matter how he thought about it, the stone represented giving up on the quest. If not, it would not have been given to him as the starting signal. It'd be no different than giving up on obtaining a class. The sweat that gathered now fell in streaks down his face. The system's next message appeared. In 10 seconds, dimensional gates will start opening at random. Izuku said. Dimensional gates. Before he could figure out what those words meant, the system produced a huge screen with numbers high in the air. 0 o'clock and 10 seconds. Well, that was easy enough to understand. It was probably the countdown it spoke of earlier. The messages continued. The player has a choice. Use the instant return stone to escape the dungeon, 8, 7, 6. The countdown continued. Or endure as long as possible and obtain the advancement points required for class advancement. Izuku said. Endure. Endure what? Izuku uttered loudly in frustration. His hand was already holding Kasaka's poison fang, summoned from the inventory. The runestone was placed in the inventory, and the instant return stone that he could not store was placed in his back pocket. He had finished his combat preparations. The class advancement quest will begin soon. 4, 3, 2. Izuku stared at the numbers counting down, then surveyed his surroundings. His gaze quickly fell here and there. Something was about to start. The air in the room started to twist and become distorted. 0 o'clock and 1 second. I wish you luck. What? It was the first time the system displayed a semblance of emotion, but there was no time to be surprised. The moment the timer hit 0, gates started appearing in various places around the room. It wasn't just 1 or 2. There were 6 close to him, behind them were many more appearing. At the same time, the timer started to count forward. 0 o'clock and 2 seconds. The countdown had started again. This time, it would time his trial here. The advancement points would depend on his record. The system wasn't fully clear, but Izuku understood as much. Izuku thought. I'll get a stronger class the more I endure. He could not waste an opportunity like this. There was breathing room in his HP and MP. 0 o'clock and 3 seconds. The exact moment the timer reached 3 seconds, the nearest gate started spawning a multitude of knights without weapons. The ground shook as the armored knights got into formation. They looked like a silver tidal wave frozen in time, waiting to crash down upon him. Even in face of the oppressive force, a smile appeared on Izuku's face. In a way, he was thankful that it was just this level of enemies. If something like Igris came out of those gates, he couldn't imagine lasting more than a few minutes, because he would have to actually use one for all, meaning fatigue would increase. Izuku used what little mana he had left to go into stealth. It's a lot, but I'll use it to first check out the situation. The hero's form disappeared from sight. As expected, the knights that were running toward him all slowed down and stopped. Unfortunately, something happened that Izuku did not expect. The mage has used Eye of Detection. The system beeped with warning. Izuku turned his head towards the sound. The mage that had appeared from one of the gates was casting a spell. Izuku saw an eye-shaped mark above its head. The mark sparkled, and Izuku's stealth was released. His plans blew up from the start. The knights that stood motionless after he disappeared turned their heads in unison towards Izuku. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. The silver tidal wave fell upon the man. He clenched his teeth and prepared himself. His punch blew off a knight's head. His victim fell on the spot. You've defeated the knight. The light gathered in Izuku's eyes and thought. Bloodlust. Bloodlust has been activated. Fear has been inflicted. The targets will lose 50% of all attributes for 1 minute. He was able to slow many of the monsters with the fear's effects, but his mana had fallen all the way to 90. The bloodlust mana cost was 100. He would not be able to use it again. In the single minute that the monster's attributes were lowered, Izuku merciless destroyed as many enemies as he could. In face of the hero's terrifying might, the knights crumpled left and right. However, the speed at which new knights spawned outpaced Izuku's ability to destroy them. In the middle of frantic melee, Izuku checked the time. 0:03 and 19 seconds. 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Izuku wondered how many points that translated to. What would he receive if he left now? The situation was becoming more and more unbearable by the second. The onslaught of the knights continued from the gates. He had destroyed many of them, but their numbers remained uncountable. Eventually, Izuku was buried in the mass of the knights. He began to feel his health plummet. HP. 3036, 10,270. Unyielding Spirit has been activated. 0:05 and 8 seconds. 5 minutes and 8 seconds. He had endured as long as he could. At the bottom of the suffocating dog pile of the knights, Izuku reached into his back pocket with effort. The instant return stone slipped from his hands. The round stone was kicked by a knight's heel and rolled far away. Izuku screamed. No. Izuku futilely stretched his hand towards his lifeline, but could not get through the knights. More knights piled on top of him. It was becoming hard to breathe. Unyielding Spirit has been activated. Unyielding Spirit has been activated. He felt his consciousness fade. In the chaos of the knights clashing on top of him, Izuku heard a laughter coming from somewhere. Said, "Didn't you bring all this down on yourself? Why go down such a dangerous path over a safe one? If an E-rank hero became a B-rank, or even a C-rank, wouldn't it have been an incredible stroke of luck? I guess this is all you're worth." Izuku thought. "Shut up." Then they said, "You are the reason you will die here." Izuku said, "Shut up." The knights that had piled up on Izuku were all blasted back. Even on the edge of death, the hero's eyes were still alive. They were filled with the spirit of determination. Just how do you think he obtained this opportunity? No. It would not end here. He knew what it was like to be at the absolute bottom of the world, and that's why he desired to stand at the absolute peak. More than anyone else, he knew the weak one's pain. He had done cowardly things to survive and was met with ridicule in doing so. Voices in his head said, "How much of a help could an E-ranker be?" Another said, "Even if it's the association, couldn't they have sent someone more helpful? This guy's just." Then someone said, "Is that punk just surviving by hiding behind his teammates?" The ladder to the peak that he had only dreamt about had finally appeared before him. Did they expect him to just stare and do nothing? There was no way. That voice in his head. It was their voice. The voices that whispered behind his back. "Sure, go ahead. Laugh. I will struggle until the end. It doesn't matter if my health is 10 or 1. I will fight to the bitter end. Until my bones are dust and my muscles are torn." Izuku screamed. "Yuwa." Izuku threw his body at the knights. "One, for all. 51% has been activated." Izuku yelled. Smash. A huge pressure of wind came from Izuku's hand. His fist flew forward. A knight's breastplate caved in and its wearer was sent flying. Like a bowling ball, the flying body knocked down other knights in its path. Unrelenting, the knights charged at him once more. Izuku struggled even harder. Smash. Fists. Elbows. Knees. Feet. Izuku threw every part of his body at his enemies. Each time he attacked, a knight crumpled like a paper doll. "Your fatigue is over 70. Your movements will be restricted." As the warning said, his body began to slow down. But the light in Izuku's eyes did not fade. Eventually, the knights would get killed with one for all with one punch, but his energy was being drained faster. 8, 7, 6, 5. Meanwhile, some sort of a countdown was happening. Izuku was focused on the battle at hand and had not noticed it before. His brief moment of hope was quickly dashed. 0:06 and 27 seconds. The quest timer was still climbing. Whatever was happening in front of him was unrelated to the timer. 4, 3, 2. Izuku thought. "Are you counting down to my death?" Izuku thought to the system. He remembered the first time it spoke to him. How it threatened to stop his heart in 0.02 seconds if he did not accept becoming a player. Good. Izuku's eyes opened wide. 2 more knights were crushed. However, compared to his fighting spirit, Izuku's body was unrecognizable. The strength behind his shoulders were gone. The slowed fists could no longer block the knights' attacks. One from the front, one from the back. Crushed between the 2 charging knights, Izuku let out a painful groan. Not missing the opening, the knights closed in on Izuku once more. Imprisoned by the multitude, he could not lift a finger. Even still, more and more knights piled towards the hero. The silver tide turned into a silver mountain. Izuku breathed what he imagined to be his last breaths. So this was the end. Somehow, Izuku found a small opening and stretched his hand to the sky. It was a meaningless gesture in the moment. HP. 193, 10,270. The situation was hopeless. But Izuku did not give up. The hand that was held to the sky clenched into a fist. In that moment, the unknown countdown finished. 1, 0. You failed to complete the daily quest. You will now be moved to the penalty zone. Izuku could not believe what he was hearing. He remembered. He did not do the daily quest today. He had purposely skipped it to enter the penalty zone in order to test out his progress against the centipedes and see if he could continue the Demon Castle raid. To think that it would work out like this. Like back in the hospital, the area started shaking vigorously. One by one, even the knights that he was fighting turned into sand. The world changed around him. He silently laughed. The system's words before the quest started kept appearing in his head. "I wish you luck." Was it because it was that difficult of a quest? Or did it want him to be lucky in obtaining more advancement points? Luck, coincidence, call it what you want. It was just another chance for him. The important thing was how he would use this chance. The tremors became stronger. Instead of fighting to keep his balance like in the past, Izuku gave himself up to the earthquake and closed his eyes. And just like that, he felt a sense of weightlessness and all sounds disappeared. When he opened his eyes, it was in the middle of a familiar desert. Izuku collapsed onto the sand. He grabbed the sand with his hands and let loose a torrent of panting. His lungs filled with a refreshing breath of air, spreading the feeling to his entire body. But the sense of safety surrounding his mind, Izuku stayed lying on the ground. He looked up at the empty, black sky. The vision of an endless pitch-black ceiling filled his view. It was the penalty zone that he remembered. Because he had just escaped from an incredibly dangerous place, he forgot that this place was not exactly a safe one. Still, he didn't want to get up, so he called up the status screen while lying down. HP 174, 10,270. MP 202, 850. Fatigue 94. He wondered why it was so hard to move. Now he knew why. His fatigue had risen over 90. He didn't feel like moving a finger right now. His health was one thing, but at the moment, it was important to recover his stamina. Izuku said. Shop. The words buy and sell appeared in the air. No matter how he looked at it, the system had clearly created the so-called shop with the bare minimum of effort, but today, it was an incredibly welcoming sight. Izuku purchased the most expensive healing potion. The moment he confirmed the transaction, a glass bottle with a red liquid appeared in his sprawled arm. In his state, it took effort even to uncork the bottle. He poured the potion down his mouth. The red liquid passed through his throat. Your stamina is recovered. Your stamina is recovered. Your stamina is recovered. Since it was the highest level healing potion, just one bottle was enough to completely undo his fatigue. Strangely, his health did not recover. HP 174, 10,270. MP 204, 850. Fatigue 0. Even when the bottle was emptied, his health stayed the same. It was drastically different than the fatigue that was now 0. The moment the last drop of potion fell into his mouth, he was able to find out why. Your health is below 10%. You cannot recover your health with a potion. The reason was simple. It was because his health was too low. Even healing magic had their limits. This was not an unfamiliar phenomenon. Just as healers could not heal someone past a certain point depending on their skill, it appeared that potions had similar limits in thought. And you're telling me that the limit is 10% remaining health. This was good to know. Had he placed faith in the potion at a wrong time, he could have made a grave mistake. This is why experience was important. Wasn't there a saying? And he said, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That was all due to the power of experience. Even right now, he thankfully had the experience of encountering the penalty zone. And indeed it was. He felt a life form rising beneath the sand. Izuku raised his legs and shot up from the ground. His body felt as light as a feather. Thanks to the potion, his strength had completely returned. Izuku landed few steps away and turned around. As expected, the spot he was lying on was sinking to the ground and thought. Heh, I remember thinking that I'd slip and fall into that in the past. I was a pussy. Now, he could stare at the sinkhole with a carefree attitude. The bottom of the depression boiled like in the past, and a column of sand exploded from the ground, revealing the form of the giant centipede. It was all just as he remembered and thought. Man, they looked a lot scarier back then. Now, they appeared to be moving in slow motion in Izuku's eyes. He raised his gaze and confirmed the red letters above the centipede's head. Poison Fang Giant Sand Centipede. A red name. Just like the Cerberus from the Demon Castle. The quest message appeared. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal. Survive for the required time. Required time. 4 hours. Remaining time. 4 hours 0 min 0 sec. After reading the message, Izuku clenched his fists. As he did not use the instant return stone out of the dungeon, he probably still had a chance. And if the 4 hours he spent here was added to the endurance timer, the advancement points he would gain would be massive. Well, he still did not know just how the math worked. When he thought about how the system worked up until now, this might become an incredible windfall. 4 fucking hours. He couldn't last 10 minutes back there and was about to use the instant return stone. Now, thanks to the penalty zone, he would be able to add 4 hours to that timer. There was one problem left. He had to survive this world with barely a 100 health remaining. Since he could not recover using a potion, he had to level up through the centipedes without receiving any damage. In a way, this was an additional condition of the penalty quest. Izuku summoned Kasaka's Poison Fang. Remaining time. 3 hours 59 min 59 sec. The moment the penalty quest started, Izuku began to move. Because of his experience, he knew to move before the centipedes did. He closed the distance in a flash and jumped. He reached a halfway point on the insect's body, then started working his way to the head while slashing at its body. Wherever the dagger attacked, the exoskeleton of the centipede cracked and seeped to liquid. Every time Izuku made a new wound on its body, the centipede thrashed in pain. Sprint. Izuku's legs sped up. He quickly reached the top of the monster's head and grabbed the dagger with both hands. Vital stab. He used the skill and brought down the dagger onto the centipede's head. The dagger dug deep into the head. Vital stab has leveled up. It had been a while. The leveled up skill appeared to have done quite a damage. The centipede shook its head in pain. Izuku did not stop there. He moved from its head towards the centipede's back. The monster's back was completely exposed. After stabbing a point behind the centipede's head, Izuku held the dagger in place and jumped down. Combined with the strength over 120 and a leap from a height of a 5-story building, the dagger slid completely across the centipede's back, cutting it wide open. Izuku landed safely. The centipede spewed a liquid all over the place, then finally fell. Its body raised up a cloud of sand. You've defeated the Poison Fang giant sand centipede. Izuku patted the sand off his body and checked the time. Remaining time. 3 hours 59 min 42 sec. It took him less than 20 seconds to take down the centipede. It was completely different than the time he took down the Cerberus. His strength had reached a different dimension. It made sense. At this rate, Izuku was confident he could continue hunting without losing life. Only then would he have a chance of surviving when he went back to the class advancement quest. If he went back without recovering his health, he was sure to be crushed like an insect. As he was deep in worry, multiple sand columns appeared around him. The centipedes had arrived after smelling their kin's blood. Izuku's face brightened. Looking at the heads of the centipedes popping up from the ground, Izuku could not hide the smile on his face. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. After nearly 4 hours, Izuku had gained 4 levels after taking down countless centipedes. He had reached level 51. The penalty quest was almost over. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal. Survive for the required time. Required time. 4 hours. Remaining time. 0 hours 3 min 19 sec. It was about time he'd return. Izuku looked around at the corpses of the centipedes that littered the area. Thanks to their sacrifice, he was able to recover his health, but Izuku was a bit disappointed and thought. It's a shame they didn't drop any items or gold. Well, it wouldn't have made sense for a place of punishment to reward him that much. Now, it was time to prepare for his return. Shop. Current gold. 3,115,629. On top of the various money bags from the humanoid monsters, he had earned a whopping 1,500,000 gold from Igris. He had plenty of funds now. With that in mind, he looked through the shop for a new weapon. A suitable upgrade caught his eye. Night Killer. Rarity. D. Type. Dagger. Attack power plus 75. Night Killing. Plus 25% damage against heavy armored opponents. It's a sturdy and sharp dagger designed to cut a knight's armor. Because of its aerated blades, it will not slip easily against armor. It was a weapon meant to be used for killing heavily armored targets. The cost was 2,800,000 gold. He would have to spend most of his gold, but this was not the time to be stingy. Without hesitating, Izuku bought the weapon. Additionally, he also purchased some wrappings. You've purchased Night Killer. You've purchased wrappings. As its description noted, it was a scary-looking dagger with a serrated blade. He took the weapon with his right hand and used the wrappings to tightly bind it in his hand. He swung the blade around. It felt natural in his hand, as if it was a part of his body. He briefly considered wrapping Izuku's Poison Fang to his left hand, but decided against it. It would be too inconvenient to lose both of his hands. He would keep the usage of his left hand just in case. He placed the leftover wrappings into the inventory, then noticed the runestone he had gotten from Igris. Runestone. Ruler's hands. Break the runestone to absorb the skill. He needed every little bit right now, whether it was an item or a skill. Izuku smashed the runestone without a regret. You've learned Ruler's Hands, LV. 1. Ruler's Hands, LV. 1. Active skill. Mana cost. 0. Exert your will over an object without physically touching it. Reading the explanation, he remembered a scene from earlier. It was when Igris stretched a hand to his sword and brought it to his hands from a distance and said. He used it on his sword. I can fucking summon a weapon. Izuku looked at it again. No mana. The skill to move an object from a distance just with his mind. On top of that, it didn't have a mana cost. Izuku quickly tried it out on the corpse of the centipede next to him. Their proficiency is insufficient to move the object. Their proficiency is insufficient to move the object. It seemed that moving something heavy required more practice. Izuku dropped Kasaka's Poison Fang onto the ground, then stretched a hand toward it. The dagger easily moved into his hand. Izuku stared at the dagger with amazement. And with that, he had completed all preparations. Izuku raised his head and saw that the time was almost over. Remaining time. 0 hours 0 min 4 sec. As the 4 seconds decreased to 3, the system messaged him. The penalty quest will end soon. And another one followed. Because you've hunted in the penalty zone, the next penalty quest's difficulty will be adjusted. An adjustment of difficulty. It would make it harder to hunt so that the penalty will feel like a penalty. Well, would there even be a next time? Izuku gulped. Hundreds of monsters would probably be waiting for him back in the boss room. Perhaps even more. Although he thought of it as returning to the room, it was more like he was being thrown back there. Health, mana, fatigue, equipment and skill. In addition to those, even his mind had improved in the past 4 hours. Still, he was feeling nervous. Izuku closed his eyes to calm himself. Then, the electronic tone rang. The penalty quest will end now. When Izuku opened his eyes, he saw the massive silver knights starting to turn towards him. They were not his target. Izuku's eyes shifted side to side, looking for his target. The reason why he targeted the mages first was simple. It was to confirm the theory that he had thought up in the penalty zone. The knights fiercely charged toward him. Izuku calmly used the knight at the head of the party as a stepping stone and leaped off of its shoulders. He overlooked the enemy army in the air and looked around and thought, where are the mages? Found one. In the distance, he saw a lone mage. What he saw earlier was correct. In the penalty zone, he had considered if he was mistaken, but now he was sure. It was during the time he was being suffocated by the mass of the knights, only able to hold up a hand to the sky. In that moment, through the tiny gaps of the soldiers before him, he saw something that made no logical sense. It was a lone mage that was continually casting spells. If it was just a mage preparing a spell, it would have been nothing out of the ordinary. But in that brief moment, something felt off in Izuku's mind. Was there not a single spell that came toward him? The attack on him was solely relegated to the knights. The mages were continuously casting spells, but their completed spells did not display any effects on him. Well, except for the time they used a detection skill to break his stealth. And during that time, the knights around him paused for a moment. At first, he had thought it was because they had lost their target. But while hunting the centipedes in the penalty zone, he realized something very important. Was it after the 8th centipede? When he took down the monster, he celebrated at the level up message that followed. And the level up was followed by a complete recovery of his health. In that moment of joy, a thought had occurred to him. Wait, I just leveled up this easily, why didn't I gain a single level back there? The system had warned him that the level ups back there would not recover his status, but it did not warn him that he would not level up at all. In fact, he leveled up 5 times before reaching the boss room. But during the actual class advancement quest, he did not gain a single level. In the 6 minutes that he endured, he had destroyed nearly 100 knights. Mages that did not use their spells on him. Knights that did not give any experience points. He had not given much thought on these 2 facts and placed them in the back of his mind. But after some time, the 2 facts combined into a theory in Izuku's head. Every single knights in that area were all fake. What if the reason why all the knights stopped when the mage used Eye of Detection was not because Izuku had disappeared, but because the mage had stopped the casting of its other spell? Now was the time to confirm his theory. Izuku ignored the outstretched hands that were trying to grab him and used the knights' heads and shoulders as a pathway to the mage. He felt the mage that noticed him panic. Its casting sped up. The knights that had previously focused on swarming him suddenly changed pattern and formed a protective wall around the mage. Izuku practically received the confirmation of his theory with this. The hunter landed in front of the mage. Without an ounce of hesitation, he stabbed the mage's chest with the dagger in his right hand. Idle stab. Without a sound, the mage disappeared in a puff of black smoke. You've defeated a mage. And at the same time, the 100-something knights that were gunning for Izuku all fell down, quite literally like a puppet with its strings cut. The fallen knights were just empty armors without an owner. Izuku internally screamed in victory. After towing the line between life and death, he had finally arrived at the answer. The knights were nothing. It was the mages that controlled the knights. Killing them was the goal. Izuku looked at the ownerless robe on the ground with a smile. He had obtained that much breathing room now. However, he was not about to become careless. The quest was not over. The ground shook. Izuku turned around. The other knights had already surrounded him. There must have been more mages controlling them around. The knights swarmed after Izuku. The hero's right arm turned into a blur. The tidal wave of knights in front of him were all cut neatly in a straight line. Izuku was shocked despite of himself. The investment of 2,800,000 gold paid off dearly. The blade of Night Killer cut through the knight's armor like paper. It wasn't just because of the serrated edge. As fitting of its name, a powerful magic to cut through the knights was enchanting the weapon. This was a little different from the standard video game logic he was familiar with. In a normal video game, weapons from the shop were just filler weapons to use when you couldn't find a good one in the wild. At the very least, it was much better than the hunter use weapons from the real world. At the same time, Izuku thought about just how much money he could make if he sold the items from the systems shop in the real world. Unlike the consumables, the equipment from the systems shop did not have an untradeable restriction. This was not the time to be distracted. The knights continued to charge at him without stopping. Izuku dodged here and there and continued to defeat the knights. However, the moment he focused in one direction and took down a number of knights, a larger group would appear from a different direction and charge at him. Another knight lost its head. Izuku used the headless knight's falling corpse as a platform. Using its shoulders, Izuku leaped into the air again. Stealth. His figure began to fade. Of course, this was not to hide himself for any reason. What he wanted was. Stealth has been activated. The mage has used Eye of Detection. The mage has used Eye of Detection. The mage has used Eye of Detection. Ring, 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 the system's warning alarms pierced his ears. Izuku continued to leap from knight to knight and memorized the location of the eye-shaped marks. There are 5 mages. He went for the nearest one first. As Izuku turned to face it, the mage panicked and gathered its knights to itself, but it was too late. Sokka's poison fang flew from Izuku's left hand and struck the mage's forehead. You've learned dagger throw, LV. 1. You've defeated a mage. Once more, 100 knights fell lifelessly to the ground. 4 left used to the maneuver. Izuku used the heads and shoulders of the army again to move. While moving, Izuku quickly glanced at Sokka's poison fang that he had not resummoned. He decided to test out his new skill. Ruler's hands. Izuku stretched a hand towards the dagger on the ground. As if pulled by a magnet, the dagger shot across the air toward his hand. Izuku grabbed the dagger. He would no longer need to inefficiently resummon the dagger into his hand now. Meanwhile, he had arrived in front of the next mage. Before it could try anything this time, Izuku brought the dagger down diagonally on its body. You've defeated a mage. More knights fell. There were less than half of them remaining. Izuku became assured of victory, his eyes opened wide in anticipation, as there were 3 left. As if sensing the danger, the remaining mages gathered at the same spot. Following them was their knight army. When all the knights gathered in one spot, the mages cast another spell. Their strange voices echoed throughout the room, and their magic was completed. The mass of knights that guarded the mages began to collapse on themselves like they were put into a hydraulic press. Soon, a giant metal golem was formed out of their bodies and stared down on Izuku and said, "Damn, that's cool. Oh, wait, it's gonna try to kill me." At the powerful pressure it gave off, Izuku briefly paused and praised the magic. But there was nothing to be afraid of. After the numerous times he had faced death, he was filled with an anticipation rather than nervousness. Izuku smiled. 1 for all. 53% has been activated. The golem's footsteps shook the ground. It looked very dangerous. Izuku stood still and saw the golem punch and block the attack and got pushed back a bit and yelled. Smash. The wind pressure broke some parts of the knight's armor, and from the force of the punch, the creature flew at a pillar, and the broken pillar fell on the golem, keeping it in place. Izuku smiled widely as he appeared in front of the 3 mages. The mages' shoulders rose in surprise. Izuku thought. Checkmate fucking mate. These fuckers are playing checkers while I'm playing chess. They say there is strength in standing together. Not this time. Both of the daggers in Izuku's hands flashed. You've defeated a mage. You've defeated a mage. You've defeated a mage. The 3 mages disappeared in a puff of black smoke in unison. The golem that was stuck in the pillar also fell apart. The knight's armors that made up the composition of its body scattered about the ground. However, Izuku did not ease up and thought. Is it over? Or is something else coming? He held his fighting stance, and the system's electronic sound rang. Izuku gulped in anticipation. Contrary to his thoughts, the system announced the end of the quest. You've defeated all the monsters of the testing room. The class advancement quest will now end. Your class will be decided next. Depending on the advancement points earned, you may advance to a higher class. Finally, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. It was a difficult fight. If he held on to the idea of the instant return stone until the end, he would not have figured out the secret to the fight. Through bad luck or perhaps good luck, he lost the stone and was able to focus on the battle at hand. The result was a great success. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Izuku moved his gaze to the timer. 4:29 and 16 seconds. The timer was stopped. He managed to last nearly 4.5 hours. Not only that, in a quest where he just had to endure, he actually ended up killing all the monsters and ended the quest itself. Thinking about just how many points he would earn and what he would do with those points. The player's actions will be analyzed to determine the appropriate class. If the system used his actions up until now to determine his class, there was little chance of him receiving something that did not fit his fighting style. It was a welcoming news. The presence of the death god follows where the player goes. The road he walks is paved with corpses, and the smell of blood follows in his wake. Izuku felt like that was a bit too much, but when he thought about it, he could not disagree and thought. Well, it was all for leveling up. Whenever he entered an instant dungeon, he slaughtered the respawning monsters until he no longer leveled up. In a normal dungeon, he combed every single corner for the very last magic beast to kill it. And not that he instigated it, but he had killed few hunters as well. Death god, corpses, smell of blood. Izuku thought. No matter how you analyze that. As he had first expected, it looked like his class would be assassin. The player yearns for a great power, but without relying on any comrades, he builds his road with his own strength. Izuku nodded along as he listened. He agreed with the system's analysis of him. Still, Izuku was not sure why the system was going this deep into analyzing his personality when all it was doing was determining his class. The system continued. Your desire for great power is strong enough to call upon the spirits that wander the valley of death. Through the army of the dead that will follow your every command, you will be able to build your own path without anyone's help. Izuku said. A army of the dead. It was then Izuku realized something was wrong. Before he could protest, the system used the calm tone it always used to relay the results. Your class is the Necromancer. How did it start off so nicely towards assassin, then veer sharply to Necromancer? Izuku blankly stared at the results with a dumbfounded expression. He rubbed his eyes, but the words did not change. Your class is the Necromancer. The message still floated in front of him. His initial disbelief was followed by anger and thought. I never even touched the intelligence stat. Why? Of all the mage class heroes, he had never heard of a Necromancer. When he first awakened as an E-ranker, Izuku was a fighter class. Putting aside the sword he briefly used in the beginning, he had solely used a dagger up until now, and the skills he obtained easily belonged to the assassin class. He could not have imagined that an entirely different category of class would appear. To think that he would receive a mage class, not only that, the Necromancer. He only knew of the class through video game knowledge, but he had a rough idea of what the Necromancer class entailed. A distasteful mage followed by an undead army. No matter how he thought about it, it did not fit him. Izuku relaxed his scrunched face and shook his head. Even if his thoughts were in chaos, he would approach the situation calmly. This calmness was one of Izuku's weapons. Taking a moment, he was able to find his composure. Denial, then anger. He felt like a patient that had received a terminal diagnosis, going through the 5 stages of grief. In this situation, there was not much room to compromise. If he had to pick the benefits of the Necromancer class, as the system said, he supposed he could make his own army. The problem is that the army would be composed of soldiers made of bones and corpses. Taking that around the real world would flip society on its back. Hunters were already the target of envy and fear. Imagine if a hunter led an army of the dead around. Forget compatibility, he could not imagine shouldering the burden. Would you like to accept the class? The system asked for his reply. Oh, thank God. Izuku sighed in relief. The fact that the class wasn't being forced on him meant that he had another chance. And if he had another chance, he was not about to hesitate. Izuku easily refused the offer. Nope. Then the message asked again. The Necromancer is a hidden class. Would you still like to refuse? It was basically the same question, but he could not readily reply after being asked twice. This time, he hesitated. Hidden class. It was certainly something that could be found in a game, but in reality, there were heroes with rare abilities. A hero that could form barriers, or a hero that could cast buffs in thought. I heard a rumor that Hoetatega's guildmaster Hoetaiga even has the ability to transform into a magic beast. All those heroes with special powers worked for large guilds and wielded an immense amount of influence and power. When it says a hidden class, is it talking about those heroes with special powers? If that was the case. He imagined the system talking to him. I'm offering you the Necromancer class because I know you want a great power. In that sense, the Necromancer was probably a powerful class. In fact, he remembered that most of the heroes with special powers fell under the support class. On the contrary, he would be a hunter with a special power under the combat class. Little by little, his heart began to race. Izuku wished. If I could only try out the Necromancer class, I wouldn't be hesitating this much. But it was a hopeless thought. Things wouldn't just go like that his way, and he had never heard of anyone with such powers. In fact, he had never heard of summoners who fought and commanded an army. When he reached that line of thought. Wait. Izuku looked around the fallen army of knights around him. Those mages. In a way, the mages that he fought during the class advancement quest wielded similar powers as a Necromancer. The knights were their army. Fighting the knights that threw themselves at Izuku without a care for their lives was annoying. If he failed to solve the answer to the fight, or if the combat prowess of the mages were not What would be lying on the ground aren't these pieces of metal but me. Izuku raised his head. An understanding filled his eyes. My combat prowess is not low. He was different than these mages. What would happen if the summoner that led an army also maintained a great individual might? It would truly be a nightmare to his enemies. A fleeting idea that was like a dream to him in the past. It might even be possible for him to solo clear a B-rank dungeon, and above he could also fight villains with ease with the help of his minions. Izuku gulped. If he could continue to raise his abilities after becoming a necromancer, naturally, the army under him would also become stronger. The synergy of growth surpassed his imagination. It's not just solo leveling. His army would level with him. Is it possible? A chill ran down his back. Izuku looked up at the floating message. It quietly waited for his reply. The necromancer is a hidden class. Would you still like to refuse? Contrary to before, it did not press the question. Izuku asked within his thoughts. Is this what you wanted for me? Of course, the system did not reply. After much thought, Izuku made a decision. If it was giving him a strong power, he would accept. He no longer hesitated. Would you like to accept the class? Izuku calmly said. Alright. As if waiting, the system immediately sent the next message. You've accepted your class. Depending on the advancement points earned, you may advance to a higher class. The points will be calculated now. Calculating. While the system calculated, Izuku wrapped the wrapping around his right hand. He had clenched the grip so hard that welts appeared on the palm. He lightly clicked his tongue. It could be taken care of with a single drop of a healing potion, but the fact that he wasn't able to do so in this place was inconvenient. As he returned Night Killer into the inventory, the system rang. Izuku raised his head in response. You've surpassed the expected time limit. Extra points are awarded. Extra points. Well, it made sense. He chuckled in satisfaction, but then suddenly, numerous messages appeared before his eyes. You did not use the instant return stone. Extra points are awarded. Your current health is above 70%. Extra points are awarded. You've defeated all enemies. Extra points are awarded. The aggregate advancement points have surpassed the required amount. As agreed, a special reward will be provided. The repeating tone was piercing to the ears, but the sound didn't even register in Izuku's mind. His gaze was affixed on two specific words. Reward. A special one. Izuku's hands that were placing Night Killer into the inventory froze, and his eyes stared at the message box. He could not look away. The message continued. You have advanced from Necromancer to Monarch of Shadows. You've learned class-specific skills. You've obtained 10 stat points. You've obtained the title. The one who overcame the adversity. Izuku thought. Shadow Sovereign. Hearing that strange term, Izuku hurriedly summoned his status window. Name. Izuku Midoriya. Level. 51. Class. Shadow Sovereign. Indeed, there was a new term added to his class column. It's not a necromancer anymore. The system definitely said that he'd be able to get a higher ranked version of his class, according to the amount of advancement points he had earned. And also, it mentioned that the point tally had exceeded the limits of the class itself, too. The end result from all that was this Shadow Sovereign and said. So, is this the special reward the system was talking about? The thing was, though, Izuku couldn't continue on with what he wanted to say. Right in front of his disbelieving eyes, a truly bizarre and hard to explain phenomenon began unfolding. Behind the hologram-like messages. Unknown black smoke was slowly and eerily leaking out from the night strewn about on the floor like scrap metal. No such thing happened prior to him getting his class. These bits of scrap metal were nothing more than ownerless junk, only until a minute ago. However, Izuku closed the status window and swept his gaze around the interior of the boss room once. It wasn't just one or two now. That black smoke was rising up from every single night on the ground. It is possible to perform shadow extraction on the selected target. It is possible to perform shadow extraction on the selected target. It is possible to perform shadow extraction on the selected target. Whenever his eyes landed on targets with black smoke oozing out from them, the words with hard to fathom meanings possible to perform extraction popped up into his view. Izuku said. Shadow extraction. He couldn't understand why, but to Izuku, those rising smokes looked like they were writhing in pain. As a matter of fact, it felt like they were reaching out to him, begging him to save them. Would it be strange if he said that? He could hear their screams. He was sure of one thing. He was sure of him being able to free them from their pain. Please set the command phrase to activate the shadow extraction skill. Izuku thought. I gotta set a separate activation phrase for this skill. Izuku pondered for a bit before muttering out almost instinctively. Arise. Thick, heavy groans resounded out from somewhere and at the same time, the shadows of the fallen knights began wiggling as if they were still alive. Izuku scanned his surroundings once more. All the shadows found near him were beginning to move. Soon enough, a black hand rose up from one of the shadows. It pressed down on the ground hard, and slowly, the arm attached to it rose up. Izuku's eyes opened wider and wider. Those things were people. No, soldiers possessing the outer appearance of a person. Soldiers kitted out head to toe in jet black armor climbed out of the shadows one by one. This is my new skill. By the time Izuku recovered his wits, there were a couple dozen soldiers standing by his side, waiting. Shadow extraction was a success. Tens of soldiers were now surrounding him. Izuku approached the nearest soldier. The first thing he did was to touch it. When he placed his hand on it, he felt something metallic. As it turned out, the metal-looking armors weren't just for show. Indeed, these guys were all outfitted in real black armor and real weapons. However, they weren't people. He couldn't sense any signs of life from them. They didn't breathe, and there were no heartbeats he could hear. On top of this, Izuku swallowed down his shocked gasp. He sneaked a glance inside the helmet through the eye holes and found nothing but pure darkness in there. Izuku slowly took several steps back after feeling like he was being sucked in. He immediately checked his skill window. Just as the system informed him, new class-specific skills could be found there now. Class-specific skills. Active skills. Shadow extraction LV. 1. Shadow storage LV. 1. Check the details of the first skill. Skill. Shadow extraction LV. 1. Class-specific skill. Required mana to activate. None. Creates a shadow soldier by extracting mana from the recently deceased lifeform. The odds of extraction failure will rise higher depending on the target's original stat values, as well as the length of time since its death. Number of shadows that can be extracted. 30/30. Only after reading the explanation on the skill did he realize the identity of these black soldiers. Shadow soldiers, a circumflex Euros monsters, pulled out from the shadows of the dead. Izuku raised his arm and pointed to his right. And the soldiers all uniformly shifted their bodies to right. The end of his hand slowly moved to his front. And the soldiers too followed after his hand and slowly faced their front. Izuku stood in the middle of them and lowered his hand. And at the same time, every single soldier knelt down before him. They were moving according to his will. Izuku let out a soft gasp of admiration as the ends of his lips arched up and thought, "Isn't this so cool?" An idea flashed across Izuku's head. He just saw the power of the new skill. He could turn a slain monster into an undead soldier. If that was the case, there was a monster nearby that he had to quickly turn into his own. Izuku went up on the pile of armors that made up the golem. He was able to see the entire room from the top. His eyes scanned across the room and found his target. Found him. Izuku quickly ran towards the direction. Even without sprint or one for all, he immediately reached his destination with anticipation. Izuku stared at the extraction target and gulped. The monster's corpse was exactly where he had left it. Blood-red Igris. Looking at the headless body half buried in the wall, Izuku remembered just how fierce their battle was. Just a few hours ago, he was an enemy that threatened his life. But now, the fallen knight was a top-class ingredient for his skill. Thankfully, like the other knights, there was black smoke coming from Igris's body. It's a possible target for shadow extraction. Izuku's face brightened. He remembered the command phrase. After taking a breath, Izuku quietly spoke the words. Arise. That was the activation phrase he had chosen. But the skill did not activate. Izuku tilted his head in confusion and was about to try again when the system rang. You've exceeded the maximum number of shadows allowed. To extract another shadow, use extraction cancel to send one or more shadow soldiers to the world of nothingness. The shadow soldiers sent to the void cannot be summoned again. Oh, right. He did remember that part of the skill. Maximum shadows. 30/30. The shadow extraction's limit was 30. That meant the number of soldiers he made was exactly 30. Izuku turned around. The shadow soldiers had followed him and were standing at attention. As fitting of their name, the shadow soldiers had moved without a sound. Anyways, to extract Igris's shadow, he had to get rid of one of them. Even after meeting them only moments ago, it felt regrettable to get rid of one of his soldiers. Had he gained a familiarity in that short time? With a sorrowful look, Izuku scanned each of the shadow soldiers. As he moved from one to the next, their names and level appeared. Shadow Infantry, LV. 1. Normal grade. They all had the same name and level. Well, I guess their base was all same. However, he did discover 3 soldiers that were not infantry. Unlike the armor-clad infantry, those 3 wore robes. Shadow Mage, LV. 1. Veteran grade. He knew where these had come from. The 3 mages that controlled the Iron Golem had also risen under his command. He determined that the small number of mages would have to be kept, so Izuku selected the nearest infantry. Izuku said. Extraction cancel. The soldier turned to smoke and scattered into nothingness. Not a trace of it could be found. Izuku took a moment of silence for it, then turned to Igris. He was ready. He had sacrificed a valuable soldier to make room for Igris, this better be worth it. Time to strike while the iron's hot. Izuku attempted the skill. The black smoke coming from Igris looked like it was holding out a hand towards him, asking him to rescue the knight. Izuku's eyes became focused. As if to take the hand and rescue, Izuku also held out his right hand. Arise. Something happened that Izuku did not mean to do. Nor did he realize that it happened. But in that moment, the word he spoke echoed and vibrated with power. And following his command, a deep scream rang forth from somewhere and a chilling wind followed. Izuku's face lit up. He remembered this phenomenon. It was the same as when the soldiers rose earlier. As expected, when the scream ended, a hand rose from Igris's shadow. The moment the hand was placed on the ground, a message appeared. You've succeeded in shadow extraction. Izuku yelled in celebration. Alright. He clenched his fists. Because he had failed twice, the success was all the more sweeter. The good news did not stop there. The monarch's voice pulled forth the fighting spirit of the fallen one. You've succeeded in shadow strengthening. The shadow's level will start at 7. Izuku thought. Succeeded in strengthening. Did this mean that they did not necessarily start at level 1? Izuku's eyes were wide open. As the message told him, the pitch black knight that rose from the shadow was level 7. Izuku yelped lightly. Igris's form was exactly as he remembered. The plumage that decorated its helmet. The nimble-looking body covered from head to toe in armor. It even maintained the claw.si cape it had taken off before the fight. Only difference was that instead of the blood-red color, it was pitch black all over. Other than that, it was the same boss that he had defeated earlier. You could almost say that Igris had come back to life. Compared to before, there was not a shred of hostility coming from the reborn Igris. It stood at attention, waiting for an order. A smile decorated his face. At the same time, a question appeared in his mind. Izuku looked above the knight's head. Why doesn't he have a name? LV. 7. Knight grade. Curiously, question marks appeared where his name should be. The grade is different, too. He had expected it to be stronger because of his level, but there was a few more difference between him and the other soldiers. As if reading his mind. You may assign a name to soldiers at or above the knight grade. The given name will be maintained until the soldier is released. Please choose a name for the soldier. He was unsure at first, but then realized the soldier did have his own name. It wouldn't be a problem if he called him by that name. Please choose a name for the soldier. As if asking him to hurry, the message was blinking rapidly. Izuku opened his mouth. Blood Red Igor. If he assigned a name, he would have to constantly call it by that name. That meant that if he assigned the name was thinking of, he would always have to start with Blood Red something. He shuddered at how lame that sounded. Too lame. And so, Izuku decided to shorten the name a bit. Igris. Would you like to pick Igris? Izuku said. Yes. The moment he confirmed, the question marks in the knight's name disappeared and were replaced with Igris. Igris, LV. 7. Knight grade. Even though it was the knight's original name, seeing his name officially decorate the information box gave Izuku a sense of pride. It was as if the idea that the boss was now his soldier had solidified. Izuku turned around. The 29 shadow soldiers awaited his command. Right now, his army's numbers were little. It could have been because the shadow extraction's level was too low, or it could have been that his intelligence stat was too low. Still, Izuku was sure that the number of his army would only increase going forward. I really obtained an army. And contrary to what he had feared earlier, an army made of shadows, not bone and corpses. Only one problem remained. How would he walk around with these soldiers? It gave him a headache imagining walking down the road with the pitch black humanoids following. He would surely be noticed if these things were surrounding him. Not only noticed. This ability was beyond reawakening. If he was placed under special surveillance, people may even ask him to cancel the summoning. Hunter Association HSD Chief Wu Chiel. He imagined those military-looking dudes swarming him and felt stifled at the headache that would follow. Thankfully, he had another skill. Izuku opened up his skill screen. Class-specific skills. Active skills. Shadow Extraction, LV. 1. Shadow Storage, LV. 1. The one that he hadn't checked yet. Shadow Storage. It seemed like something that would be used in situations like this. Shadow Storage, LV. 1. Class-specific skill. Mana cost. 0. Absorb the shadow soldiers into the user's shadow for storage. The stored soldiers can be freely summoned and reabsorbed by the user. Stored shadows. 0, 20. Before he had checked the description, he had surmised that the storage in its name meant that the skill would allow him to manage the soldiers somehow. However, there was one thing he did not expect. The limits of the storage was smaller than the limits of the summoning. While he could make 30 soldiers, he could only store 20 of them. That meant that he would have to get rid of 10 more. It would be like biting of one of his fingers. Even getting rid of just one soldier was painful, and now he had to get rid of 10 of them. Izuku looked over his army. Of course, Igris and the mages would be excluded from selection. That would leave the infantry. He decided to pick the 10 soldiers furthest away this time. Izuku briefly prayed for their souls. The soldiers he selected became dust and scattered. Compared to the first time, the regret that he felt was lessened. They say humans can get used to anything. Anyways. Izuku looked at the remaining soldiers and used shadow storage. At the activation of the skill, Igris and the shadow soldiers melted like ice into flat shadows. Then, their shadows flowed over to Izuku and entered his own shadow. It was exactly as described by the skill. His army was absorbed into his shadow. It all happened in a blink of an eye. The shadow army was nowhere to be seen. Izuku looked at his shadow with amazement. In that moment, the system rang. You've tried out all the class-specific skills. The class advancement is now complete. The exit will now be created. It was a long and tough road. Izuku took one last look around the dungeon. The traces of combat littered the area. Broken knights. Cracked walls. The destroyed pillar. And the one who destroyed the pillar, the iron golem, which was now a pile of broken armor. But his trials had resulted in many great boons. New class and skills. A powerful army. A smile appeared on Izuku's face. I wonder what All Might's gonna say. He turned around without a lingering thought. The gate to the real world waited for him. Izuku stepped through. He returned to the clearing in the forest. It was the same spot he had first entered the quest's dungeon. The time was 5 AM. The sun would be rising soon. Oh right. Izuku looked at his watch and kicked himself in his mind. If I knew I was going to take this long, I should have let Izumi know. Fortunately, he had been late in the past due to the association's raids. Izuku looked behind him. The gate that he left from had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty clearing, everything that had happened felt like a dream. Wait, a dream? No way. Izuku looked around. Soldiers clad in pitch black surrounded him. The shadow soldiers had come out the moment he thought of them in his head. At first, he thought of them as monsters. Shadow soldiers. Monsters that were called from the shadows of the dead. If they were monsters, what do you call the being that can freely create and control them? Izuku smiled. Well, it doesn't matter. He recalled the soldiers into his shadow again. The road home felt as easy as walking downhill. Izuku slept for a long time. He could not help it. The moment he had lied down in his bed, the day was already bright. What woke him was the ringing of his phone. He managed to grab it with much difficulty. Izuku answered the phone with his eyes still closed. Hello. His tired voice cracked a bit. Izumi said. What the? Oni-chan, are you still sleeping? Do you know what time it is? Izumi asked with surprise from the other end, so Izuku asked. What time is it? Izumi said it's 2 PM. Izuku peeked at the phone through a crack in his eyes. She was right and said. Oni-chan, you do remember that you have to come to the school today, right? Her voice was filled with concern. This made Izuku finally sat up on the bed. When do I have to be there by? Izumi said. 5. Izuku said. Alright, I won't be late. Don't worry. Izumi is expected of my brother. Call me when you get here. Izumi ended the call. Izuku scratched his head and slowly got up. He could probably make it if he got ready now. I'm about to go see my little sister's teacher. Izuku looked at the mirror and looked straight and saw locks of hair blocking his view and said. I look like a homeless man. I can't go looking like this. He went over and looked through his wardrobe. A musty scent filled his nose. It was not exactly a good smell. Izuku's forehead wrinkled. The most suitable thing was a black long-sleeve shirt and jeans, and he wore it before it was way too big for him and he was too lazy to return it, but now it fits him. Man, my body really grew. I seriously need a haircut. This is blocking my vision. Izuku's eyes fell on the bank book that Yujin had given him. It contained the magic core income from their raids. A smile crept up on Izuku's face. It's been a while. Shall I go shopping? However, there was something small he had to check. Wait, not small, something big. Izuku took off the suit and sat down on his bed and opened up the status screen. Name. Izuku Midoriya. Level. 51. Class. Monarch of Shadows. Title. Wolf Slayer 1 more. HP. 11,035. MP. 1,022. Fatigue. 0. Stats. Strength. 132. Constitution. 91. Agility. 111. Intelligence. 70. Sense. 93. Available stat points. 10. Physical damage reduction. 46%. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV. Max. Unyielding Spirit, LV. 1. Advanced Dagger. Proficiency, LV. 1. Active Skills. Sprint, LV. 2. 1 for ALLLV.1. Bloodlust, LV. 1. Stealth, LV. 1. Vital Stab, LV. 2. Dagger Throw, LV. 1. Class-specific skills. Active skills. Shadow Extraction, LV. 1. Shadow Storage, LV. 1. Equipment. Red Knight's Helmet, S. Gatekeeper's Necklace, A. High-Level Knight's Breastplate, B. High-Level Knight's Gauntlet, B. High-Level Mage's Ring, B. Mid-Level Assassin's Shoes, C. Izuku stuck out a tongue at the status screen that went on and on. I feel like only few days ago this was nearly empty. It was true. But now, just the skills and equipment alone had increased greatly. Above all else, what stood out to him was his new class. Class. Monarch of Shadows. Just yesterday, this spot was decorated with word. None. To be honest, every time he opened his status screen, that none bothered him. A hero that didn't raid, protect civilians, or fight villains was basically an unemployed bum. At least, that's how society viewed them. So when he looked at his status screen before and saw that he had no CLASS job, it struck a chord in his mind. Now, he could not hide his joy in looking at the newly filled part of his status screen. Of course, having none in that section didn't mean that he didn't have a job in real life. Still, it reminded him of his past. Other hunters raided and earned a ton of money without paying attention to the eyes of the world. He was not the same. He could not even proudly claim that he was a hero. After all, he was a mere ranker who could barely hold on to his own life. But now, he had obtained a job, or rather something special. His job was still a hero, but in a way, he had obtained a special calling called the Monarch of Shadows. Izuku then thought. Even if it's not exactly what I was hoping for. He had no regrets. If anything, he was satisfied. If he wasn't in his room, he would have summoned Igris and the Shadow Soldiers before him. Izuku really wanted to test out their capabilities in battle. What if they could bring out a 100% of their former powers? Izuku stood still and felt his heartbeat. In his head, he was running simulations of his next raid. Additionally, he was looking forward to Yujin's reaction. Imagining the young man's face with wide open eyes and mouth, Izuku laughed despite of himself. Hold on. If he was able to raise a dead target and if that target was not limited to a monster or a magic beast, I should theoretically be able to raise a soldier from a dead hero or person, right? It was obvious, but he had avoided the idea because a human was involved. To think that he would command an undead soldier from a dead man's shadow. Just the idea shocked him. What if I can raise in rank or S-rank hero's shadow? The power he would obtain would be beyond imagination. Even if the soldier could wield just 50% of their former powers, it would be enough for him to raid high-level dungeons. The light racing of his heart turned to a full sprint. But Izuku shook his head. Still, raising a human being into an undead It was not something that should be done. No matter how much it increased his powers, he wanted to avoid doing that. Unless someone appeared that truly deserved it. Even if an opportunity appeared, there was a philosophical problem. Humans were not monsters or magic beasts. For now, he would be satisfied with the army on hand. The Shadow Soldier who was level 7 and a Knight grade. How powerful was he? Izuku anticipated his next raid. While staring at the screen in happiness, Izuku noticed something else. Title. Wolf Slayer 1 more. Ah. He suddenly remembered that the reward from the class advancement quest did say something about a new title. Izuku checked the hidden title. One who has triumphed over adversity. For every 1% HP lost, all stats increased by 1%. It's a title given to the one who has courageously endured against adversity. It was an amazing buff that would increase all of his attributes as he lost life. The Wolf Slayer was a decent title on its own, increasing his attributes by 40% against beast-type monsters. However, its condition made it difficult to see the benefit most of the time. And now, he had earned something that he could always use. After thinking about it, it even had a good synergy with the Unyielding Spirit passive. Without a hesitation, Izuku changed his title. Title. One who. One more. The unused title would be hidden, but he could always swap it out when he needed it. There were 3 rewards he had received after reaching a high amount of advancement points. The first was the advancement to a higher class. The second was the new title. And the third was bonus stats. Stats. Strength. 132. Constitution. 91. Agility. 111. Intelligence. 70. Sense. 93. Available stat points. 10. Physical damage reduction. 46%. There were 10 undistributed points. In the past, he would have invested them into agility or sense, but things were different now. Izuku put all 10 points into intelligence. Even still, the stat was only at 80. I never thought I'd be using magic. His plan for the time being was to invest every point into intelligence. However, Izuku did not plan to switch up his fighting style. Man, even the other new skill feels like it belongs to assassin class. It was the new skill he had learned during combat. Dagger throw, LV. 1. Active skill. Mana cost. 30. Dagger specific. Throw your dagger to inflict damage. As the skill level increases, the accuracy and damage increases. He had fought like a fighter class up until now. Just because he had earned a new class and class-specific skills, he couldn't just throw away his way of fighting. For now, he would use the shadow skills as a support and continue to wield the dagger. An outstanding combat skill, supported by the shadow army. His goal before receiving the class was unchanged. The shadow soldiers appeared more useful than he thought. He did not think it was possible to subordinate a boss-level monster. If he relied solely on those new skills, the dagger-specific skills he had obtained would be wasted. On top of that, he had just purchased Night Killer. If I knew I was going to be a mage class, I would have bought a staff or something. Of course, had he done that, he might not have been able to finish the class advancement quest. Izuku closed a status screen. He had sufficiently absorbed all of the new information. He had spent 20 minutes going through everything. Izuku scratched his head. Time to head out, I guess. Izuku smirked. The power of the attributes did not shine just in fighting magic beasts. When he focused, time slowed down. More accurately, Izuku had sped up. He opened the door and went outside of his room. Shower. Dry. Put on clothes. It took him 3 minutes. He could have done it faster, but he felt like the worn-down apartment would not be able to withstand his full speed. My hair's still wet. It's really long. Still, he had basically saved about 20 minutes, so there was no need to hurry. Izuku was about to leave when realized he forgot something. His keys. The keys were on top of the desk. On any other day, he would have walked over in annoyance to grab them. Today, he stretched a hand towards it. Where else would I use this? Ruler's hands. The key slowly slid across the table, then shot into his hand as if pulled by a powerful magnet. Izuku grabbed the key and smiled. Having finished all preparations in a flash, Izuku left his house while whistling. The first place he visited was the bank. He was curious on how much he had earned from the magic cores. The management of the magic cores were left to the raid leader, Yujin. The young man had told him that he had sold all the magic cores after each day's raids. The funds were deposited into the bank book Izuku was holding. However, they did not particularly discuss the actual amounts involved. That punk. He's so good at reporting on everything else. He doesn't really have an interest in money. He is rich though. Maybe because of the circumstances of his life, the young man probably had little interest in financial matters. His conversation topics mostly revolved around celebrities, raids, music and movies. Well, conversation mostly entailed Yujin talking, while Izuku just silently nodded along. When Izuku thought back on the times he spent with Yujin, the chattermouth had never talked about his family. It was strange. Before Izuku could give it more thought, he arrived at the bank. The ATMs were being serviced. Defeated, Izuku grabbed a number and waited. Soon, he was called and went up to the counter. The female service employee had a short hair and a bright smile. She asked helpfully. "Hello, how may I help you today?" Izuku said. "Could I get some help with this?" The employee said. "Of course." The employee took the bank book from Izuku's hands with a smile. While waiting, Izuku looked around the bank. Even though it was a weekday afternoon, there were unusually many people around. While he was people watching, the bank employee took a look at Izuku's bank book and was surprised. Account balance. 142,659,000. She carefully reread the number, counting the zeros. It was definitely over 1 million. And the amount wasn't some life-saving. The transaction history showed that it was all collected in the past week. She thought. He's so young, how could he? She had first thought of Izuku as a college student who was running bank book errands for his mother. Now, she stared at the man with a completely different look. She carefully asked him a question with a slight ulterior motive. "So, what do you do?" Realizing how her question sounded, the employee became embarrassed and looked away with her cheeks reddening. Izuku said. "I'm a hero." The employee nodded. The rumors were true. To think it would be this much. She suddenly felt ashamed at her ordinary desk job. Just until moments ago, Izuku was just a customer like any other. Now, she realized he lived in a different world. He's probably a really high-ranking hero. Only they would earn this much money. This was the first high ranker she had met. The thought made her heart flutter. A young man like him with over $1 billion in cash would be considered a VIP at this bank. And if he was a hero on top of that, he would be a VIP. She did not want to miss the opportunity. The employee started to go off as mandated by her training. So, there's a new product for VIP customers at our bank. Her business use smile had turned into a genuine one, her eyes were fixed on Izuku. Izuku said, "No, I'm good." She said, "Ah, okay." She could not hide the disappointment in her voice. Feeling like a lengthy conversation might follow, Izuku hurried and got up and said, "Thank you for your hard work." While ignoring the gaze of the employee on the back of his neck, he left the bank. The moment he went outside, he sighed in relief. He had noticed a change in her eyes after he revealed that he was a hero. The gazes of others. And their interest. It was something normal for other heroes, but not to Izuku. After leaving the bank, Izuku was finally able to check his income. He was very surprised. 142,659,000. After Izuku finished the errand to check his account balance, he went to get a haircut at a nearby salon and sat down and said, "I want something short but kind of bushy like how mine's is now." The barber nodded. After 15 minutes Izuku paid and walked out and thought, "I look so much better now." As he exited, people looked at him and some girls whispered, "Hey, look at the guy with green and black hair, is he a model?" Then someone said, "He's so hot." Another one said, "Go ask him for his number." He was a completely different person than when he had left the house. Izuku stopped next to a shop window and checked his new look out in the reflection and thought, "Whoa, I look so much more. I'll sound homosexual if I say it. Hot." He checked the time. It was 4:20. She said be there by 5. He would make it in time. Taxi. He hailed a cab and arrived at the school with time to spare. He saw Izumi waiting for him out in front and said, "Izumi Midoriya." His little sister did not realize he had approached and jumped. "Oni-chan." Izumi stared at him like a deer in headlights and said, "Excuse me, are you really Izuku Midoriya?" Izuku said, "Do you not recognize your own Oni-chan?" "I'm hurt." As he playfully said. Izumi looked up and down on his figure and exclaimed, "Well, you're a completely different person." Izuku said, "Yeah, my hair was too long so I made it shorter." Izumi could not close her mouth. Izuku said, "Your jaw's going to fall off." "I'm going ahead." It looked like Izumi was too shocked to guide him, so Izuku took the lead. He was a student here 2 years ago. The structure was familiar to him. He knew the meeting would happen in a conference room and not a homeroom, so he headed in that direction. His pace was quick. Izumi said, "Oni-chan. Wait for me." Izumi quickly trotted after her brother. On the way, he greeted various teachers. Every one of them stared at him as he walked by. As Izuku heard, girls whispered about him being hot and all, and the guys just started at him with jealousy. The teachers weren't the only ones who turned their heads. Some students said, "Whoa, handsome." Another said, "Who is that?" Someone responded, "Isn't that Izumi next to him?" Someone else said, "It must be her brother. Wow, he's so hot." A handsome face and muscular and tall body. Even a plain-looking person would catch their eyes. Well, Izuku was completely uninterested. The students' whispers went in one ear and out the other to him. The one who was excited was Izumi. She perked her ears and listened to her fellow students' whispers, then went up to her brother and ribbed him with her elbow. "Wow, Oni-chan's pretty popular." He ignored her the first time. "You know, Oni-chan doesn't have a girlfriend, right?" He ignored her the second time. "Should your cute little sister introduce you to someone?" He pinched her cheeks the third time and said, "Don't mess around." Izumi said, "Sorry." Izuku released her and she rubbed her red cheek and said, "Chi, I know you're enjoying all this." While they were being siblings, they had arrived. Izumi spun with a flourish, then gestured. "Oni-chan, it's here." Izuku was about to enter, then turned to Izumi and asked, "What about you?" Izumi said, "This is only for the parent guardian and the teacher. I'm just here to see you off." Oh right, Izuku remembered his own back in his last year of primary school. At the time, no one had come for him. Mom was already having difficulties moving back then. After she fell ill, his mom had to be quickly hospitalized. Not wanting to exert her weak body, Izuku did not tell her about the parent-guardian meeting. He had to endure the pestering of his teacher for a while because of that. Remembering that experience, he realized why Izumi was nervous when she asked for his time. He asked his sister with a smile. "You're staying out late today, too, right?" Izumi said. "Yep, you can go home without me." Izuku said, "Alright." He patted her head before she could react, messing up her hair and said, "Study hard." Izumi said, "Ah dang it, don't do that." Izuku said, "I'll see you at home." Izuku entered the conference room with a smile. Izumi fixed her hair while pouting and said, "How long will you treat me like a kid?" Well, it wasn't like she hated it. She looked around, worried that someone might have seen. After confirming no one was around, she skipped towards her classroom. If he had to describe his first impression of Izumi's homeroom teacher in a sentence. She is very young. The teacher said. You must be Izumi's older brother. She was a female teacher in her early 20s. Someone whose bright smile made the other person feel comfortable. Knowing the circumstances of his household, she did not question Izuku's presence at all for the parent-guardian meeting. She said, "Pleased to meet you. I am Izumi's homeroom teacher. I didn't realize Izumi had such a handsome older brother." Izuku said, "Thanks I guess." The teacher said, "Are you free anytime soon, handsome?" Izuku said, "I'm 15. The teacher's jaw dropped. She's new teacher that came to the school after he had graduated the primary school. She bowed and said, "Sorry, that was very unprofessional of me." Izuku said, "It's fine, a lot of people were saying stuff about me." The teacher said, "Please, have a seat." She gestured toward a chair. Izuku sat down and faced the teacher across a large desk and she said, "I don't think you have to worry about Izumi." They talked about the average matters for a parent-guardian meeting. Their conversation continued in a good mood for some time. Because Izumi was a model student, her teacher had nothing but good things to say. She said her test scores were good and her overall grades are excellent. She should be more than capable of getting into a good school. So please don't put too much pressure on her. Izuku solemnly nodded. The teacher's face was filled with expectations for Izumi. The meeting was nearing its end after 15 minutes. Izuku was about to rise, but then the teacher carefully asked a question. "I heard that Izumi's elder brother is a hero." Her eyes had suddenly turned serious. Izuku realized something was up. "Yes, I am." The teacher asked. "If Izumi said she wanted to fight monsters, would you let her work as a hunting hero?" Izuku said. "Absolutely not." Izuku firmly replied. He did not need to think about it. The teacher's expression darkened. As I expected. When Izuku looked at her suspiciously, the teacher continued with hesitation. "If it's not too much trouble, may I ask you for a favor?" Izuku nodded and said, "If it's something I can do." He'd hear her out at least. Fearing that he would change his mind, the teacher quickly spoke. "One of the female students is thinking of becoming a hunting hero. She's planning on dropping out and starting work as a hero. She's been absent for some time now." It was a common occurrence. Despite not knowing what the job truly entailed, they did it with pride at the fact that they were different from an ordinary person. Even if you were an awakened being, taking on the title of a hero and earning life-changing amounts were difficult. The teacher sighed deeply. "If this continues, the school will have no choice but to take action. I want to avoid that if possible. Even if you were a hero, don't you think you should at least have a high school diploma? Or at least get into a hero school like UA?" Izuku nodded in agreement. At the positive response, the teacher's face brightened a bit. "Could you please convince her to at least consider graduating?" The teacher smiled pleadingly. Izuku asked a question out of curiosity. "That student, what was her rank?" The teacher said. "From what I've heard, it was the lowest rank." Izuku thought. "She's not going to live long." Izuku clicked his tongue inside his head. Even just entering a dungeon required a caution at that rank. 9 out of 10 times, entering a dungeon with carefree attitude born of arrogance resulted in either becoming disabled or dying. The fact that a girl his sister's age might meet such a fate weighed heavily on Izuku. However, he knew this was her decision. No one had forced her into it. It was unfortunate, but he did not want to take valuable time out of his schedule to interfere with someone else's choice. People like that didn't like being told what to do. And so, Izuku decided to refuse and started to rise. But the teacher continued. "Her name is Songyi. Izumi should know her." When he heard the student's name, Izuku could not get up. He asked to confirm. "Teacher, what was her name again?" "It's Songyi. Do you know her?" What a small world. Izuku was at a loss for words. Hero Association headquarters. An employee was performing a routine check on all the machines. He was currently looking at a handheld magic power measuring device. The counter that should have been fixed at 0 was fluctuating up and down non-stop. It seemed like the device was broken. However, the employee was not worried. Even magic-powered devices broke down from time to time, just like any other devices. "Hey Kim." Kim said. "Sir." As his subordinate quickly came to him. The employee asked. "How many gates did we measure with this?" Kim said. "What's the serial number?" The employee said. "N1744B. The subordinate performed a quick search. It went through 7 places in the past few days. In the past few days. Let me see. It was true. It had measured exactly 7 gates in the past. The senior employee scratched his chin. The protocol when a magic power measuring device was found to be faulty was to cancel the rating rights of every gate it had measured. The reason was obvious. If a group of hunters entered what they believed to be a C-rank gate, only to be met with a B rank or even in rank difficulty 1, they would be slaughtered. This was the terror of high-level dungeons. Just as the difference between low-ranking hunters and a high ranker was like night and day, the dungeon's difficulty also increased exponentially as the rank went up. There was reason why high-level gates were mostly reserved by the large guilds. It was easy to notify the proper groups and cancel the raids, but that would invite a problem or two. The heroes whose raids were cancelled would complain, and if the dungeon underwent a dungeon break while they were remeasuring it, it would be a great disaster. Worst case scenario, he could be fired. It was really hard it was to get a job at the association. The Hero Association was a revered organization. Obtaining employment here was an arduous task. The prospect of losing such employment clouded the employee's judgment. He shook his head. His subordinate roughly gathered what his senior was thinking. So, what should we do? It's been 2 days already. If there was a problem, it probably would have shown itself already. The senior said. Let's leave it be. Kim said. Are you sure? The employee said. It's already been 2 days, what could happen? The subordinate nodded. Put in a report that N1744B was working just fine until today. Oedatega's 2nd Management Division chief was making dinner at home. On Sangman was cutting green onions, then stopped to stretch his back. The night's menu was soybean stew. Having achieved independence 8 years ago, the bachelor had become quite skilled in cooking. The man had started teaching himself 5 years ago. It was during a period where he filled his belly with instant food. Realizing that his health was declining, he decided to learn how to cook for his health. Now, he was skilled enough to cook something he had only seen in passing on TV. However, as his skills increased, the things he cooked became more and more simple. Just like today's soybean stew. He tasted the soup and praised himself. To think that only one person would be able to taste this, the man was truly disappointed. The face of his right-hand man flashed across his mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He was already sick of being called a bachelor. He did not want to invite weird rumors by inviting a fellow male employee over for dinner. Although Hien Gichiel was an obedient subordinate with a good head, there were certain areas the man was lacking in. Time to eat. On Sangman prepared his table in the living room while humming. Soon, the man was ready to eat his dinner alone while watching TV. He turned on the TV, the news was on. This is an update on today's breaking news. One of the benefits of living alone was that he never had to fight anyone for what channel to watch. Whenever he turned on the TV, it would be at the same channel he was always watching. On Sangman watched the news while moving his utensils in the corner of his eye. An unknown explosion at the US Federal Bureau of Heroes in the capital has thrown the country into chaos. We've received unconfirmed reports that it was the result of friction between S-rank heroes. On Sangman clicked his tongue with a worried expression and continued eating. Looking over the meal in front of him, he realized there was something missing. This is a footage from a security cam outside of the building. Here you can see cracks appearing on the wall, and then. The man got up and grabbed some kimchi from the refrigerator. He was about to take his first bite when the phone rang. He took out his phone in annoyance, but his attitude changed in an instant when he realized who was calling. Yes, this is On Sangman. It was Izuku. On Sangman took the call with a bright expression. However, listening to what Izuku had to ask, his expression turned to one of confusion. Sangman said. Sir. You want to tag along in our new recruit training? Izuku ended the call. At first, On Sangman happily agreed to his request. Thanks to that, Izuku would be able to see how Oedatega trained their new recruits in a raid. Yujin had helped him out with it even on his busy day. The young man had told him that he could only vacate wherever he came from for a brief moment and apologized. Izuku thought the young man's attitude was rather mature compared how he had acted in the past. Anyways, Izuku was ready. He was currently in front of the residence of the troubled student that Izumi's teacher had asked him to convince. It was about a 2-minute walk. Izuku probably could have hit it with a rock from his own room. He took a look around the neighborhood. It was a small neighborhood filled with worn-down buildings. He was able to roughly gather that, like his own family, she probably did not grow up that well. He understood why she wanted to be a hunting hero. It reminded him of his past. He himself had gotten hurt many times before. The A-rank hero even teetered between life and death few times. If it wasn't for his mother's rare illness, he would have never started the job. For an E-rank hero, the dungeon was that much of a dangerous place. If he did nothing, she would surely come to regret her decision. Forget regret, she might even lose her life. After all, dozens of heroes died every day across the world. Izuku did not care about any of them, it was their decision. The person this time around was not a complete stranger. If she was, Izuku would have ignored the teacher's request, even if it was Izumi's classmate. But the young girl's name was familiar to Izuku. He felt a presence approaching. Looking up, it was the problem student. Seeing her face, Izuku confirmed it was indeed the same girl. The student noticed Izuku and tilted her head. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The girl didn't recognize him, mostly because of his haircut. But Izuku recognized her. Sigh. It's really a small world after all. Izuku scratched the side of his head. The female high school student who wanted to be a hunter. She was the sole female member of Yujin's raiding party, the one whose age concerned Izuku in the beginning. Song-yi. When he heard her name from Izumi's teacher, Izuku was sure it was her. Just in case, he asked for her records. The day that she stopped coming to school was the day he started raiding with Yujin's team. Once he realized this, Izuku realized all this might have been partially his fault, so he decided to take responsibility. The circumstances of their raiding party were special, and he did not want to mislead the girl into thinking that what she earned with them would be the norm going forward. After all, she had earned 2.8 million won in the past week. That was an unthinkable amount for a kid still in 7th grade. If he heard in the future that she died in a dungeon, he knew it would be a thorn in his heart. And so, he decided to take the time today to convince her. It wouldn't be that difficult. Song asked. "So why are you here?" Izuku said. "You don't recognize me? I'm the other guy that hunts with the raid leader." Song-yi stared at Izuku with wide open eyes. She looked a little hesitant. "No way, the hero that the teacher wanted to introduce me to was you? I don't know what the teacher told you, but I'm not interested in school anymore. I don't plan on giving up the hunter life." She attempted to cut him off firmly from whatever he was planning on doing. Back in the raiding party, she was a rather quiet girl, but when it involved her future, her attitude had changed. It was a precocious behavior fitting of today's children. Izuku smiled widely. Izuku calmly spoke. "Yeah, I don't plan on telling you to give it up either." The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Izuku knew, telling kids like her to not do something was the best way to get them to do that thing. From the start, he had no intention of convincing her through words. He would just show her a glimpse of reality. He realized that truth on his first raid. That reality was much more cruel than he thought. Han Song-yi tried to keep up a stern demeanor and asked. Then why are you here?" Izuku stepped forward. The girl almost took a step back in surprise, but kept her composure as to not appear weak. In front of Song-yi, Izuku put on a smile. He did not mean to do so, but it was a rather evil-looking smile, filled with ulterior motives. "I want to make you into an amazing hero." She did not need any convincing to go into the dungeon. Enticed by the prospect of watching Hoitatega's new recruit training in person, she excitedly tagged along without a shred of suspicion at Izuku. When she asked how he knew her homeroom teacher, Izuku showed her a picture of him and his sister. "Are you Izumi's one-chan?" Izuku said. "Yeah." Izuku and Song got into a bus, and the bus stopped nearby, where Hoitatega would be holding their new recruit training in the form of a raid. He was told that they would begin their training at 9 p.m., so he had plenty of time. From his side, Song struck up a conversation. "So does Izumi really spend all day studying at home? I heard she even uses an encyclopedia as wallpaper, so she can constantly look at something to memorize. Did his little sister really have such a reputation? At home, she was just a chicken-loving girl who loved to sleep," and Izuku said. "She's the same as everyone else. When she comes home, she plays around, eats and sleeps. Well, mostly sleep." Song said. No way. How could her grades be so good if that was the case?" Izuku said. "I couldn't believe it either. Back when I was in grade 6 and she was in 4, she was just a girl who went to arcades with me." While the pair shared a conversation, they had arrived at the gate. Izuku stopped walking. It was a neighborhood that produced a lot of gates for some reason. Because of that, most of the people had moved away, and it was easy to find parking. Izuku heard that there were at least 8 residential buildings in the area that were abandoned. Once the remaining people moved away, the government planned to just flatten the entire area. Izuku felt that there was a strange foreboding feeling in the air. Izuku swore he could hear a cheering coming from his shadow. He chalked it up to the atmosphere. Song was slightly scared because of that atmosphere, but quickly cheered up when she saw other heroes in the distance. Her sparkling eyes were like someone looking at a celebrity. Gichiel said, "Oh, you really came." Gichiel noticed Izuku and came over, and Gichiel said, "Do you remember me?" Izuku lightly nodded. When Gichiel greeted him with a genuine and not a business-use smile, Izuku smiled back despite of himself. He had only met the man few times, but it seemed like he had a likable personality. Gichiel said, "I heard from the chief. So this is the student." Song bowed her head. They were lightly exchanging greetings when a large muscle head split off from the hunters and came over. Can we get going already? We're not here for a picnic. It's almost 9. Without waiting for their response, the man returned to the gate. Izuku could tell he was not an ordinary man. He turned to Heian Gichiel. Who was that? Ah, he's an rank new recruit that just entered the guild. When we informed him about you and the student, he was annoyed. Said something about a dungeon not being a playground. Izuku said. Rank. Gichiel nodded. The man being in rank would explain the presence Izuku felt. Izuku asked another question. What's the level of the raiding party? Gichiel said. 1 A rank, 7 B ranks, 4 C ranks for a total of 12 members. Izuku said. You're taking in rank and B ranks for just a C rank gate. Gichiel said. Well, even if their rank is high, they're newbies. It's to give them a taste of what the dungeon is like. Gichiel spoke with pride. Once they completed their raid today, he added that they would be placed in official high-level raids going forward. Izuku's eyes changed. In fact, this was the real reason why On Sangman let him tag along so easily. The chief wanted to show off the elite new recruits of Hoitatega to Izuku, to show him the value of the guild. However, contrary to On Sangman and Heian Gichiel's expectations, Izuku looked over at the raiding party with a disappointment in his eyes. The gate was a C rank. Compared to that, the raiding party was too strong. Izuku thought. If the raid is too easy, my plan won't work. This was his worry, but he shook his head. I'm sure once she see what it's like in there, she'll realize the truth. The truth of how powerless an ear anchor was in a dungeon as Izuku was one himself. That should be enough, and Song said. When are we going in? Not realizing Izuku's true intentions, Song impatiently asked when they would start the raid. Turning to his side, Izuku saw that her face was filled with excitement and anticipation. Izuku thought. Let's see how long you can keep that up. He laughed in his head and turned to Gichiel. Then, we'll be going as well. Gichiel said. Ah, yes. Gichiel looked around, then leaned in and whispered to Izuku. If Hunter Izuku Midoriya-san steps up, the raid will be over in a flash. Could you please just stay in the back and watch? Well, that was his plan. Izuku said. Yes, I'll do just that. He would resume the raids with Yujin tomorrow. He had no need to interfere with Hoitatega's new recruit training. However, tomorrow would be the inaugural combat for his shadow army, so he decided to Song here. If the girl saw him easily taking down magic beasts with his shadows, her delusions might worsen. Izuku and Song went before the gate. Unlike the air anchor, some of the other heroes greeted them with a smile. As the purpose of the raid was not money, having more people was a good thing. They took turns introducing themselves. When it was the air anchor's turn. I'm good. He turned and entered the gate first. Let us go as well. Hoitatega's new recruits entered the gate one by one. Song stopped before the gate and turned to Izuku. What about you? Izuku crossed his arms and replied. I'll see you go in first. With a face filled with nervousness, the girl nodded and entered. Izuku lightly sighed, then stood before the gate. Turning around, he saw Gichiel waving to him and cheering. Izuku turned back to the gate. Something was wrong. The gate was rippling and trembling non-stop. But right now, even though no one was entering or leaving, the gate was rippling like someone had disturbed the surface of a lake. Something was different. Izuku placed a hand on the gate. The surface of the gate clung to his hand like a sticky substance and started crawling up his hand. Izuku sharply turned his head and met Heian Gichiel's eyes. The employee also realized something was wrong. Izuku shouted at the man. Call your main heroes, right in. Before Izuku could finish, he was sucked into the gate. Gichiel ran to the gate. The 3 other Hoitatega employees also went up behind him. In front of the gate, Heian Gichiel was panicking in terror. No. No way. The heroes weren't the only new recruits here. The employees standing behind him were also new hires. Of course they would be confused at what was happening. They looked at Gichiel like deer in headlights. Deputy. The gate is turning red. As if a drop of blood fell on the surface of water, the gate surface was quickly turning red. Gichiel ignored the employees and quickly made a call. Sangman said. What is it, Gichiel? Gichiel said. Chief. It's a red gate. The new recruits just entered a red gate. Sangman said. What? On Sangman's voice became serious. What the hell? How did a red gate come out of a C-rank gate? Gichiel looked up at the gate that had turned completely red. The rippling had already stopped. The deputy gulped. I don't know, but it's definitely a red gate. Taiga said. A red gate. How did this happen? Hoitatega's guildmaster Howa Taiga immediately came to the scene after receiving the news. Gichiel, the man in charge of the training, had a dark expression. That's. Taiga walked past the employees, who were practically preparing for a funeral in their minds, and walked up to the gate. Taiga's face hardened. Red gates. It was a terrifying phenomenon observed in random high-level gates. Instead of taking you to a small and confined dungeon, it would connect to an entirely different world, complete with their own environments and lifeforms. Once the gate solidified in its red color, no one could enter or leave until the boss was taken down or a dungeon break occurred. It was completely closed off from the outside. Taiga placed a hand on the gate. It was definitely blocked. There was nothing they could do. Unlike other emergencies, help could not be provided to the ones inside. Taiga turned to Gichiel. Was this not a C-rank gate? Gichiel said. It was. Taiga said. Did you confirm with the association? Gichiel said. We did, but they were unusually adamant that this was a C-rank gate. Taiga asked. How many of our own went in? Gichiel said. 12, sir. The rank hunter Kim Tetsu took the lead and 7 B rank below him. Do you think the recruits will be alright? Taiga shook his head. We can consider them dead. If we're lucky, the ranker and few B rankers might come back alive. If they were lucky. Taiga's face darkened. Reading the mood, Gichiel carefully spoke up. So. There are 2 others that entered with our new recruits. Taiga raised his head. Did a passing high ranker tag along out of curiosity? That indeed would be a miracle. Taiga's voice became louder. Who was it? Sangman said. He's the hunter that's been on my sights recently. The reply came from their side. Both Gichiel and Taiga turned their heads to face on Sangman. The division chief was drenched in sweat and was panting. Sorry for being late. There was a little traffic. The fires of hope lit up in Taiga's chest. What's the hunter's rank? A. Or maybe B. They couldn't have been S. The hardened face of Taiga relaxed in an instant. Are you telling me an S ranker went in with them? On Sangman calmly replied. No sir. He's an E ranker. Izuku was surprised. This was his first time seeing a person, but Izuku had read up on the red gates on the internet in the past. They all used the expression of being sucked in. Izuku agreed. When the gate seemingly grabbed onto his hand and pulled him in, all he saw for a moment was darkness, and it felt like he was sliding down a tunnel. When he opened his eyes, he was in the middle of a forest covered in snow. Where are we? I don't think this is a dungeon. Someone yelled. The gate is gone. The other heroes looked around and could not hide their panic. While they were in chaos, Izuku calmly looked around with narrowed eyes. Thanks to the system, even in a situation like this, he was able to remain calm. First thing that he analyzed was the trees. Giant evergreens, impossibly large to be found in their country, covered the landscape, reaching high into the sky. The top of the trees were stacked with snow. He lowered his gaze and met someone else's eyes. It was the A-rank hero Kim Tetsu, who had also been surveying the surroundings. The two stared down at each other, then looked away. Song approached Izuku and lightly tugged on his clothes. Excuse me. Something went wrong, right? Her eyes were filled with fear. The confidence she displayed outside was completely gone. Suddenly, Izuku's hand shot toward her face. The girl's eyes widened. The arrow Izuku caught lightly trembled as if angry at not hitting its target. The target was Song's forehead. Realizing what just happened, Song's face turned white. However, the scream that rang forth did not come from her. Blood seeped out the hero's mouth as he fell to the ground, an arrow sticking out of his temple. A crimson flower bloomed on top of the snow. The hunters began to moan in fear. The 2 arrows had flown toward them at the same time. Thanks to that, most of them did not see Izuku catch the other arrow. Someone said. It was them. The B-rank hero pointed toward a faint spot on top of a distant tree. Long before he pointed, Izuku and Kim Tetsu's eyes were already looking in the direction. There were 2 people standing on top of the trees. White hair. Skin as pale as snow. Silver eyes. And the trademark of their race, pointed ears. Because of their fair beauty and the fact that you could only see them in high-level dungeons, they were quite famous among the magic beasts. Those that never met them in person refer to them as ice elves. However, those that have faced them directly in battle called them White Walkers. Their reasoning was that a pretty name like elf was not fitting for these things. Izuku was able to understand why the heroes called these things White Walkers while gritting their teeth. The 2 elves had lowered their bows and were laughing disgustingly at the hunters. It was as if they were deciding which food to eat first at a buffet. Izuku's eyes became sharp. An arrow to the right of the party. An arrow to the left of the party. Their targets were not random. The hero killed by the arrow was a newly awakened C-ranker in his 30s. Other than Song, he was the weakest of the group. And the other arrow was aimed at. The elves had targeted the 2 weakest members of their party. The White Walker's calculating ways annoyed Izuku. Making sure they could see him, Izuku held out the arrow and crushed it in his hand. Accepting the challenge, one of the White Walkers slid a finger across his throat. Even between human and magic beast, it was a universal gesture. Izuku's mouth formed a smile. His eyes were not smiling. I will kill you myself. At a mere magic beast's taunt, Izuku's eyes filled with a cold fury. The White Walkers quickly disappeared behind the tree. Tetsu finally opened his mouth. As he was the sole ranker of the party, everyone turned their eyes to him. He was technically the leader of this raid after all. I'm sure some of you noticed. This is a red gate. Kim Chil spoke in a condescending manner, but nobody dared to complain. That means that until we are all dead or a dungeon break occurs, no one will be coming for us. Many of the heroes groaned in defeat. Some of the ignorant ones had hoped for a rescue, and the fact that no such help would be coming crushed their spirits. Tetsu continued. If we stay here, we'll either freeze to death or be ambushed by those bastards. I will go and clear this dungeon to leave. Who's with me? With wide shoulders and a powerful look in his eyes, Tetsu looked rather dependable. After a brief pause, the heroes approached the man. However, Kim Chil shoved a man who had approached him. He had held back, but it was the power of an rancor. The man walked backwards while clutching his chest in pain. Not you. And you and you. In addition to the man, Tetsu pointed to several others, including Izuku and Song. Izuku's eyes twitched, realizing Tetsu's intentions. The musclehead had pointed to a total of 5 people. They were the C rank and below heroes. Unfortunately, we cannot take you with us. What do you know of red gates? A day in here is an hour outside. Worst case scenario, it'll take months before either we take down the boss or a dungeon break occurs. With that in mind, we can't babysit you all. The heroes that would be excluded tried to protest, but were silenced when Kim Chil gave a fierce look with his eyes. With a false kindness, Tetsu continued. Don't feel bad. All you have to do is survive until we take down the boss. The excluded hunters looked toward the other heroes in Tetsu's group pleadingly, but not one of them stepped forward. They all looked away. Except one. Excuse me. The female B ranker in Tetsu's team raised a hand. When Tetsu turned around, the woman gestured to Izuku. We can go from here to there, right? Tetsu in confusion said. If you want. Without a hesitation, the woman walked over to Izuku's side. Tetsu looked back and forth between the woman and Izuku. The A ranker snorted then spoke with a loud voice. Well, looks like we have a spot open. We'll take one more from your end. The man that was pushed earlier ran to Tetsu's side. Me. Hey, that's how it should be, Izuku thought. This woman's the weird one. Izuku stared at the woman at his side with a suspicious gaze. Meeting his eyes, she blushed a bit, getting a proper look at his face. The woman quietly spoke, so no one else could hear. That man, Kim Tetsu, he didn't see the arrow coming. Just because you were a high ranker didn't mean that all your stats were evenly distributed. Kim Tetsu's agility stat might have been low. Knowing the power of the different stats, Izuku did not give it much thought. So? The woman smiled widely. You're not an E rank, are you? Meanwhile, outside of the red gate. Taiga's expression was dark again. An Sangman gave a brief explanation of who Izuku Midoriya was, but the guildmaster was not convinced. In the end, it's just a theory, isn't it? Sangman said. Yes sir. The chief agreed. After all, there was nothing official on Izuku Midoriya yet. There was something definitely different about Izuku Midoriya. Unfortunately, An Sangman was frustrated at the fact that he could not explain this in words. Taiga glanced at the gate. Another person had joined Taiga, An Sangman and Hien Gichil. The 3 men turned their gaze towards the newcomer. It was the 1st Management Division Chief, Ju Sung. He looked over at the 3 men and continued with confidence. We've already firmly educated Kim Chil to prepare for any circumstances. The 4 men all turned to the red gate in unison. The color of the phenomenon looked like an ill omen of today. The woman asked brazenly. You're not an E rank, are you? Izuku replied. Then let me ask you something. The woman said. Sure. Izuku looked over to Tetsu's party. They were making various plans before heading out. Izuku said. All of you, how could you be so calm as new recruits? The women said. The first thing they teach us is that anything can happen in a dungeon. We've all already received some education. Especially that man, Kim Chil. He's received a special training. They say he'll enter Hoitatega's main raiding party. The women said. You didn't answer. Izuku turned his gaze back to the strange woman. My question, you didn't answer. Was he really an E rank? She was a rather persistent woman. Izuku said. Why do I have to tell you that? Although he had chosen to not answer her question, the woman, Park Hedon, pumped a fist inside her mind. She had met many people in her life and she was able to understand their minds. Just now, Izuku's answer was meant to deflect, but it had betrayed the confidence beneath the man. She was an athlete who awakened as a fighter class. She was confident in her visual acuity, but was unable to fully see Izuku's movements when he caught the arrow. Park Heejin's eyes were sparkling. At the very least, this man's air anchor. No, perhaps. Maybe. She asked again. Could you just tell me? Izuku said. No. The casual conversation would stop here. Izuku turned his head. He did not want to continue this back and forth that would go nowhere. More importantly, Tetsu was walking towards them. Izuku and Tetsu's eyes met. Because of his gruff and low voice, no matter what his intentions were, the man's voice was threatening. We'll be heading down the road. He was not here to simply let them know of their plans. Tetsu's eyes were asking him what Izuku's party would do. A subtle indication of "don't follow us" was hidden beneath the words. Izuku looked around then replied. We'll be heading down the forest. Tetsu said. Good luck. Well, the ones who'll need luck are you guys. Izuku swallowed the words. You too. Izuku's team headed into the forest. After watching them disappear in the distance, Tetsu let out a laughter he had been holding in. Morons. Someone said. What do you mean? Tetsu said. Look over there. Tetsu uncrossed his arms and pointed from tree to tree. It wasn't just in one place. Wherever he pointed, there was a territorial marking placed by some large beast. That person said. That's bears. Ice bear. Of the beast-type magic beasts, the bear types were especially dangerous. The marks on the trees signified their territory. The heroes in Tetsu's team clicked their tongues. Tetsu looked towards the forest mockingly. Of course, what does an E ranker know? Wait. The smile disappeared from his face. Their team has 2 C rankers and even a B ranker. So why did he consider Izuku to be their leader? He had not realized this until now. Tetsu shook his head. Well, whatever. They'll all be dead soon anyways. Tetsu decided to focus on himself and put the weaklings out of his mind. The dead are dead, but the living should strive to live. Tetsu turned to the road and spoke with a strength in his voice. Let's go. Izuku walked in front of the group. However, he had only taken few steps when Park Heejin ran ahead of him and blocked his way. Izuku said. What is it? Heejin said. Are you crazy? Izuku did not hide his annoyance and crossed his arms. Choose your next words carefully was the message. Reading the mood, Park Heejin lowered her voice. Sorry, but I have to say this. She gestured at the trees around them. Do you see those? The large claw mark on a tree. And there. Over there too. The bear's territorial marks are all over the place. This entire forest must be the home to bear magic beasts. In the animal kingdom, dogs and cats were weak compared to tigers and lions. It was the same with magic beasts. A dog type or a cat type magic beasts were far weaker than a tiger type or a lion type. And what about a bear type? Doubly so when it was a polar bear, a top predator among the animals. And right now, Izuku had led his team into the territory of those terrifying magic beasts. It was understandable that Park Heejin was mad. We have to go back right now. Before the magic beasts come. Izuku clicked his tongue. Park Heejin had expected one of 3 responses from Izuku. Anger, surprise or acceptance. Her expectations were off. Instead of acting like the one at fault, Izuku was instead looking down at her condescendingly. Why is he looking at me like that? Feeling embarrassed, Park Heejin's face turned red. What? Her voice was raised again. Izuku sighed deeply and opened his mouth. Since it's hard to find an unmarked tree, that means there are a lot of ice bears, right? Heejin said. Exactly, so we have to quickly. Izuku said. That's why we're heading into the forest. Park Heejin's eyes were wide open. Does she still not understand? Izuku decided to take the time to explain. In the forest, all we have to worry about are the ice bears. Park Heejin finally understood the meaning of Izuku's actions. If this forest was a home to many ice bears, that also meant that there was nothing here that threatened the ice bears. It meant they didn't have to worry about any magic beast stronger than ice bears. She felt embarrassed at yelling knowingly at the man. She could not raise her reddened face. Izuku clicked a tongue in his mind again. One of the scariest things about a dungeon was that you did not know what kind of an enemy waited around the corner. Knowing the enemy was half the battle after all. And in this forest, the information about the enemy was all over the place. No matter how strong these ice bears were, Izuku was sure that they were weaker than the ice elves earlier. It was because the elves' clothing was made of bear pelts. That's why he selected the forest. His plan was to level up here while keeping an eye out for Tetsu's team and the White Walkers. That was the safest path he had determined. Izuku stared suspiciously at Park Heejin. Why is your face so red? Her face was really red. She spoke with her head lowered. I'm cold. With a deep sigh, Izuku pulled up the shop and purchased several articles of clothing made out of thick fur and some winter-use shoes. Warm fur coat. Rarity. NA. Type. Junk. It's really warm. Cost. 10 gold. Warm boots. Rarity. NA. Type. Junk. It's really warm. Cost. 10 gold. Compared to items with special effects, ordinary use items like these were not expensive. Compared to his gold, they were rather cheap. Current gold. 431,930. Izuku confirmed the transaction. Since he could not discriminate in their current situation, he spent a 100 gold to buy a set for each of the 5 heroes. 5 sets of fur coats and boots appeared out of thin air in front of his feet. Other than Izuku, every one of his party members opened their eyes wide in shock. What the hell? Spatial magic. Park Hee-jin was also shocked and raised her head. Ignoring their gasps, Izuku calmly spoke. Everyone, pick one up and put it on. And with that, Izuku reached for the nearest fur coat when he felt a tug on his sleeves. Izuku turned his head to face Song. The girl gathered courage and spoke with difficulty. What are you? The arrow from earlier. And now this weird magic. Izuku furrowed his brows. If he let this continue, it would only be a headache going forward. Izuku sternly spoke. I brought you here, so I'll be responsible for your protection. But. His voice lowered. You can't ask me any questions. He raised his head and stared at Park Hee-jin and the other heroes. That goes for all of you as well. Do not ask or request anything of me. He continued. If you don't like it, you are more than free to leave. I won't stop you. Truthfully, the 2 other male hunters had followed the B-rank hero Park Hee-jin up until now. But looking back and forth between the warm gear and Izuku, they vigorously nodded. There was one more reason Izuku had chosen the forest. Status screen. Name. Izuku Midoriya. Level. 51. Class. Monarch of Shadows. Title. One Who. One More. Without letting the others know what was happening, Izuku quietly changed his title from One Who Has Triumphed Over Adversity to Wolf Slayer. It was time to show off this cheat-like buff. The beast-type monster has appeared. The effect of the title, Wolf Slayer, has been activated. Confirming his increased attributes, Izuku smiled. It was in that moment the other heroes screamed. It's a bear. Ice bear. Having smelled humans, an ice bear was slowly walking towards them. To the beast, they were enemies who had intruded on its territory. The ice bear was not looking at them nicely. The ice bear bared its teeth and growled, its fangs were as clear as ice. The beast stood up, towering over the heroes. It almost covered their entire vision. Although it looked like a polar bear, the beast was twice as big, and adorning its chest was the signature magic core of magic beasts. A powerful roar that echoed in the area. Hearing its roar, all the heroes, except for Izuku, froze up. Park Hee-jin frowned. What do you mean all we have to worry about are ice bears? Was that something that could be said while looking at the beast before them? She had fallen for Izuku's so-called logic. Looking at the ice bear in person, she was now sure. We shouldn't have entered this forest. Sensing danger, Park Hee-jin stepped in front of the party and shouted. I'll grab its attention, everyone else ah. The powerful force grabbed the hood of her coat and pulled her back. It was all she could to maintain her balance while being dragged backwards. After collecting herself, she looked up and saw Izuku in front of her. Then Hee-jin said. What the hell? Izuku pointed a finger at her. I'm going to say this once. All the magic beasts going forward are mine. He could not share valuable experience points after all. To Izuku, these cute little bears were just the appetizer before the main course of White Walkers. Park Hee-jin could not hide her confusion. Did he seriously just pull me back to face the thing alone? The 2 C-rank mage class hunters also stopped their casting and stared with a dumbfounded expression. No matter how strong you are, those are high-level dungeons magic beasts. Izuku ignored the fiery protest coming from the woman behind him and slowly walked towards the ice bear. If I used a dagger. The spilt blood would mess up his clothes. Izuku had summoned the 2 daggers out of habit but quickly returned them to the inventory. Instead, the man clenched his fists. I know I said I would just watch, but the situation's different now. I'm sure they'll understand. Izuku met the gaze of the ice bear. The ice bear swung an arm the size of a tree trunk with a lightning speed. But its attack struck nothing but air. It's fast for its eyes. Having jumped above the bear's head, Izuku realized why it had such a dangerous reputation. The level ups he underwent were not for nothing. Before the ice bear could raise its head, Izuku used all of his strength to punch its forehead. The bear's head crashed into the ground. Its skull obliterated, the bear stuck out a tongue and did not move again. Level up. Alright. Izuku felt like he was close to leveling up and realized that it was a good thing that he stopped Park Hee-jin. Who the hell are you? He turned to face the shaking voice and looked at the 4 members of his party at a loss for words. Izuku scratched his temple. I thought I made myself clear. Well, they probably forgot after seeing such a shocking scene. Izuku firmly spoke his conditions again. Once again, no questions. If you don't like it, you can go. Izuku pointed towards the direction Kim Tetsu's team had left in. To them. His words snapped Hee-jin to attention. I just saw you kill an ice bear in one hit. I am not leaving your side. She realized what she said and blushed. She had instinctively selected Izuku over Tetsu, but now realized just how correct her decision was. She made a determination after a quick calculation. In order to leave this place alive, she would have to follow Izuku Midoriya. Before Izuku could change his mind, she quickly spoke. Midoriya-san, please be our leader. I'll follow whatever you have say. After a brief moment, Izuku nodded. When he thought about it, this would probably be the best. Heejin turned around to the rest of the party. Shinsong was brought here by Izuku, she probably didn't need to ask the girl. And the other two heroes. Izuku asked. You two also agree, right? Suddenly having the attention focused on them, the two heroes looked back and forth between the Ice Bear's corpse and Izuku, then vigorously nodded. Meanwhile, outside of the Red Gate. Ichiel wiped away the sweat on his brows and checked the time. Taiga asked. How long has it been? Ichiel said. About 3 hours. Taiga said. 3 hours. That means 3 days have passed inside. Taiga's voice was heavy. Of the 4 gathered here, only Taiga had actually experienced the Red Gate before. The man was one of the S-rankers who represented Japan. Even to a man like him, a Red Gate was not something to be taken lightly. With a calm heart, he recalled the memory of the time. The true terror of Red Gates is the fact that the inside connects to an entirely different world. Inside the gate, you could end up in a desert world with temperatures exceeding 60 degrees Celsius, 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Or perhaps it'll be a jungle world infested with venomous snakes and poisonous insects. Maybe even a tundra world where the tips of your fingers will freeze. The 3 listening gulped as one. Taiga said. And in that harsh environment, you have to face magic beasts. And let's say you somehow manage to get used to the environment. The problem after that is finding sustenance. At the minimum few weeks, at the longest few months. You had to find your own food in that time. It was not an easy task. Taiga said. You said 3 days had Padada said, right? Ichiel said. Yes. At Ichiel's confirmation, Taiga made a tragic face. If it's been that long, all the hunters below B rank are dead. Him Tetsu was an air anchor. But no matter how skilled in ranker was, it was impossible to protect his entire party in a situation like this. At the very least, you'd need an S ranker with him. And so. All we can do is pray that the high rankers come back alive. It was a conclusion born from experience. In Taiga's head, the C-rank heroes and below were as good as dead. Back in the Red Gate. The C-rank heroes and below were enjoying a feast around a campfire. On top of the fire, a large piece of meat was being cooked. You know this bear meat, it's a little tough, but it's not bad. One of the C-rankers said. Would you like some more? The other said. Oh, thank you. Song said. Oni-san, could you pass the pepper? Heejin said. You want the salt as well? Song said. No, just the pepper please. Somehow, they all had gotten used to the dungeon. Alongside the campfire, they even had tents and blankets for sleeping. They didn't exactly have much discomfort. No. In a bizarre way, they were almost feeling cozy, like they were on vacation. One of the C-ranks looked around and spoke. You know, doesn't it feel like the ice bears have been attacking us less and less lately? Heejin replied to him. Well, it's because the raid leader took care of them. You know, I don't know what grudge that man has against ice bears, but whenever I see him looking at one, it's terrifying. Honestly hope that the raid leader never looks at me that way. In no time, Izuku's title among his teammates had turned into raid leader. Feeling his absence, Park Heejin looked around and asked. Where did our dear raid leader disappear off to anyways? The second C-ranker said. He said he was going to patrol the area. Heejin was incredulous. To go around a high-level dungeon on his own. Is he not scared even a little bit? One of the C-rankers smiled widely. I think he'll be alright, don't you think? Seriously. The man killed a high-level magic beast with his bare hands. The man continued. You know. Now that I mention it. Just how high does your rank have to be to kill a magic beast like that with your bare hands? The silence fell on the group. Of course, they were all curious. But they did not want to break the cardinal rule of their group even when Izuku was absent. Let's just keep eating. Those were Heejin's words, and everyone nodded. Izuku was combing the forest and walked through a bush. He felt the presence of multiple ice bears from somewhere. He had been tracking their den since last night. He had started this after realizing that the attacking bears were all coming from the same direction. Walking all over the area, Izuku's eyes suddenly sparkled. Across the thicket, he saw dozens of caves. In each cave, he felt more than one presence. Well, he didn't need to use the sense stat. Just before him, many ice bears were entering and leaving the caves. At a rough count, there were about 30 of them. It was truly a den of bears. The corners of Izuku's mouth rose. He had purposely came alone. This would be the prime opportunity. They had been waiting. This would be their inaugural battle. Come forth. Responding to his thoughts, soldiers clad in black armor soundlessly appeared from his shadow and stood behind him, and Izuku said, "You know this is your first battle, right? As people had first impressions between each other, your first battle will determine my impression of you," is what he meant. The shadow soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder. Good. Izuku smiled widely. The ice bears caught a whiff of Izuku and slowly started coming out of their caves. Izuku pointed a hand toward the ice bears. Go. At his command, the shadow soldiers slid across the land toward the enemy. The shadow soldiers quickly closed the gap. However, the ferocious movements of the ice bears were far faster than the shadow soldiers. A single swipe of the bear's claw obliterated a shadow soldier. If it was a human in that pitch black armor and not a shadow, it would have been a gruesome sight. Izuku furrowed his brows. Whether it was strength or size, it unfortunately looked like it was too much for shadow soldiers to face the ice bears. But suddenly, something surprising happened. Izuku's eyes widened. The body of the shadow soldier that was destroyed by an ice bear turned to black smoke before it fully hit the ground. The black smoke gathered at some distance away, then reformed into its original shape. Oh shit. Izuku's face lit up. Undead. He had forgotten about the true nature of these shadows and was now reminded. Realizing its attack had no effect, the ice bear panicked and roared. While the shadow infantry kept the ice bears busy, the shadow mages had finished their casting. The fireballs released from the mages' hands exploded here and there. While the shadow infantry caught by the explosion regenerated immediately, the ice bears caught on fire and thrashed about. The shadow infantry continued their attacks, swinging and stabbing their swords at the burning bears. At first, the ice bears looked like they had the advantage, but they were slowly being pushed back by the combined attack of the infantry and the mages. Whoa. Izuku watched the battle with great interest. The infantry's fast regeneration. The mages' powerful firepower, the might of shadow soldiers exceeded his expectations. The ice bears were soon overwhelmed and were pushed all the way back to the caves. It seemed like the battle was over. But the roar that shook the eardrums, something giant appeared from the cave. That's. Izuku's eyes widened. It was an ice bear a head taller than the rest and also much wider. At a single swipe of its claw, many shadow soldiers were swept away. Even their quick regeneration speed could not keep up. Looks like the alpha made his appearance. Of course, he had expected that a den of bears would have an alpha bear. But the thing's size and power surpassed his expectations. The giant ice bear slapped away the shadow soldiers and ran toward Izuku. Suddenly, a message appeared. "You are out of mana. The shadow soldiers cannot regenerate." He checked his mana in panic. Just as the system said, his mana was at 0. MP. 01860. With his mana gone, the shadow soldiers no longer regenerated after being destroyed. Instead, they turned into shadow and returned to Izuku's shadow. Izuku realized that it was his mana that allowed the soldiers to regenerate. That goddamn mana. He found yet another reason to raise his intelligence stat. Izuku scratched the side of his head. The appearance of the alpha had completely turned the tide of the battle. However, Izuku still had a trump card up his sleeve. If their boss came out, I should send mine out as well. With his arms crossed, Izuku called for the one who was worthy to be called the shadow soldier's boss. Igris. The single shadow slid out from Izuku's shadow. From the shadow rose a knight wearing a helmet adorned with a plumage. Izuku raised a chin at the alpha. Igris bowed his head to Izuku, then shot forth towards the giant ice bear. Igris dodged the alpha's swipe and slid between the ice bear's legs. While in motion, he quickly took out the daggers at his side and cut the tendons of the beast's legs. This was only the beginning. Unsheathing his long sword, Igris skillfully dodged the torrent of attacks from the alpha while carving it up like a sculpture. Tendons, claws, paws, legs. Bit by bit, the alpha's flesh was being cut off like being worked by a butcher. Izuku watched Igris's flowing, art-like movements with great admiration. The head was the last to go. The giant ice bear's head was cleanly separated from its body. Before it could hit the ground, Igris snatched it from the air. The knight approached Izuku, then knelt before the young hero. Igris placed the bear's head in front of Izuku's feet, as if offering a trophy to his king. Izuku stared at the knight. The remaining ice bears were thrown into chaos after losing their leader and were quickly routed by the soldiers. The battle was over. The results greatly satisfied Izuku. Shadow Infantry, LV. 2. Shadow Infantry, LV. 3. Shadow Infantry, LV. 2. Shadow Mage, LV. 2. The soldiers had leveled up here and there. Since the shadow soldiers themselves were Izuku's skill, the hero had also gained 3 levels. And above all else. Arise. You've succeeded in shadow extraction. Including the alpha, Izuku had selected several ice bears. From their shadows, a large black mass rose. I expected a bear wearing an armor. The reality was a little different. The shadow beasts that arose maintained some semblance to a bear, but at the same time had a form that seemed to shift between solid and gas. A black steam continuously spewed from their figures. The visuals are a bit lacking, but still, it's those ice bears' shadows. Their strength and capacity for destruction. He would surely have a use for it. Suddenly, Izuku's ears perked up at a cry sounding from a distance. It was not just one or two. Looks like there are more dens in the area. It was getting a little late in the day. He'll check it out tomorrow. A bright smile appeared on Izuku's face. His teammates were screaming left and right. Tetsu's eyes were wide open. That he, Kim Tetsu, would fail like this. He was someone would become Hoitatega's elite. He had even received special training for that goal. And now, he was going to fail. The A ranker could not accept it. Their party had endured the cold and hunger and fought with Yetis. After that were the ice giants. They had lost 2 of their members but managed to prevail against them too. The raid appeared to be going smooth. The moment they had triumphed over the ice giants, the White Walkers ambushed them from all directions, as if they had been waiting. Those bastards had been watching their party, waiting for their stamina to hit rock bottom. What followed was a massacre. The hunters fell, one after another, in an instant. L leader. The fallen hero stretched a bloodied hand toward Tetsu. Tetsu stepped backwards. A White Walker appeared out of nowhere and slit the throat of the hero on the ground. While the man gurgled and choked on his own blood, the White Walker raised his head towards Tetsu. The A ranker screamed. He turned around and ran into the forest. The forest had ice bears. Those bears were nothing compared to the Yetis, ice giants and the White Walkers. Tetsu ran with all of his might. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, the White Walkers raised their bows and took aim. But before they could fire, a White Walker raised his hand and stopped them. It was an ice elf with hair flowing down to his waist. The other White Walkers lowered their bows. The long hair pointed and gestured to follow Tetsu. One by one, the other White Walkers disappeared from sight. Tetsu leaped through a bush. His lungs felt like they were on fire. The image of the White Walkers that smiled while slaughtering his teammates was still fresh on his mind. The man looked down at his hands. The frostbitten hands were losing their sense of touch. His toes had long since lost all feeling. He could not fight properly in his current condition. This damn cold. No, if we just didn't starve for the past few days, we would have won. To the bitter end, Tetsu could not acknowledge his failure. While muttering to himself, Tetsu raised his head. Anyways, how deep am I into the forest? He looked around. The smell of blood poked at his nose from somewhere. The man followed the smell. It was close. Moving through the trees, he came upon a clearing and could not believe his eyes. How is this possible? In front of the caves were over 20 ice bear corpses. He had wondered why he hadn't come across a single bear. Tetsu said. What the? He studied the corpses. All the corpses had traces of being cut with something. Some of them also had traces of being burned. Izuku Midoriya and his party flashed across Tetsu's head. It can't be. Those bastards did this. No. Tetsu shook his head. The wounds on the corpses of the ice bears were made with a sword. To his knowledge, Izuku Midoriya's party did not have a sword user. The 2 E rankers didn't even have a weapon. There was no way they had survived here. Then there was only one other conclusion. The White Walkers are also here. His heart sank. He had thought that he managed to get away from those elves. To think that he had wandered into another group of them. With a great fear in his heart, Tetsu held his breath and turned back to the direction he had come from. Further. Faster. He wanted to get out of the White Walkers' territory. At the same time, an ice bear fell with a death rattle. The shadow soldiers swarmed its body and made sure it was dead. Level up. Izuku celebrated and said. Alright. Izuku was in a different bear den. It's been 5 days since they had entered the gate. He had gone through 3 different bear dens since then. Looks like I've taken care of every bear in this forest. Thanks to that, both he and his army's levels had risen quite a bit. At first, it required 2 soldiers just to hold back an ice bear. Now, a single soldier was capable of winning one-on-one against the beast. Izuku was satisfied. As the abilities of his soldiers rose, he started assigning them different roles. His current limit was 30 shadows. 28 of them would be assigned to combat, while 2 of them would be assigned to the collection of magic cores and meat. Now that he didn't have to lift a finger to fight or collect drops, life became incredibly convenient for the hero. I don't sense any more magic beasts. It seemed that he had cleared the entire forest. Then. Is it time to go for the boss? There was still about a month to go, at worst several months, until the dungeon break. He had no intention of waiting for that to happen. Gotta kill that arrogant elf too. The mere magic beast that taunted a hunter. Its arrogant smile still annoyed Izuku. Tetsu's nose detected the smell of cooking meat from somewhere. The man's sense of smell had become sensitive due to his hunger. After entering the gate, all he had to eat for the past few days was a single rabbit. His mouth watered at the smell of food. The White Walkers might be eating somewhere. But if there's only few of them. He was confident he could take care of them and steal the food. It was a misguided confidence born out of hunger. Let's check it out. Tetsu did his best to quiet his footsteps and carefully approached where the smell was coming from. Finally, he came upon a clearing where Izuku's team was. Tetsu's eyes widened. The smell of meat was coming from their campfire. How are they still alive? However, he did not see one of the E-rank heroes. PFT. He took the lead with such confidence. Must have died first. That much was obvious. But what wasn't obvious was the scene in front of him. How to analyze all this? Something was weird. Wait, their clothes. Warm clothes, blankets, tents and other equipment entered his eye. They were clearly prepared for the environment. How the hell? Tetsu's gaze became affixed on something. It was a piece of bread next to the meat. There was no way they had found or made bread here. It must have been prepared beforehand. His confusion quickly turned to anger. These fuckers. Tetsu grinded his teeth. These fuckers had all of this with them and walked away on their own. If my hands weren't frozen, no, if only I wasn't hungry, I could have easily taken care of those selves. Thinking about how they greedily hoarded something that should have been shared with the raid team, Tetsu could not help it anymore. He leaped out into the clearing. You bastards. Hijin jumped in surprise and stood up. Tetsu. How are you here? To be honest, it was hard to say that he was a welcoming sight. It was because the man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Tetsu did not hide his hostility. Our party failed in clearing the dungeon because we lacked proper equipment and food. Then how the hell are you sitting here with those equipment and food? Hijin could not answer. She feared that bringing up Izuku would turn Tetsu's wrath towards Izuku. She did not want to turn in the savior of her life. From the start, I didn't like the way that man looked at Midoriya-san. Hijin closed her mouth. Seeing her defy his will, Tetsu's rage increased. I don't consider every one of you an accomplice. Who hid all this? I'll spare the rest of you. The veins in his neck bulged. Which one of you hoarded all of this and endangered the lives of your comrades? His shouting echoed loudly throughout the forest. I'm going to count to 3. If no one speaks up, I'll consider all of you equally guilty. Song tugged at Hijin's sleeves. Hijin hugged Song. As the two other C-rankers also gulped while sweating. Tetsu was an A-ranker. Even if they combined their powers, they could not hope to win against him. Still, not one of them betrayed Izuku. Tetsu unsheathed the sword at his side A1. The heroes still held their silence A2. Mere low-level heroes dared to disobey him. Tetsu's anger flared. How dare you look down on me? His eyes turned red with murderous intent. First would be this woman. The one who betrayed his team and decided to join the weaklings. Hijin will be the first to die. Yes. She must have been hiding something. That's why she left my team. That was the only reason he could think of. Tetsu stepped up to Hijin and finished his countdown. 3. Hijin closed her eyes. Suddenly. 4. Something struck Tetsu on the back of the head and the man fell face forward onto the ground and slid forward for a few feet. All the heroes' eyes opened wide. Raid leader. Izuku had struck with such a force that his fist was still smoking. He spoke, appalled. Who's the fucker that really endangered the lives of his comrades? Song said. Oni-chan. Song's eyes were filled with tears as she greeted Izuku with joy. It wasn't as much as the girl's reaction, but the two male heroes also greeted him happily. Raid leader. Hijin sighed in relief after realizing Izuku was here. However, Izuku did not have the luxury to return their greeting. He put a finger to his lips. Halfway to rushing him and giving him a hug, the 4 hunters froze up at Izuku's gesture. Hijin asked. What's wrong? Izuku glanced over to the passed out Tetsu. The A-rank hero was still furious at the man, feeling like he could beat him to death without blinking. This bastard was followed. Izuku felt a powerful presence coming from the forest. Now was not the time to be concerned about Tetsu. The real problem was coming from the distance. Realizing Izuku was looking directly at them, the White Walkers released stealth and showed themselves. There were about 20 of them. One of them stood out from the rest. Izuku stared at the White Walker with long hair flowing down to its waist on top of a horse. He's the boss. Compared to the Ice Bears or even the White Walkers next to him, the long hair was giving off an oppressive amount of pressure. If this wasn't the boss of the dungeon, who else could it be? It had been a long time, but a chill ran down Izuku's back. While Izuku lightly trembled at the thing's power, the boss also observed Izuku and said. So it was true. The trash ended up being useful after all. Izuku said, what did you say? Izuku had replied without realizing, and the boss was shocked. You speak our language. Izuku was equally shocked. How am I communicating with a magic beast? He was able to understand the magic beast's language. Not only that, he was in fact able to speak it. Words that he had never learned were flowing out of him like it was his native tongue. Hijin said. You can speak the language of the magic beasts. Hijin was running out of things to be surprised by from Izuku. Her question gave Izuku confirmation that he was indeed speaking and understanding the magic beast's language. Izuku thought. Is this also an effect of the system? Something like a universal translator. Izuku looked back at the boss. The boss was looking at him with an amused face. The boss smiled at Izuku. So we can communicate. How interesting. There is someone I want to introduce to you. The boss gestured behind him to a White Walker. I believe you are already acquainted. Izuku's eyes sharpened. Indeed, he was familiar with this one. That bastard is. It was the Ice Elf that shot an arrow towards Song when their group had first entered the gate. He could not forget that arrogant face. Just like back then, a sneer decorated its lips. He has told me that there was someone strong among the humans. He wished to duel that someone, so. The smiling face of the White Walker was now decorated with Night Killer sticking out of it. A scream came from the hero's side. One of the C rankers quickly covered his mouth after screaming without meaning to. The White Walker fell. Izuku stretched a hand toward its corpse. The dagger that was stuck to its head lightly trembled, then shot forth into Izuku's hand. Izuku grabbed the Night Killer in a reverse grip and took a combat stance. Anything else? The boss spoke with awe. You truly are strong. And got down from the horse. However, the boss did not appear to want to fight yet. It did not raise a weapon or give off a sense of hostility. However, you should know. With a carefree expression, it continued their conversation. But even you cannot win against this number. Izuku looked over the Ice Elves. There were at least 20 of them. But their numbers weren't what concerned him. It was the strength of the boss. The trash mobs around the boss were no match for Izuku, who had greatly raised his levels while hunting the ice bears. As a testament, Izuku had just killed a White Walker with but a throw of his dagger. So what to do about the boss? While Izuku ran the simulations in his mind, the boss continued. I have a proposal. Izuku said. A proposal? The boss smiled. Yes. I think you'll find it to your benefit as well. Izuku was surprised. He knew that humanoid magic beasts had some semblance of intelligence, but he had never thought that they would attempt to bargain with a human being. His curiosity got the best of him. Let's hear it. The boss smiled as expecting that response. Before that, I have a question. You're not human. Why are you among the humans? Izuku's brows furrowed. The hell are you talking about? The boss laughed and continued. Ha ha. Are you not aware? The boss chuckled, then pointed to its temple. In our head, there is a voice whispering to us without rest. It tells us to kill all humans. But in front of you, the voice becomes silent. Ah. Is that so? If that was the case, Izuku had a rough theory. The word human is probably referring to heroes. On the other hand, after coming out of the underground temple with the system, Izuku's identity had probably changed to a player. In a strict sense, he was probably registered differently than heroes. That's why he's mistakenly thinking I'm not human. Izuku thought he was right on the mark. Mistaking the look on Izuku's face for agreement, the boss nodded. There is no need for us to fight. We want to avoid any unnecessary bloodshed in our end. The boss got to the point. Leave us the humans behind you. Then we will let you leave here alive. How about it? Do you accept our proposal? Instead of an answer, Izuku asked a question. Let me also ask one thing. The boss looked intrigued and said. Very well. Izuku asked. Who are you people? Where did you come from and why are you trying to kill humans? The boss responded. We are. Suddenly, the smiling face of the boss froze for a split second. Then he continued naturally as if nothing had happened. There is no need for us to fight. We want to avoid any unnecessary bloodshed in our end. Izuku thought. What was that? Izuku narrowed his eyes. The boss reacted like an NPC in a video game, forced into repeating his words after trying to act outside of his program. Leave us the humans behind you. Then we will let you leave here alive. How about it? Do you accept our proposal? The boss's face showed no indication that something had happened. It continued to maintain its carefree smile. The White Walkers behind him also did not show any reaction. When Izuku just observed the situation in silence, the boss pressed his question. Do you accept? Izuku wanted to obtain some information about the magic beasts and their goals, but realized it would be futile. There was only one thing left. His reply was already determined a long time ago. I refuse. The corners of Izuku's mouth rose. You see, you've got such a delicious looking shadow for me to just let you walk away. He would defeat the boss and take its shadow. From the moment he laid his eyes on the long hair, this was his plan. You want to fight me and my soldiers? Do you think that you could withstand our numbers? Izuku smiled widely. Soldiers. Izuku thought. You think you're the only one? I got some too. Shadows, come forth. Following his will, the soldiers waiting in Izuku's shadow appeared behind him. Once again, the scream came from the hero's side. The other C rank screamed after seeing the ice bear's shadow, the shadow beast, and fell on his rear. Izuku glanced over at the pale faces of his teammates and felt a little bad. But this was a dangerous moment, there was no time to explain. Not that I would explain even if there was no danger. There were 29 shadow soldiers. Izuku stood at their head and leered at the boss. So? Who's withstanding whose numbers? The boss finally emitted hostility. You wield but a mere parlor trick. Very well, I will fulfill your death wish. The boss took out the two Tanto, Japanese knives, at its side. Izuku mirrored its action and held Night Killer in his right hand and Kasaka's Poison Fang in his left. A parlor trick. My asses. Well, Izuku didn't disagree. The Shadow Army might have the advantage in numbers, but he knew that their overall might was lacking compared to the boss. He understood where the boss's confidence was coming from. He also realized he could get a powerful recruitment with the addition of this boss. Wait, if it's a powerful reinforcement I need. There was someone fitting. Izuku quickly glanced over to his side. Tetsu was still passed out over there. Attack. At the boss's command, the White Walkers aimed their bows. Izuku said. Bears. Izuku placed the shadow beasts in front. The shadow beasts struck by arrows cried out. Before the White Walkers could draw their next round, the shadow infantry charged forth. The shadow mages also began their casting. Izuku's eyes flared. My target is you. Before heading out, Izuku quickly kicked over Tetsu's sword to the passed out hero. Izuku's gaze was fixed on the boss and the boss's on Izuku. The four daggers clashed in a magnificent display of sparks. Around them, the skirmish between the shadow soldiers and the White Walkers raged. One of the C ranker turned to Heejin. Should we also help out? The woman shook her head. This is not a fight that we should be joining. It was a chaotic battlefield where giant black monsters were swinging their claws, destroyed black soldiers were instantly regenerating, and high-level magic beasts were mercilessly attacking with swords and arrows. She thought. What could we, a B ranker and two C rankers, even do in this situation? All they could do was pray. Park Heejin stared at the form of Izuku clashing with the long-haired White Walker. A yelp escaped from Izuku's mouth. This was indeed a high-level dungeon's boss. A casual observer might think that they were evenly matched, but Izuku was slowly being pushed back. Izuku thought. I have to use one for all. As various cuts appeared here and there on his body. Could he hold out for another 3 minutes? Even as he fought the boss, the regeneration of his army continued to drain his mana. The shadow mages had finished casting their spell. A fireball much bigger than a volleyball fell into the middle of the White Walkers. It was the power of the leveled up mages. The deafening sound of the explosion woke up Tetsu. He raised his head. In his blurred vision, he saw the terrifying White Walkers fighting unknown black soldiers. What the hell is this? He had no idea what was going on, but he knew why he was on the ground. The hand that struck him on the back of his head. That voice he heard while falling down. It was Izuku Midoriya. Once he regained consciousness, the humiliation and the rage he felt made his hands tremble. His hands found their way to his sword that was conveniently right next to him. Now that they were surrounded by the White Walkers, they were all as good as dead. At the very least. Izuku Midoriya. I will kill that fucker before I die. His heated gaze found Izuku's back. The fucker was fighting a White Walker, and his back was wide open. This was his chance. Tetsu shot up from the ground and ran forth. Sensing the powerful reinforcement running to him, Izuku celebrated in his mind. Yes, if it's you. Izuku believed in Tetsu. Tetsu reached Izuku and swung his sword at the E-rank hero's neck with all his might. Die. The boss in front of him, Tetsu behind him. Seemingly between a rock and a hard place, Izuku shouted. Igris. As if waiting, Igris rose from Izuku's shadow and deflected Tetsu's sword. Kim Chiel's eyes widened, revealing the bloodshot whites. Before he could say anything, Igris's sword dug itself deeply into the air-anchor's chest. The sword pierced straight through the muscular man and came out of his back. Izuku quickly backed away from the boss. Yes. I believed in you, Kim Chiel. I believed that this is exactly how you would act. The foolish man who moved according to his feelings without thinking about the future. In a short time, Izuku fully understood what kind of a man Tetsu was. Tetsu glared at Izuku. You. And those were Tetsu's final words. While Igris was keeping the boss busy, Izuku stood before Tetsu's body. Arise. The familiar deep scream rang forth from somewhere. With it, a giant hand came out of Tetsu's shadow. You've succeeded in shadow extraction. Izuku clenched his fists. The path to victory of this battle was a puzzle. And the last piece of that puzzle just fell into place. The Black Knight that rose from Tetsu's shadow was much bigger and thicker than his base. One hand wielded a giant hammer. The other hand held a shield the size of an adult. The knight gave off an incredible sense of danger. Man, I know Tetsu was a musclehead, but this thing is. Even in the tense situation, Izuku could not help but be amazed. Please choose a name for the soldier. Should he just use the man's name? Izuku shook his head. No, it was rather distasteful to use the human being's name on his undead form. Oh wait, Kim Tetsu. Tetsu is iron, so Iron A. He decided on the name. The moment he made his decision, the newly born shadow earned its name. Iron, LV. 1. That grade. That grade. It was the same as Igris, but now was not the time to celebrate. Izuku raised a chin at the boss of Iron, moved his large body and stepped forward. Its giant body was filled with power, but there was no way that this lumbering thing was going to face that nimble boss. However, Iron exceeded Izuku's expectations. The giant knight thrust out his chest and roared. A message appeared in front of the confused Izuku. Ring. Iron has used taunting shout. The boss has been taunted. Izuku said. A taunt skill. Tetsu was in rank tanker. As expected, he maintained a powerful aggro management skill, and Iron, his shadow, perfectly imitated that skill. Izuku thought. It would be better if I took care of the boss myself. Izuku recalled all his shadows into his own and pointed Night Killer at the boss and said. You're next. Teijin was at a complete loss for words. The scene unfolding before her was outside of reality. She lost the strength to be even curious at this point. Song asked a question with a tiny voice. Are all heroes fights like this? The girl's voice filled with fear was shaking. Teijin's response was a little curt. If that was the case, do you think I would have gotten my license? One of the C rankers uttered with a blank look in his eyes. Are we in a dream? If this was a dream, it was definitely a nightmare. Park Heejin could only watch the magic beasts fighting something clad in pitch black with an open mouth. At the same time, a worry appeared in her mind. Once we get out, we'll definitely. As survivors, they'll be thoroughly interviewed and investigated. How would she explain all of this? Thinking about the things Izuku Midoriya had shown them in this place, she could not imagine how the brass will react. She voiced all of this to her fellow heroes. They were in a high-level dungeon, a red gate on top of that. The moment they were thrown aside by Tetsu, they were only dreading their deaths. But now, they were actually worrying about the outside, as if leaving here alive was guaranteed. This was all thanks to one man. Heejin turned her gaze to Izuku. Izuku looked at the boss and the boss said. What is your name? Izuku looked at him and replied. Izuku Midoriya. The boss smiled. I see, I will remember that name. In your memory after you die. I'll be the last person you see, so I'll tell you my name. Baruka. Izuku grinned. We'll see about that. Izuku then took a deep breath and closed his eyes and said quietly. One for all. One for all. 53% has been activated. Izuku then took one step forward and pushed off to leave a shockwave behind. The snow beneath him was pushed into the air as it made it difficult for Baruka to see Izuku's position, but thanks to Izuku's sense stat he was easily able to tell where Baruka was. Izuku ran around him and said. You won't survive. Izuku then stabbed Baruka in the back with Kasaka, making him cough out blood as he gasped for air. Paralysis has been inflicted. Movements will be slowed. Bleeding has been inflicted. 1% of HP will be lost each second. As the debuffs were given, the snow in the air was cleared, and Baruka looked shocked as he looked at his stomach and said. Who are you? Izuku said. You might get a better idea after you become my shadow. Izuku stabbed Baruka repeatedly, and Baruka was on his last breaths and said. You. Are you the Shadow Mo? Izuku said. Hey, what did you say? But then a message appeared. You've defeated the boss of the dungeon. Level up. Level up. Izuku thought. Fuck. What did he mean? Well, at least I can get his shadow. Izuku took a deep breath and closed his eyes and opened them and said. Arise. The blue hand stretched out and Izuku heard a familiar scream and a shadow appeared. The Soul Eater bowed and Izuku smiled. It worked. Please choose a name for the soldier. Izuku said. A name. What did he saw it was? Oh yeah. Baruka. Baruka, LV. 1. Elite Knight grade. Izuku thought. Elite Knight grade. Igris is a knight. So is Iron. Is this a higher rank? Izuku looked back at the remaining heroes and said. The gate should be opening now. Outside the red gate. It was already 3 AM. The faces of the 4 men guarding the area were dark. Unable to take it any longer, Gichiel spoke up. We'll keep watch here, why don't you turn in for the night, Guildmaster? The members of my guild are in there. How could I rest in a time like this? Taiga was determined. As a master of the guild and as an S-rank hunter, he could not leave this spot. Suddenly, An Sangman shouted in surprise. What? The Red Gate. Bichiel and another man also noticed at the same time. The Red Gate is opening. They cleared the dungeon. People are coming out. Taiga clenched his fist. Kim Tetsu, he's done it. The four men all ran to the gate. Unable to hide his excitement, Taiga looked for Tetsu's face among the survivors. However, even after everyone had exited the gate, he could not find Kim Tetsu. Huh? Something's wrong. Sangman said. Heijin-san. Myungwon-san, Gijung-san. Midoriya-san. Seeing Izuku follow Song out of the gate, a smile bloomed on An Sangman's face. As I thought. Sangman's moods had completely flipped from hours ago. After the five heroes, including Izuku, came out of the gate quickly disappeared into oblivion. Bichiel said. It can't be. Are the ones here? With a defeated face, Izuku nodded. Gichiel, who had asked the question, froze. It can't be. With tears forming in his eyes, Gichiel began to cross off the names of the deceased in the party list. It was a sad job, but someone had to do it. Taiga was dumbfounded. Only the low rankers came back. Not even the A ranker and only one B ranker. It was impossible. Just what happened in there? Izuku said. Let's go, I'll take you home. Izuku was about to leave the scene of the incident with Song when Taiga grabbed his wrist. Excuse me, hold on a minute. Izuku threw aside the S-ranker's grip like it was nothing and Taiga's eyes turned sharp. Can we talk for a minute? Izuku turned around. I'm a little tired right now. If you have anything to ask, talk to your guild members. Taiga could not take it anymore. He revealed his identity to Izuku. I am Hoeta Taiga's guildmaster, Hiro Howa Taiga. Izuku's eyes maintained their coldness. So what? At Izuku's cold reply, Taiga's eyes flickered and turned into that of a magic beast's. They were an inhuman beastly eyes. We've just lost 9 guild members because of this incident. As the guildmaster, I have the right to ask you some questions. This was not a request. An order. In a way, a threat. No matter what, Taiga had no intentions of letting Izuku leave that easily. But suddenly, Izuku flared his eyes. He was not pushed back in any way by the S-ranker's genuine hostility. And I just saved 3 of your guild members. If you're their leader, shouldn't you be thanking me before anything else? By the way, those other ones that dies, left these 3 to die, so if I were you I would shut the fuck up. As he used bloodlust. At the stifling pressure the E-rank hunter was giving off, the S-rank hunter retracted his hostility. The man was right. Taiga had no room to argue. I apologize. As Taiga bowed his head, Izuku turned around again. Song, we're going. She responded. Okay. The student carefully followed after Izuku while making glances at Taiga. As the two walked and left the scene of the incident. His thoughts in chaos, Taiga quickly ran toward the sole high ranker of the survivors. Excuse me, Heijin-san. The woman was warming her body with some tea provided by Gichiel and raised her head. Who is that man? Heijin shook her head. I'm not sure who he is, but he's powerful. He had fought the boss that even Tetsu couldn't handle. He held back against the boss, I feel like. He was as fast as an assassin, but his strength was not of assassins. He also had the ability to cast countless summons. There were more than 20. Heijin looked over to Myungwon and Gijung. The two men nodded in unison. Taiga said. 20 summons. What? A summoner should only be able to have 2 or 3 at most, but 20. Is he even human at that point? His magical energy is that of S rank. Taiga turned and faced Sangman. Why have you not recruited that man yet? Sangman could not hide his embarrassment. Yes sir. The S-ranker recalled meeting Izuku's eyes moments ago and gulped. If they had fought just now, Taiga was sure that he would have to be prepared to lose an arm. Realizing his guildmaster's meaning, An Sangman quickly replied. I'm currently doing my best. Taiga said. That's not enough. Taiga's eyes lit up. Izuku Midoriya. As expected, Chief Sangman's eyes were never wrong. From now on, the full support of the guild is at your disposal. You must bring that man into our fold. As Izuku got on the bus with Song. He looked, his left hand with an elegant curved dagger appeared in it. Baruka's Tanto. Rarity. A. Type. Dagger. Attack power plus 110. Agility plus 10. It is the Tanto wielded by the great warrior, Baruka. A magical enchantment makes both the dagger and the wielder more agile. Izuku had not left the dungeon empty-handed. While one of the twin daggers wielded by the boss was destroyed by Night Killer, he had claimed the unbroken one as his own. It had the highest attack power out of all the daggers he had found so far. On top of that, it even had an effect of increasing his agility. It was obviously better than the C-rank Kasaka's Poison Fang, and even the B-rank Night Killer, bought with gold, could not compare to it. And rank Dagger. It was the perfect weapon to replace Kasaka's Poison Fang, which was gradually losing its effectiveness in battle. The grip doesn't feel bad either. As they got off the bus they had arrived in front of Song's house. The student, who was silent the entire, bowed her head to Izuku. Then, take care. She responded. Okay. Watching the girl walk back to her house with sunken shoulders, Izuku felt like he had accomplished his mission. He turned to see Song holding the door open. His curiosity only lasted for a brief moment. The girl deeply bowed her head again. Thank you for today, Ani-chan. Izuku said. Oh, yeah, no problem. Song said. I'll see you tomorrow, I mean, few hours from now. Few hours from now? Before he could ask her what she meant, Song ran inside. After she disappeared into her home, I realized. Oh right. It was already dawn, but the raids with Yujin would resume today. As Song was still part of their raiding party, they would see each other again. But the Shadow Soldiers, the clearing speed of the C-rank dungeons would rise a level higher. Izuku was confident he could complete the remaining raids in a record time. He was also looking forward to Yujin's reaction when the young man saw the Shadow Soldiers. That man, his reactions were top-notch. Izuku grinned as he reached his house. Few hours later. Izuku exited his house while yawning. When he opened his eyes after a brief nap, it was already the promised time. Good morning, Midoriya-sama. A familiar voice filled with energy greeted him. Yujin was already waiting for him. The van was parked nearby. After a one-day break for their morning exchanges had resumed as normal. Yujin discovered something. Izuku was holding something cylindrical in his hand. The young man asked curiously. Midoriya-sama, what's that? Izuku smiled widely. I'm going to use it in the dungeon today. Holy. Yujin's stomach fluttered. Is it a weapon to be used in the dungeon? Midoriya always showed off something crazy in dungeons. Just what kind of a terrifying weapon was he holding now? Yujin already began to feel anxious. Yujin gathered his courage, then raised his head. Let us go. At the same hour. Oita Taiga Guild's meeting room. And that's pretty much all I saw. Heejin finished recounting the events of the Red Gate. Before she began, Taiga had asked if she needed some rest out of concern, but the woman insisted that they complete the investigation. An Sangman broke the silence. Was all that really true? Heejin said. You can contact Myungwin and Gijing. They'll tell you the same story. The two C-rankers had returned to their homes, stating that they wanted to see their families. Heejin could confidently say that their statements would not differ from hers. All I did was explain what I experienced in person. How the forest that man disappeared off rang with screams of ice bears, or how that man was doing push-ups while everyone else was sleeping. She didn't dare to include any hearsay from the other teammates, only what she had seen with her own two eyes. Sangman made a strange noise with his mouth. Knocking out an A-rank hunter in one hit. Freely using spatial magic. Wielding over 20 summons. Each one of them alone would be an unbelievable thing. And the man in question had done it all. But the most shocking fact was. So he solo cleared a high-level dungeon. Taiga uttered after a long period of silence. It was because he was an S-ranker that he was able to say. That is an incredible feat. Although the man had fought with summons, those summons were not comrades, but hero Izuku Midoriya's skill. It was the same as solo clearing the dungeon. Taiga said. No matter how high one's rank is, it is difficult for a hunter to solo clear a high-level dungeon. A red gate on top of that. What if he himself was there? Could he solo clear a B-rank red gate? It was possible for hero Izuku Midoriya, who wielded not one or two but dozens of summons. An Sangman spoke with amazement. With this, it is clear that he's an awakened being with special powers. Taiga agreed. Among heroes, those that can use summoning are rare. And to think that he's a hero that can wield multiple summons. Having worked as an S-rank hero, Taiga had met and conversed with many different heroes. Not one of them ever spoke of a hero wielding that many summons. An awakened being with a special power in a different dimension than the average special power. Taiga was amazed. Sangman thought of something and asked. If you had to put a value on Midoriya-san's abilities, how much do you think he's worth right now? Taiga could not easily reply. You've entered the dungeon. Izuku took in the dungeon's air when he entered. Having been stuck in a field-type dungeon for several days, the cave-type dungeon's air felt new to him. Yujin followed in after him. What do you think the magic beasts this time will be? But he did not see anything. However, the moment he took a step, bodies started rising here and there from the floor of the cave. The humanoid magic beasts made out of rocks. Yujin remembered their names. Midoriya-sama, it's the Stoneman. Izuku nodded. Of all the magic beasts that could be found in low-level dungeons, the Stoneman boasted the strongest defense. Basic logic called for magic to overcome the tough exteriors of the stoneman. Here, hold this. The man for whom basic logic did not apply handed the cylindrical object to Yujin. Not knowing what was inside, Yujin flinched as he took the object from Izuku, but nothing happened. Is it not a weapon? Meanwhile, Izuku stepped towards the stoneman and summoned Baruka's Tanto and Night Killer. In an instant, a stoneman's head fell to the floor. Izuku looked at Baruka's Tanto with satisfaction. Not bad. The smiling figure of Izuku moved faster than the eye could see. The hero reappeared behind the group of stonemen. 10 magic beasts fell to the ground. My body feels a lot lighter since the red gate. Of course. The man was currently level 60. Hunting the bears and white walkers had raised his levels by 9 from level 51. The magic beasts of the C-rank dungeon now felt like the goblins from E-rank dungeons. His warm-up was complete. Time to raise the speed. It was time for them to mobilize. Right on cue, more stonemen appeared from further down the cave. Come forth. As his order fell, the shadow soldiers waiting in his shadow all appeared behind him. A scream followed their appearance. Oh right. Izuku facepalmed. Forgot about him. In his excitement, Izuku had forgotten about Yujin. Midoriya-sama. The young man was on his rear wagging a finger at the shadow soldiers. What are those? Izuku said. It's hard to explain. Just think of them as my skill. You said. Why you can make something like that with a skill? Izuku nodded. Yujin could not close his mouth. This was his 9th raid with Izuku. The young man had thought that he had seen everything with Izuku. That was a grave mistake. As always, Izuku was someone who surpassed all expectations. Feeling a dangerous presence coming from the soldiers clad in pitch black, Yujin gulped. Izuku turned back to the magic beasts. The lumbering stonemen had already arrived before them. Izuku raised a chin. Go. The shadow soldiers had been waiting for that order. When the soldiers that neared 40 in number charged at the enemy, their combined movements shook the floors of the cave. As the army included Baruka, Iron, and the shadow beasts, the weight of the army had certainly become heavier. Izuku looked at the scene with satisfaction. Once his forces were mobilized, the dungeon was cleared in a blink of an eye. All that remained were the destroyed corpses of the stonemen. The C-rank dungeon was obliterated in an instant. It looked like the remaining 5 raids would be over soon. After the battle, the shadow soldiers collected the magic cores and lined up in front of Izuku. At their head was Iron, Baruka, and Igris. The 2 knights stood at attention. When the shadow soldiers stopped their movements, Yujin was finally able to move. The young man nervously approached Izuku. Midoriya-sama, here. He returned the plastic bag with the cylindrical object back to Izuku. Izuku took out the tumbler and started drinking from it. Midoriya-sama, what is that? Izuku said. Vegetable juice. It's not bad. When the tumbler was nearly empty, Izuku asked. How many gates did we reserve today? The young man was in the middle of reaching out to touch the fur of a shadow beast and froze. 4, Midoriya-sama. 4 today, then 2 after that. There was no need to delay it any longer. Then let's end it tomorrow. It doesn't matter if we have to travel a bit. Yujin looked around. The traces of the massacred stonemen were all around them. The young man nodded. With this speed, it's more than doable. You said. Understood, Midoriya-sama. But. The young man hesitated then spoke with difficulty. Is it okay if I pick up the magic cores? Izuku said. Why? You said. I feel like my job was taken away from me, Midoriya-sama. Izuku laughed. He's really an amusing guy. And a day later, Izuku completed the 15 raids he had promised to Yujin. You asked. Midoriya-sama. Now that we're done, how about a celebratory dinner? On the drive home, Yujin carefully brought up the subject. Izuku said. Celebratory dinner? Just us two. But the final raid, their raiding party had been disbanded. It was just Izuku and Yujin in the car. Yujin shyly continued. Well. I've just been getting help from you left and right. I thought I'd treat you today. Why was he so shy about just asking to eat together? Izuku grinned. The young man had offered to pay, so he didn't have any reason to refuse. Alright. When Izuku casually agreed, Yujin's face lit up noticeably. Midoriya-sama. There's a high-class restaurant at a hotel that I know, how about it? Their steak is to die for. As they drove by a restaurant, Izuku said. How about there? The waiter greeted them with a smile. How many? You said. 2. She led them and said. Please, this way. The waiter led them to a spot in a corner. Suddenly. Hold on. Looking around the restaurant, Yujin gestured to an empty spot near the windows. Can we sit there? The waiter said. Ah, I'm sorry. Those tables are reserved. Izuku got close to the waiter said. Hey, beautiful, would you mind if you could let us sit there? The waiter blushed and Izuku got closer and looked at her eyes, and she quickly averted her gaze and Izuku said, "Your eyes look so beautiful that I fell into a trance, sorry." The waitress said, "Would it be a bother if I could have your phone number?" Izuku said, "Yeah, sure, I'll give you it later." As he winked at her. As she left, Izuku said, "That's how it's done, son." They both walked over to the table and Yu looked at Izuku and said, "How the hell did you do that?" Izuku said, "Easy. You just have to be very good looking." Yu said, "Where did you learn it from?" Izuku said, "Movies. Shows. Mostly anime." In fact, Izuku was worried that this cheap establishment might not have been to Yujin's expensive tastes. Izuku looked around. The restaurant was packed with people. Because he had often spent time in a quiet solitude at home, a lively atmosphere like this wasn't exactly bad. The waiter came and Izuku winked at her again and she blushed and said, "Here is sashimi and K katsudon and 1 bottles of sake." Their order had arrived. The two hunters dug into the food. One by one, pieces of meat disappeared from the pan. Fortunately, it looked like the young master of a rich family liked the food. Yu said, "I often eat sashimi with my friends, Midoriya-sama." Izuku said, "Oh yeah? College friends?" Yu said, "Yep. Compared to the rich kids from expensive and prestigious schools, I get along much better with my peers from a normal college." Izuku smiled and nodded as Yujin spoke. It was rather fitting of the young man he had gotten to know. Izuku flagged a server, "Excuse me, could we get 2 more orders of sashimi and katsudon and a bottle of soda?" The server said, "Of course." When the server walked away, Yu's face was becoming red with drunkenness and the young man smiled moronically. There was something Izuku was curious about, however. "So what's your plan now?" When a serious question appeared, Yujin suddenly sat upright like an interviewee on his first job interview. "After a simple written test at the association, I will obtain my guildmaster license. With it, I will go and try to make a deal with my father." The young man's eyes were filled with determination. He had invested quite a bit of his own money into this plan, there was no room for backing out now. That building he promised to Izuku. He would only be able to keep that promise if he was able to convince his father to hand over the guildmaster's position. Meanwhile, Izuku was rather carefree about the entire affair. It'd be nice to get that 30 billion won building, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. His real goal was to level up. And with the 15 C-rank dungeons he had conquered with Yujin, he managed to fulfill that goal plenty of times. The results of that level up. Kim Tetsu was an air anchor with contract fees probably in the billions, and Izuku knocked him out with a single hit. That means at the very least, I'll be able to earn more than that shitbag. Great income would naturally follow great abilities. There was no need for Izuku to worry about money. Because of that, Izuku's face was filled with a carefree expression. As Izuku reminisced on the past few days with a smile, Yujin asked a question. "What about you, Midoriya-sama? What's your plan now?" Izuku said. "Me? Well. Was it something he shouldn't have asked?" Yujin panicked for a second but relaxed when Izuku softened his expression. "I'll be doing the UA entrance exam. Then I'll be out of touch for a while." Yu said. "I'm sure you will pass with flying color, Midoriya-sama, bit." But that sentence, a noticeable frown appeared on Yujin's face. The young man looked like a puppy abandoned on the road and drained his glass. Yujin placed his glass loudly down on the table. With help from the liquid courage, the young man opened his mouth. "Midoriya-sama, if I am just a bother to you, please let me know. I won't bother you anymore." Izuku thought. This dumbus. It seemed that Jin had mistaken his words about being out of contact for something else. Izuku scratched his temple and spoke. "You." He responded. "Yes, Midoriya." Izuku said. "What exactly am I to you?" Unable to reply immediately, the young man's eyes looked to the ceiling. "I have an older brother, about 10 years older than me, Midoriya-sama." Izuku had heard of it. Yu Maingan's firstborn, Yu Sung. "My Oni-chan doesn't like me that much. To be honest, I've probably spent more time with you in the past few days compared to my entire life with my Oni-chan. Hell, I'm not even sure if I should call him One-chan. Compared to that older brother, you saved my life, helped me with my plans." Yujin looked at Izuku with a clear eyes. To me, you feel more like my brother than my real brother." Well, he was still scared of Izuku from time to time. Still, the memories he had made with Izuku in their days together were something he could never forget. The respect Yujin had for hunting buddy was far greater than any fear, and Izuku said. "If you think of me as your brother." Izuku spoke with a smile. "I'll think of you as my brother. Just from now on call me Izuku." Izuku. With his nose turning red, Yujin began to cry. Well, Izuku could have tolerated just crying, but the young man suddenly pushed himself toward Izuku. "Izuku. I want to give you a hug." Izuku said. Hey. "You're drunk, you punk." You said. "No, Izuku. My head has never been clearer than now." Izuku said. "At least keep your eyes open when you're talking." Whether he was truly moved or was just drunk, Yujin put his head on the table and began to cry loudly. Izuku gently patted the young man on the shoulder. Soon, Yujin fell asleep. Sigh. He's really something else. Izuku leaned back on his chair and bit his tongue. Yujin. In many ways, he was an annoyance, but Izuku did not dislike him. And here's the next report. Izuku thought. Is it already 9? Some time ago. Eastern Seaboard, United States. James fell to the ground. With the strength in his legs gone, the man crawled on the floor to escape, but realized he had come across a dead end. All hope left the American. Oh Jesus fucking Christ. The dungeon this time was rank. A raiding party with the appropriate level of power was put together to clear the dungeon, but the entire party was wiped out. To be accurate, they were knocked out. With his back against the wall, James collected his breath and shook his head repeatedly. It truly was an impossible occurrence. When they had first entered the dungeon, the raiding party had discovered it was completely empty. Not a single magic beast was found. A dungeon with no magic beasts. Is that even possible? Then where did all the magic power measured outside come from? The heroes were confused in unison. However, past this strange issue, something even more surprising was found in the boss room. They found a lone magic beast there. A magic beast that looked exactly like a human. That single enemy knocked out the entire raiding party. Strong didn't even begin to describe this thing. Only James was able to barely escape the boss room. Wait, was all the magic power measured outside coming from just that one magic beast? The rank designation was given to the dungeon after measuring the magic power seeping from the gate outside. In an ordinary situation, that magic power would be the combined amount leaked by every magic beast in the dungeon. This time, there was only one entity releasing said magic power. Impossible. But the humanoid magic beast said. Sigh. Come on. In Japanese. That magic beast had appeared in the distance. James screamed. Ow, my ears, in Japanese. The magic beast, no, the Asian man with overgrown hair and facial hair scratched his head. James' screams turned into a groan. The mysterious man stood before the American and put his hands on his hips. I mean, would you attack me like that? I told you, I'm not a magic beast. I'm human. In Japanese. James could not understand the man. His face just turned wider and wider. The Asian man stared at the panicking American, wondering what he should do. He sighed deeply. Not like you Yankees can understand me. In Japanese. Still, the man attempted communication. He squatted down to sit at an eye level with James, then tried to speak as friendly as possible. Hey, in broken English. The man tried to remember what little English he knew. I'm Japanese. I'm Japanese. He did his best to speak as clearly as possible. I want to go home. I want to go home. It was an unprecedented news. A living human came out of a dungeon. The Federal Bureau of Heroes, FBH, was called in an emergency. The deputy director of FBH arrived at the interrogation room. He was on one side of a one-way mirror, looking at an Asian man in handcuffs on the other side. Is that him? The employee said. Yes, sir. The deputy director said. Looks human to me. The employee said. I agree, sir. Indeed. If he cleaned up his messily grown hair and facial hair, he would have looked like an ordinary, middle-aged Asian man. Deputy director said. Did he say anything about himself? The employee said. He's claiming that he's a hero from Japan. Deputy director said. Japan. The employee said. Yes, sir. Deputy director said. How the hell did a hero from Japan come out of a dungeon on the other side of the world? The employee said. He says he was stranded in the dungeon 10 years ago when the gate closed before he could leave. And when he opened his eyes, he was in the States. That's what he's claiming. The deputy director placed a hand on his forehead. How to explain all this to the director? He already felt a headache coming on. So why are you just waiting out here? Shouldn't someone be in there interrogating him? Forget the director, this might make its way up high into the chain of command. They shouldn't be wasting time like this. However, the head of interrogation had other thoughts. If it reveals its true nature during interrogation, the entire capital might be placed in danger. It certainly was a possibility. According to the report, even a raiding party with multiple rankers were taken down by this thing. They could not make any careless movements. So we need a capable hero to perform the interrogation. An S ranker if possible. The head of interrogation nodded. Fortunately, there is an S-rank hunter nearby fluent in Japanese. The deputy director's face brightened. He was the deputy director of the FBH. The man was familiar with every single S-rank hunter working in the US. The head of interrogations had trouble pronouncing the name. He checked a report from his subordinates. A hero from Japan. His name is Hisashi Midoriya. Wang Dingsu was a merciless person. Especially to magic beasts. Because of a dungeon break, he had lost his parents and grew up under his older brother. And when he awakened as an S-ranker, he considered it a blessing from the heavens. The chance to rip apart magic beasts without mercy. And so, the S-ranker entered the interrogation with a cold attitude. A man from a dungeon. They even said the wavelength of his magic power matched the pattern of magic beasts. If it's a magic beast imitating a human, he would kill it on the spot. He had accepted the request from the FBH with that in mind. Wang Dingsu met the eyes of the man. The pair exchanged looks. Wang Dingsu placed the man's file on the table and leaned back on the chair. I suggest you cooperate. My word will determine whether or not you're a human or a magic beast. Hisashi said. Alright. Before starting the official interrogation, Wang asked a personal question. They said his brother died in the dungeon. Was there a chance he could come back? The S-ranker wanted to know. Is it possible for other heroes to come back like you? The man shook his head. Wang's brows twitched. How can you be sure? Hisashi said. Because I know the reason why I was able to return. Wang said. Reason? What reason? Hisashi said. Before that, let me ask you something. Wang said. I'm the one asking the questions. Wang's eyes narrowed. However, the man ignored him and continued. Gates, magic beasts, dungeon breaks. Just what do you know about all of that? If it was a boring question, Wang Dingsu would have used his strength to silence the man. But it was not a boring question. Since the gates first started appearing 10 years ago, followed by the awakened beings, many had challenged that question, but to no avail. This might be an opportunity to finally obtain some answers. Deputy Director. The FBH employees across the one-way mirror gulped. Wang Dingsu asked. Are you saying you know? Hisashi said. Dungeons, gates, magic beasts. They are all but a prelude to the real war that's coming. And the existence that will become the greatest disaster of that war just opened its eyes. Wang said. Then the reason you are here is? Hisashi said. To prevent that disaster. Wang said. What exactly is this greatest disaster? Hisashi said. That I cannot say. Wang Dingsu sneered. If you truly are a human who came here to prevent a disaster, why can't you reveal any details? No matter what it is, wouldn't it be better to work together? The man shook his head. Numbers mean nothing in front of its power. Weaklings grouping up will only become used by it. Wang said. And only you can stop it. The man nodded. Wang Dingsu clicked his tongue in his mind. He's fucking crazy. Well, it made sense if the man was stranded in a dungeon for 10 years. Or, it could just be that a magic beast imitating a human made an error. Huanga decided to entertain the man's delusions. You must be quite confident in your abilities. Hisashi said. I have a certain qualification other than abilities. What could they hope to learn from a crazy man? Huang decided he was done asking questions. Instead, he opened the file given to him by the FBH. It was a list of information and questions to confirm the man's identity. Name, Hisashi Midoriya. The picture in the file was a perfect match. Instead of 10 years, it looks like only few weeks or months passed. But Wang did not pay it much mind. After all, they say high-ranking heroes can even slow their aging. Your accomplishments as a hero are rather impressive. You could earn quite a bit in today's world. Hisashi did not reply. Wang continued through the document. Wife, Inko Midoriya. 2 kids, son's name is. Absent-mindedly reading down the list, Wang froze for the briefest of moments when he got to the son's name. Izuku Midoriya. Wang continued without showing any indication. Izuku Midoriya. What is your daughter's name? Hisashi said. Izumi Midoriya. Wang said. Okay, next. Suddenly Hisashi said. Hold on. Wang was about to flip to the next page when Hisashi stopped him. The S-ranker raised his head without much thought. Hisashi's face had turned as cold as Wang's. Why did I feel a killing intent when you read my son's name? The file was tossed to the table. Wang turned off the microphone connecting to the outside. I thought I said I would be the one asking questions. Hisashi said. I need to hear your answer. Wang said. And if I refuse? Hisashi said. I'll have you talk with force. Hisashi's eyes flared. The man was not about to back off. With that, Wang sneered widely. Alright. You're a magic beast. Having made his conclusion without much thought, Wang Dingsu turned on the microphone again. Deputy Director, this man is a magic beast. He's going to attack soon, please evacuate. The presences he felt on the other side of the one-way mirror panicked then ran off. The siren rang loudly throughout the building. Wang's fists began to glow with a silver light. I will be visiting Japan soon. Finishing his preparations, Wang's lips made an ugly smile towards Hisashi. What should I tell your son his father's last words were? The TV continued to report on the Red Gate incident. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Things are about to get really loud. However, he did not feel an annoyance. Just a strangeness. Strangers on the TV were reporting left and right trying to figure out Izuku's identity. And if they succeeded, it did not matter. I've become strong enough. The reason why he had hid his power up until now was to avoid being used by someone. But things were different. But with Taiga, Izuku was able to throw aside the grip of the S-rank guildmaster of Hoeta Taiga. That's how strong he had become. It was an unthinkable action in the past. I would have probably pissed my pants if I saw those eyes in the past. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Level: 60. Class: Monarch of Shadows. Title: One Who. One More. HP: 12,549. MP: 1,278. Fatigue: 0. Stats: Strength: 141. Constitution: 100. Agility: 120. Intelligence: 92. Sense: 102. Available stat points: 0. Physical damage reduction: 46%. Level 60. Having invested all the points from the daily quest, even his intelligence was nearing 100. I still have a long way to go. Yes, a long way to go. To a higher place. Somewhere no one could dare to reach him. For a start, he would begin with the Demon Castle. He recalled the description on the Blessed Random Box. Blessed Random Box will provide what the player wants. And the Demon Castle key came out of that box. High-leveled monsters and great rewards. He had already confirmed this with the Cerberus. No matter what was inside, Izuku was sure that it would be just as great. It was finally time to return to that place. In fact, he planned on staying there for a few days. He just had one issue. Once I'm inside, I won't be able to make contact with the outside world. What would he tell his little sister? He would have to think of an excuse. As the pair left the restaurant, the news on the TV continued. Here's the next report. The US government remains silent on the explosion at the FBH headquarters few days ago. Izuku woke up and started his daily quests and finished them, and he saw that All Might called and picked it up. Hello. All Might said. Hello. Young Midoriya. Is this you? Izuku said. Yes. All Might said. Well, young Midoriya, I was in the area and wanted to see and hear about your progress in person if that's fine with you. Izuku said. Yeah, I'm fine with that. At Takoba Beach. All Might said. Of course. See you in 5. Izuku said. Alright. As they ended the call, they both went to Takoba Beach. Izuku saw All Might and walked to him as he was looking the other way, and Izuku said. Hey All Might. All Might jumped and said. What, who? All Might then said. Oh, sorry, I don't recognize you. I would be fine with giving you an autograph, my young fan. Izuku said. Is it because my haircut? I'm your successor. All Might said. I'm so sorry, young Midoriya. It's just that you look so much more. Izuku said. Different. Mostly handsome, but shouldn't say that. A lot of people think of me as another person, so it's fine. My own sister couldn't recognize me. All Might thought. He looked so much more better looking as well. I also couldn't sense him. His footsteps, he's like an assassin. He's gotten powerful, he's a decent S rank, he can probably almost solo a B rank gate. I can feel it. Izuku said. I'm great, All Might. What about you? All Might said. I'm doing well. So how is your progress with One for All? Can I guess in the 40s, I presume? Izuku said. We could wait for the entrance exam and make it a surprise. All Might said. That's a great idea. I wonder how much percentage you can use, maybe you may use more than 50. What about your other quirk? Izuku said. Aside from One for All, there's a new skill with my quirk. It's a very dangerous power. People shouldn't know the true nature of it. All Might said. What do you mean true nature? Izuku said. It's better if I show you instead of explaining it, would it be fine with you? All Might nodded. Izuku said. Arise. Soldiers came out of Izuku's shadow, and All Might took a step back and thought. This aura. How can a human possess this? Izuku said. I can control several summons. All Might said. That's amazing. Heroes who are able to use summons are rare, and 2 is usually the limit, but you can use over 30. I can sense one that is almost an S rank as well. No, it's maybe a low tier S rank. All Might touched them and felt the cold armor and said. How did you get summons and what did you mean by true nature? Izuku said. All of them, as much mana I have, that's how many summons I can have, it depends on my mana, and the true nature is. I have power over the dead, all these summons are the undead. All Might said. What? That's what you meant by true nature. You have the power to continuously grow, power of the dead, and One for All. Izuku said. Yes, I won't be using the summons in the entrance exam, I want to keep it fair for everyone. As well as that, keep this power a secret. All Might said. Then is that all you needed to talk about? Izuku said. Yup, then I'll see you tomorrow then. All Might said. Goodbye then. Until tomorrow, young Midoriya. Izuku disappeared and All Might jumped off as they look forward to show the progress for the UA entrance exam. The next day. Izuku woke up and started his daily quests and finished the quests and put everything in intelligence and got ready for the entrance exam. He wore the black trench coat and black pants with the white t-shirt. Izuku left his house and went on the train. As he got off, he walked a bit and saw a huge building and smiled upon seeing it. I'm gonna make it into UA, mom. Izuku thought. The hallowed grounds of UA. The school with the best hero training course in the world, the place every kid wants to go. Sure, there are similar programs out there, but they don't hold a candle to UA's, which is why it's almost impossible to get in. The school's alumni list is a who's who of idols. All Might, the most famous pro there is. The legendary peacekeeper, with the most wins under his belt. The fiery hero. Endeavor. Not to mention the DENIMA Circumflex Heroes clad AWARDA Circumflex Heroes winning Marvel Best Genist. Graduating from UA is basically a requirement if you want to be a great hero. And so. This was it. The first step towards achieving my dream of becoming a pro. Izuku continued walking. As he walked, some kids looked at him and whispered. Is he a teacher? Another said. What hero is he? Another said. He's hot. Izuku was surrounded by people gossiping about him and he looked at his phone and saw that it was time to start. Then on the speakers he heard a squeaky voice saying. Examinees, please get ready for the entrance exam and head into the auditorium. Izuku saw other people go into a room and followed them. As he entered, he saw many people taking their seats and Izuku found an open seat and sat in it and got ready to take the exam. As everyone settled in, a few teachers walked up to the microphone. But one got a stool and stood on it and it said. Am I a mouse, rabbit or raccoon? Well, of course I am Principal Nezu, thank you for coming everyone. Our exam will be in two portions, the written and practical. The written will have 100 questions and you will have an hour to finish. As he said that, many examinees started to talk amongst themselves. After a few seconds, Nezu said. Examinees that are recommended students will go through the door you all entered from and the others will stay here. Nezu said. Now the teachers will start giving the papers and when everyone gets a paper I'll tell you guys to start. A little while later Nezu said. Okay, I've been told everyone has gotten a paper. You may start. As it reached the 45-minute mark, more and more examinees got up from their spots and handed in the paper and walked back to their seat, and eventually it became 50 minutes and Izuku handed his test and eventually it became an hour and the teachers took the papers from the examinees who were still doing their test. Some students started to exit but a majority remained in the auditorium. President Mick walked to the front of the stage and said, can I get Hoyaya? No one responded. Then a midget with purple balls for hair and a guy with blonde hair with a lightning streak on his head said. Hoyaya. Everyone looked at those two kids and President Mick said. Well, okay then, are you guys ready for the exam? No one responded. President Mick said. Okay, there are birch ears under your chair and they have the information of the test and I will be reading it out loud and explaining the concepts. President Mick said. We will have to fight magic beasts. 1 point is for an undead. 2 points is for an insect. 3 points is golem type. Lastly, the 0 point. The examinee with the blue hair said. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. President Mick said. Hit me. The examinee said. On the printout, you've listed 4 type of villains. Not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do. Additionally, you with the unkempt hair. You aren't listening to President Mick's explanation. You're just reading the brochure. Izuku got up and looked at him dead straight in the eyes with no emotion and said. Shut up. Have you heard what President Mick said? He was about to explain the 0 pointer. You have a stick up your fucking ass, might as well be a metal pole, cause you're fucking uptight. You have activated bloodlust. The boy looked at Izuku in fear and took ragged breaths and Izuku said. Listen the fuck up, if you make it to 1, don't expect me to be goody-goody with you. I'll make you beg to the teacher to switch classes. At the same time, bloodlust started to affect people around Izuku and many teachers and students shivered upon feeling the bloodlust. It was as if they were being drowned in water and can't move. President Mick said. Attendee number 420, can you please lower the intent A? Izuku realized he was sending out killer intent and said. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. As he bowed and sat down again. President Mick said. We were about to explain the 0 pointer, thanks for calling in with your request. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That guy's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. There's one in every battle center. Think of it as a hurdle you should try to avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. I recommend my listeners try to ignore it and focus on the ones top in the charts. The blue-haired examinee said. Thank you very much. Please, continue. Oh, I get it. So they're kinda like traps you have to get by in games. The whole thing's like a video game, huh? President Mick said. You ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Good luck. Izuku thought. Well, this is it. Time to put 1 month of training with All Might in the system. To the test. Time to give it my all. I will become a hero. Just like I always dreamed. I won't let myself down. UA High's entrance exam is here, and every one of us wants a spot at this prestigious school. Izuku got out of the bus and reached the examination area and saw other kids get out of the other buses and thought. He's here too. That blue-haired dumbus. Some kid said. Hey, over there. That's the guy who the teachers told to stop send out killing intent. The blue-haired kid practically wet himself in the lecture hall. Dude, what a loser. But one less rival to worry about, I guess. Izuku saw a girl with a bob cut and seemed nervous and was walking up to her, and the blue-haired boy was going to say something, but Izuku looked at his eyes for a split second and looked away and continued walking and said to the girl. Hey, are you okay? You should breathe. I'm sure you'll pass alright. The girl looked at Izuku and blushed and thought. He's so hot. He's so close. And said thanks, I needed that. Izuku said. No problem, I'm Izuku Midoriya, what's your name? Izuku was cut by President Mick as he said. Are you guys ready? No one responded. Then President Mick said. Right, let's start. Izuku pushed off the ground and summoned Baruka's Tanto and Night Killer and passed through the doors as the other contestants stood there confused and someone said. Hey, he's cheating. President Mick said. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting airtime here. Follow the green-haired boy with black highlights. Iida thought. I'm already behind. I shall not fail my family. Someone said. Hey, wait up. Save some villains for me. Izuku already killed a few beasts that were 17 points altogether as the next person on the leaderboard had 4 points. Izuku would kill the beasts as others were about to attack and leave before they could react, as the other examinees would see this and stare dumbfounded at the spot Izuku was at and would remember that time was running out and frantically run for their lives to kill a few beasts to raise their points as Izuku landed on the tallest building, looking to get a few more points. In the monitoring room. Nezu looked at the screen standing beside All Might and asked. Who looks the best to you so far? All Might whispered. I told you about me having a successor, he's strong, very strong. Nezu whispered. I see, what quirk does he have? All Might whispered. It's powerful, we'll have to discuss in private after the exams. With Recovery Girl. Nezu said. Alright. Has anyone seen any strong examinees? The sleep-deprived hero said. There's a kid with an explosion quirk, he seems powerful. Also there's a kid with a tornado quirk, if he gets better quirk control, he'll be a top 10 hero. Then there's Endeavor's daughter. But the kid who sent the killer intent to Ingenium's younger brother, I want him in my class. Nezu said. Alright. We have many exceptional examinees this year, hopefully they can all live up to their potential. Right, Midnight. The sadistic hero was rubbing her thighs as she said. Ah, yes, that boy is so handsome as well, if he's as good as he looks he should probably be good at sex as we. All Might and Nezu looked at Midnight at the same time, and even though the intellect of the both is different, they both thought. What the fuck? Nezu pulled out a plastic bottle with metal balls in it from a drawer and started to shake it beside her ear and said. Bad, Midnight. Sexualizing a minor. I'll need to use disciplinary measures. All Might quietly said. Disciplinary measures? Midnight yelled. Not the whip. As Nezu continued to shake the plastic bottle beside her ear, Midnight then whimpered, and All Might went beside the sleep-deprived hero and asked. Does this happen often, Eraserhead? Eraserhead shuddered as he had war flashbacks. Eraserhead said. The staff room. It gives me nightmares. All Might thought. I will never go to that staff room. All Might said. I'm sorry to hear that. You need a psychologist. I can pay for that, I feel real bad hearing about that. Eraserhead cracked a small smile and said. Thanks, number one. Nezu said. That's enough discipline. As Midnight had a sigh of relief and Nezu continued. Now shall we let the 0-pointer out? Back to the exam. Izuku stood on top of the building as he surveyed the area and heard a speaker turn on and turned his head toward it and heard Nezu's voice as he said. Hope you all are doing well. We will now be releasing the 0-pointer. The speaker turned off and Izuku heard rumbling. President Mick said. Think of it as a hurdle you should try to avoid. I recommend my listeners try to ignore it and focus on the ones topping the charts. Many people ran to the start line as Izuku's curiosity peaked and he felt mana waves hit him and said, "It's a B-rank boss that may get me to level 61. Izuku leapt from that building. As he did that he heard someone scream for help and it was from the exact location where the boss is. Izuku activated One for All to get there faster. One for All 53% has activated. As Izuku neared to the mana wave he saw a giant stone golem stand in front of a familiar girl who was buried in rubble and Izuku realized it was the girl he was talking to earlier and Izuku said, "Don't give up hope yet. I am here." All Might smiled upon hearing a paraphrased version of his slogan. Izuku then got rid of his daggers and Nezu saw it on the monitors and wondered, where did his daggers go? As he jumped at the golem and pulled his arm back and yelled, "Detroit, smash." As the sleeves of his black trench coat was shredded, pebbles and rocks of the monsters were the remains of it and Izuku then ran to the rock the girl was stuck under and picked it up and she said, "Thank you. I hurt my leg. I'm sorry I made you run into danger just to save me for being weak. Level up." Izuku said, "It's all good, that just means you can get stronger. Here, drink this." She gulped a red-colored drink and her bleeding leg was completely healed. Nezu watched this unfold and thought, he has spatial magic, heal and has brute strength and he yelled, "Detroit, smash." He's the successor. He has a hero's attitude. He went to save her without a second thought. All Might, you may not be the brightest, but this is the best decision you made. I wonder what his quirk is. Izuku put her on the ground and said, "You should be able to walk." The girl said, "Ichako Uraraka." Izuku said, "Alright Uraraka, hopefully we meet in class 1A. He winked and disappeared from her sight, leaving a blushing mess of a girl. Izuku then felt a vibration on his thigh. His phone was ringing. He looked at it, All Might.A. Izuku answered it and said, "Hey All Might." All Might was crying tears of happiness and said, "Hey Izuku, you used the I am here. I'm so proud, you truly are my successor." Izuku said, "Greatest fanboy. But successor is better." All Might said, "I wanted to reveal your existence to people who know the secret of our quirk." Izuku said, "Where do we meet?" All Might said, "You don't know the buildings yet. Just meet me on top of the main building." Izuku said, "Alright, race you there." Izuku hung up. So did All Might. As All Might burst out of the monitoring room, other teachers wondered where he was going. As Nezu slowly walked to the meeting point, Izuku saw All Might and thought, how can I slow him down? As he thought for an idea he said, "Baruka, Igris, Iron, slow him down." All Might felt the familiar eerie energy and shuddered and flinched as he felt two high A ranks and a very low S rank grab his limbs and try to slow him down. As All Might tried to shake them off, as he killed them they regenerated, and as that happened, Izuku was able to get to the top of the building. Izuku then called back the three and All Might reached there and said, "You cheating bastard." Izuku cut All Might off and said, "All is fair in war, All Might." All Might grumbled and swore under his breath as he mimicked Izuku's voice. "All is fair in war, All Might, please sign this, I'm your biggest fan. Nananan." As All Might walked into his office, a rat dog monkey raccoon thing jumped at Izuku and he had a notepad and started to ask too many questions per second and All Might grabbed the rat thing and All Might said, "Calm down, you can ask him later. Is Recovery Girl here?" Recovery Girl slowly walked behind Nezu and said, "I'm here Tashi." As everyone entered All Might's office, All Might closed the door and said, "Izuku, say hello to everyone, they know the secret, and Nezu and Recovery Girl say hello to my successor." All three nodded and Recovery Girl asked Izuku, "What's your quirk, sonny boy?" Izuku said, "Don't call me that. My quirk, rather power, is to level up." Nezu said, "Level up? My, that changes the outlook on quirks. You could have become the strongest hero without One for All." All Might said, "He's not finished, he has that fucking cheating power, fucking try hard." Izuku said, "Shut up sore loser much. This is my trump card. My final yet unknown power. The greatest pow." Recovery Girl said, "Just get on with it boy." Izuku said, "Arise." Nezu and Recovery Girl looked around and saw a bit more than 40 shadow soldiers standing side by side and they all went on one knee and Izuku said, "I didn't teach them that. They just do it even when I tell them to stop." Nezu said, "You can level up, One for All, and you have summons, not even two more than 40 summons. Please tell me that's all." Izuku said, "I can have infinite summons as I have the complete power over the dead." Recovery Girl gasped in disbelief and Nezu said, "You're basically God." Izuku said, "Thanks, I guess." All Might said, "Well, Izuku, how much percentage can you use?" Izuku said, "About 53%. All Might said, "Great, more than halfway to 100. Izuku asked the three, "Do you guys have any other questions?" The three said nothing and Izuku said, "I'm gonna leave." "Oh yeah, All Might, I'm gonna be out of contact for about a week, so bye." Izuku then disappeared, and his presence disappeared before anyone could react to get to him. Izuku got home and saw Izumi and she said, "Hello, Oni-chan. How was the exam?" Izuku just nodded and went into his room and packed a duffel bag and walked out and said, "I'm gonna be out of contact for a week, so if I don't pick up, don't worry, okay?" Izumi said, "How was the exam?" Izuku responded and said, "Good." Izumi asked Izuku, "Where are you going?" Izuku was caught off and said, I'm going camping with my friends." Izumi said, "Alright, see you soon." Izuku said, "Yeah, sure." Izuku reached Takoba Beach and went under the boardwalk and went through an invisible door as he walked into a completely different world. Izuku looked up at the massive tower on fire. It stood where the boardwalk was moments ago. The demon castle nearly filled his entire vision. Still, they say humans can get used to anything. Feels less oppressive than last time. Indeed, Izuku's anxiousness was practically non-existent this time. Or perhaps, it's because I've grown that much. Izuku returned the golden demon castle key to the inventory, then took out a gray key. Castle gate key. Rarity. Rank. Type. Key. It is the key to the demon castle's gates. Obtained after killing the gatekeeper. It was what he obtained after killing the watchdog, Cerberus. He was unable to use it in the past, having just barely defeated Cerberus. Now, he would finally enter the castle. Next, he took out his weapon. Baruka's Tanto in his right hand, the gate key in his left, Izuku carefully walked towards the castle gate. Curiously, he did not see Cerberus. The monsters not respawn in the demon castle dungeon. Might be just limited to the dog, but there was a strong possibility that it was a special rule of this place. If that's the case, the interiors might be a little different than the instant dungeons where monsters respawned. Izuku sharply focused his senses. Compared to the past, what he felt now was not fear, but an overwhelming confidence resulting from his power. Maintaining a sharpness and being afraid were two completely different things. The message appeared in front of the castle door. "Would you like to use the castle gate key and enter?" "Yes, no." Izuku laughed at the stupid question and selected, "Yes." He had not touched the door, but the giant gates swung open on their own. Izuku was taken back. Even though his senses were focused, he did not sense any monsters past the doors. No monsters. He had prepared for the exact opposite. His worst-case scenario visioned a scene where a ton of monsters jumped him the moment he opened the door. It was this pessimistic thought that had carried him to the penalty zone for training. Just what was this? It seemed like his efforts were in vain. The inside of the castle was almost pathetically devoid of any monster's presence. What now? With a disappointed feeling, Izuku returned Baruka's Tanto to the inventory and stepped into the demon castle. As these things usually go, that first step into the area triggered a response. Izuku reflexively called his two daggers to his hands in a flash. What is it? The quest has arrived. And it's not the daily quest. Well, that would have been weird, he had already made sure to complete the daily quest before coming here. Then this must be just a quest. This was the first time he had received just a quest. Every other quest up until now was hidden, emergency or something. Izuku checked the quest with a tilted head. Ordinary quest. Collect the demon souls. Part 1. The demon castle is full of demons. Please hunt them and collect their souls to earn a special reward. Normal demons contain only one soul, but the upper floors will have demons with multiple souls. Quest requirement. Enter the demon castle. Quest goal. Demon souls 0-10,000. Rewards. Pick one item from every item possible. Stat points plus 20. Unknown reward. 20 stat points. As always, the first thing that grabbed Izuku's attention was the stat point reward. I can raise my intelligence by 20. He could not help but smile. The disadvantages of low mana could not be understated. I need a ton of mana to keep my soldiers regenerating. And mana wasn't the only benefit of the intelligence stat. Izuku was finally able to learn that as his intelligence increased, the number of shadows he could extract and store increased as well. Because of all this, increasing his intelligence was urgent. If he could earn 20 bonus stats through the quest, it would take care of a large problem. Izuku looked up from the stat reward. Just the bonus stats were an insane reward, then there was this. Really? Every item possible? Izuku remembered the absolute highest class equipment from the shop. S-rank equipment that cost billions, some even tens of billions, of gold. Izuku looked at Night Killer in his left hand. This powerful dagger cost nearly 3 million gold, and he was still using it. If a B-rank dagger costing nearly 3 million is this good, just how good are the S-rank daggers costing tens of billions? He became curious. Looking at just the first and second rewards, even ignoring the unknown third reward, this was an incredible quest. Considering the rewards, taking down few monsters will be as easy as eating. Because Izuku's eyes fell on the quest rewards first, he had not taken a closer look at the quest goal. The man finally looked at the number of zeros and was shocked. 10,000. Izuku could not help but exclaim loudly. This was not just taking down few monsters. It's really not an ordinary quest. No matter what kind of monsters these demons were, killing 10,000 of them would be an ordeal. However, the hero smiled widely. That is, if I was alone. The current number of soldiers was 50. They each just had to take down 200 demons. Yes, with those soldiers, this quest would be doable. Would you like to accept the quest? Izuku thought. Of course. There was no way he would refuse. You've accepted the quest. If he failed, the penalty would be just a wasted time. Compared the penalty of those other quests. Bleh. His life was on the line for the class advancement quest and the emergency quests. Compared to those, this was truly a blessed quest. Izuku raised his head. So that's going to keep track of my progress. The moment he accepted the quest, a counter appeared in the air. Collected demon souls. 10,000. But the numbers he imagined in his head actually visualized, Izuku chuckled in disbelief. Suddenly, he discovered another counter to the left of the souls counter. Exp. To next level. 60,000. The holographic letters clearly displayed a number, and it was telling him that he would level up once he filled that number. Am I finally able to see my experience? But he was level 61. 61 didn't particularly seem like a milestone level for something like this to happen. Not only that, Izuku didn't see such a counter before heading into the demon castle. Let's see. Izuku took a step back and exited the demon castle. With that, both the soul counter and the experience counter disappeared. When he went back in, the two counters returned as if they were always there. Looks like it's only for the demon castle. It was a shame he wouldn't be able to see the experience counter on the outside, but it would surely be convenient while he was in here. On the other hand, does that mean it'll take that long to conquer this place? That was certainly a possibility. Izuku pored over the details of the quest once more, then closed the message box. Think I got the details down. Finally, it would be time to explore the interiors of the demon castle. A ruined city lay before his eyes. Unexpectedly, it was another field-type dungeon. Where is this? Is this Tokyo? Perhaps if everyone in Seoul died and 100 years passed, it might look like this. A lifeless city faded to gray. Few streetlights flickered on and off here and there. On top of that, it was using the great city of Tokyo as its base. Next to the instant dungeons that used a subway station or a mall as their base, this was incomparable. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Where do I go first? Where was the goal? Izuku looked over here and there. Thankfully, he did not have to wonder for too long. From a distance, a giant pillar of light stood. Let's try over there. Izuku started heading towards the direction. In case he got lost, he carefully remembered the area where the castle gate was. However, he did not go too far when he was interrupted. Small monsters crawled out from between the buildings here and there. Low-level demon. Izuku read the dark red names above their heads and understood what they were. If the gargoyle magic beasts had wings, it would look just like them. There were 8 of them. Izuku smiled. Got 8 souls. One of the demons sported Baruka's tanto out of its forehead. You've defeated a low-level demon. You've earned 100 experience points. You've earned 1 demon soul. While they were distracted by their fallen comrade, Izuku quickly ran over and removed another's head. You've defeated a low-level demon. You've earned 100 experience points. You've earned 1 demon soul. These things gave 100 experience points each. And I need 60,000 experience points to level up. Defeating 600 of these low-level demons should level him up. The remaining demons fell quickly. Current souls at 8. Experience gained was 800. The marathon starts with just a few steps. Izuku's eyes sparkled, looking for the next prey. You've defeated a low-level demon. You've earned 100 experience points. You've earned 1 demon soul. You've defeated a low-level demon. You've earned 100 experience points. You've earned 1 demon soul. Izuku had been hunting the low-level demons for 2 hours now. He checked the current soul count. Collected demon souls. 309, 10,000. The quest was 3% done. Additionally, at the current rate, he would level up in about 2 more hours of hunting. His current level was 61. It took 9 C-rank dungeons to level up from 60 to 61, and that was over 2 days. Compared to that, he would be able to gain 1 level after 4 hours of hunting here. That's crazy. But did I ask? A smile appeared on Izuku's face. How long had it been since he enjoyed hunting this much? I think it's the first time since that day. He recalled his first instant dungeon with nostalgia. Izuku had alternated hunting between the first and second levels of the subway dungeon non-stop until he stopped leveling up. Sometimes, more than one with a single swing. In no time, he took down 20 more low-level demons. The experience points and soul counts increased appropriately with the fallen demons. On top of that were the drops. A smile bloomed on the face of the hunter collecting items. Looks like the horns are a guaranteed drop. Low-level demon's horn. Rarity? None. Type? Junk. The horn from the low-level demon's head. As a valuable magic reagent, a demon's horn sells for quite an amount. The junk item, demon's horn. Selling it at the shop earned him 200,000 gold. Even Cerberus's teeth sold for 150,000 each. The monsters of the demon castle sure are generous. Having tasted the value of the shop recently, the junk items were no longer just junk to Izuku. They were valuable gold would become his flesh and blood. There's really nothing to throw away. Izuku happily sold what needed to be sold and stored whatever he didn't. While he was going through the corpses, he discovered something. He found an item he had not seen before. Entry permit. Rarity. Type. It's a permit to enter the second floor. Usable in the inter-floor movement magic circle on the first floor. It was a document rolled up like a scroll. Entry permit. Unfurling the scroll, Izuku found a bunch of letters and shapes he could not interpret. The only information he could find was in the item's information box. An item that lets me go from the first floor to the second. Could it be? Izuku looked around the area. Well, this was the interiors of the demon castle. In a way, its base was where the light was coming from. If the demon castle was divided up into floors, then this would be the first floor. It never even occurred to me that a field-type dungeon could have multiple floors. Only one way to find out. He had to find that magic circle. Only place that the inter-floor movement magic circle could be is. Izuku looked over to the pillar of light that reached to the sky. Well, it was his goal from the start, but he was distracted by hunting the low-level demons and ended up in the opposite direction. Guess I'll head over there now. He had hunted all the low-level demons in the area anyways. Izuku smiled. Come forth. The shadow soldiers stored by shadow storage did not need any particular command to be summoned. All he had to do was call on them with intent. The shadow beast spawned from the alpha ice bear stood before Izuku. The monster bear stood on its hind legs. It towered over a house. However, in front of Izuku, it was no different than a trained puppy. Down. The shadow beast obediently lowered its body and Izuku got on its back. Izuku kicked the side of the beast and his ride shot forward towards the pillar of light with a terrifying speed. Combined with the large strides of its giant body, doubled up with its unnaturally fast speed, the objective came closer with great haste. Well, there was an obstacle every once in a while. The beast swiped its claws with a lightning speed and the obstacles disappeared in an instant. Oh? Izuku nodded in satisfaction. I just got on for kicks and giggles, but he's better than I thought. Izuku decided he would use him as a mount in the future and even gave it a name. From now on, your name is Tank. Tank raised its head and howled. Izuku wasn't sure if it liked or disliked the name. Slowing down, Tank reached and stopped before the pillar of light. Good boy. Izuku dismounted, petted the shadow beast, then returned him to his shadow. He turned around. You've discovered the inter-floor movement magic circle. The circle magic seal was drawn on the floor. The light from the magic circle reached the sky. Izuku stepped in the light. Nothing happened. Confused, Izuku took few more steps and reached the center of the circle. There are no other open floors. Which floor would you like to go to? Izuku asked. How many floors are there? There was no reply. To see the top, I just have to climb the tower, eh? Izuku thought for a moment. He was almost leveled up. Should he level up here or go up a floor? Izuku thought for a moment. Compared to the other instant dungeons, monsters don't respawn here. There's no point in staying in one place. On top of that, the quest told him that there would be demons with multiple souls in the upper floors. With regards to both experience points and souls, Izuku decided it would be better to go up to higher floors. Alright, let's go up. Izuku spoke to the air. Second floor. An entry permit is required. Following the instruction, Izuku took out the scroll from the inventory. The moment it left the inventory, the scroll disappeared with a flash of light. The second floor of the demon castle has been opened. You will now go up to the second floor. The magic circle began to glow fiercely. At the same time, Izuku understood what was happening. Oh, so this is just an elevator. The moment he understood the pillar of light's purpose, Izuku was sent to the second floor with a blinding flash. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor. And now, 27th floor. This was Izuku's progress in the past 2 days. He had told Izumi and All Might that he would be traveling for a week. I have 5 days remaining. Considering the increasing speed at which he was clearing each floor, Izuku gained hope that it might be possible for him to reach the 100th floor in the 5 days remaining. Izuku looked around area. It was a completely destroyed city. I can't even tell what city this is based off of. Every floor was a different city. Additionally, the destruction of the cities worsened as he went up the floors. On the 27th floor, it started becoming harder to even call it a city anymore. Is this what a city would look like if it was carpet bombed? Izuku dismissed the thought and shook his head. Not the time for such thoughts. He checked his watch, it was 11 p.m. There was no night or day in this place. He had to rely on his watch to keep track of the time. If it was 11 o'clock, he should grab some rest. Proper sleep was necessary to continue the raid. Before that, let's check the progress. Collected demon souls. 2,116, 10,000. It was a rate of roughly 1,000 demons a day. He had made good progress in the past 2 days. There was still a long way to go to 10,000, but Izuku had great expectations on those demons with multiple souls on the upper floors. Looks like the most important thing is to keep going up. After that would be leveling. Wow. Izuku opened his eyes wide. Level 67. He had reached level 67 in no time. Going from the low-level demons that gave 100 experience points to mid-level demons that gave 300, the progress he made towards leveling increased explosively. Man, I really am leveling up fast here. Ton of monsters. Generous experience points. A proper difficulty. The demon castle was truly a heaven for leveling. And that was not all. Izuku had diligently worked on raising the proficiency of his kills. Even now, he was keeping Night Killer hovering over his hand. The ruler's hands. It was a skill that allowed him to move physical things without touching them. Thankfully, the ruler's hands don't cost any mana. It was a bit tiring to keep his mind concentrated on maintaining the skill, but compared to the benefits of raising his proficiency, it was worth it. As if on cue, Izuku received the good news. Ruler's hands has leveled up. Izuku quietly celebrated. Alright. Izuku beamed in happiness and rested his back against the wall. Every time he became stronger, his heart relaxed a bit. His eyelids began to droop. 47, 48, 49, 50. Izuku climbed toward the upper floor with a terrifying speed. You've defeated a mid-level demon. You've earned 300 experience points. You've earned 1 demon soul. You've defeated a mid-level demon. You've defeated a mid-level demon. However, looking at the piling up experience points and souls every time he defeated a demon, Izuku did not feel tired. Collected demon souls. 4,388, 10,000. Izuku mentally sighed. Not even halfway, huh? He felt like he had hunted an endless horde of demons here, but the wall known as 10,000 was still very high. What about his level? Level 69. He had gained 2 more levels after a day. It definitely had slowed down, but was still fast compared to the rate of soul collecting. Even now, he continued to gain experience points. Mid-level demon. You've earned 300 experience points. You've earned 1 demon soul. After taking down the last demon in front of him, Izuku stretched his back and looked around. Between the shadow soldiers standing at attention, countless corpses of mid-level demons were scattered about. Izuku smiled and put his hands together. Good job, everyone. The soldiers that fought hard returned to his shadow. Well, they could be used to collect magic cores in normal dungeons. In here, only Izuku was able to collect the drops. Would you like to acquire it? After all, only he could respond to the system's messages. This part's a bit inconvenient. And so, if the number of demons was low, Izuku would take care of them on his own. Only against a larger group were the soldiers summoned. After each battle, he went from corpse to corpse, stretching his hand toward the light and collecting drops. What was so fun about this that Eugene kept volunteering? Remembering his friend, Izuku smiled as he continued to work. There was one more inconvenience here. In the demon castle, shadow extraction was impossible. The low-level and mid-level demons he fought did not give off the black smoke that indicated a soldier could be raised. The mana is contaminated. It's not a possible target for shadow extraction. Izuku when he thought he could shadow extract. A message that told him extraction was impossible due to contaminated mana. Annoyed, Izuku went from corpse to corpse and piled up the drop messages. You found 29 mid-level demons' horns. Would you like to acquire them all? Izuku mentally sighed again. Yay. Then everything has to go. The mass sale of junk items in the past few days had massively increased his hoard. Current gold. 914,690,772. Damn. Looking at the amount of gold he had amassed, Izuku was satisfied once more. His funds for the systems shop had risen above 900 million. Makes sense. A single demon's horn is about 200,000, and I've hunted 4,000 of them. And adding the other random items sold here and there, the gold piled up with terrifying speed. Should I purchase an S-rank weapon or an armor? Izuku shook his head. He didn't particularly feel the need right now and did not want to forcefully spend gold. I'm sure I'll have a need for it someday. Izuku closed the inventory and dusted off his hands. The area was roughly cleared. He had long since obtained the entry permit for the 51st floor. All that was left to do is head over to the magic elevator. Izuku moved his gaze to the pillar of light. Guarding the magic circle was a single giant demon surrounded by multiple high-level demons. Izuku looked above the giant demon's head. Its name was floating in the usual place, in black letters. A overlord of the lower floors, Vulcan of Avarice. The demon had a giant muscular body that looked like it weighed several dozen, no, several hundred tons. In its hands was a terrifyingly large club. Still, Izuku smiled. So that's the halfway boss. Izuku had no bad memories when it came to the bosses of the instant dungeons. They had always given a large amount of experience points and dropped good items. Compared to the boss-level magic beasts that often gave little reward, boss-level monsters were practically gift boxes. The hunter wondered just what this thing would drop. Izuku smiled as he gulped in anticipation. Izuku looked at the boss and thought, shall we get started? The shadow soldiers appeared behind Izuku's back. His army was composed of infantry, mages, beasts and the two knights. At their heads stood Izuku. The two knights and an ice elf stepped forward and took place at Izuku's sides. Igris to his right, Baruka to his left. Then Iron at the front ready to tank. Looking at the trio, Izuku beamed with pride. They're rather dependable. Even if it was his skill, they felt like comrades that protected his back. It gave Izuku a sense of security. However, facing that thing head-on is a bit dangerous. Mainly because of the giant wooden club that Vulcan was holding. It's amazing there's a tree large enough to make that thing. Taking Vulcan's giant body and the size of the wooden club into account, a single swipe would wipe away his entire army. Well, being wiped away is fine. The problem was the limited amount of mana he had to regenerate his entire army. Izuku knew his mana would plummet to the ground if he stupidly rushed at the demon with everyone at his disposal. That left one option. That musclehead is mine. His army would take care of the trash mobs around Vulcan, while Izuku fought the giant demon on his own. He felt that that was the best way to approach this fight. I just have to not get hit. Unlike his soldiers, Izuku was confident in his ability to dodge Vulcan's attacks. The hero ordered the shadow mages to fire the opening shot. The ranged attacks will grab aggro from the trash mobs. When that slow-looking thing lumbers behind the high-level demons, I'll go fight it one-on-one. It was a straightforward tactic. Izuku thought. Now. When he gave the signal, fireballs shot out from the shadow mage's hands. The fireball exploded near the mobs around Vulcan and signaled the start of battle. The overlord of the lower floors, Vulcan of Avarice, has noticed an intruder. Vulcan's bodyguard is noticed. Vulcan's bodyguard is noticed. The warning tones came one after another repeatedly. With the warning, Vulcan and the bodyguards turned their gazes toward Izuku. They succeeded in grabbing the enemy's attention. Izuku activated stealth. His plan was to flank around the trash mobs and get to Vulcan. Everything was going to plan. Or so he thought. Contrary to Izuku's expectations, Vulcan was the first to run towards the shadow army. If it wasn't for the fact that they were about to engage in a difficult battle, it would have almost been comical sight. Instead of lumbering slowly, the giant demon was running at full sprint towards them, almost as if, what the hell? What's with its movement? It's like someone pressed fast forward on a video. Indeed, Vulcan had reached them in a blink of an eye. Leaving behind his bodyguards, the giant demon stopped before the shadow soldiers. Izuku's eyes opened wide. The demon's mountain-like body displayed a speed that betrayed all logic. Vulcan raised its club and brought it down. As the club fell down towards the exposed shadow mages, Iron appeared out nowhere and raised his pitch-black shield to block. It was a valiant effort. While the giant knight managed to block the attack, Iron's two arms were completely destroyed. The shadow soldier with the highest defense was rendered useless after a single attack. Pieces of Iron's two broken arms fell onto the ground. As if disappointed by its last attack, Vulcan tilted his head and squinted at his club. Well, the demon's confusion only lasted for a split second. The wooden club was brought down once more. With no way to defend anymore, Iron and the shadow mages behind him were crushed without resistance. Watching the scene, something snapped inside of Izuku. You fucking. The hero bit his lower lip. His body moved before his mind could give the order. One for all 60% has activated. Before he realized, Izuku was already in the air, flying towards Vulcan. His target was clear. Compared to its mountain-like body, the demon's head was tiny. Izuku twisted his hips midair, pulling his right arm back. The muscles on the hero's right arm and shoulder flexed. As he focused every ounce of his strength into his clenched fist, stealth was released. Vulcan discovered Izuku too late. Izuku was not about to miss a target at this range. The man's fist shot forth like a bullet into the side of Vulcan's face. The body of the giant demon was thrown back as it went through a building, causing it to collapse, but before that the demon crashed into another building. The demon rolled on the ground for some time, finally stopping when it struck a building with only frames remaining. What remained of the building collapsed when the giant demon crashed into it. Izuku nimbly landed on the ground but was surprised. Why did he fly so far? He looked down at his fist with disbelief. There was not a scratch on the fist that blew away giant demon. Then he realized. Oh right. Izuku looked up. The stats screen was pulled up. Stats. Strength. 150. Constitution. 109. Agility. 139. Intelligence. 109. Sense. 111. Available stat points. 0. Physical damage reduction. 46%. I forgot. Because he had mostly received assassin class skills and obtained a mage class as his class, Izuku had forgotten about something. Strength. 150. Even though he had invested every point into intelligence lately, his strength was still nearly 50% higher than intelligence. I really invested a stupid amount of points into that, huh? But then one for all also helped. How much percentage am I at? Last time it was 54%. Now I'm on 60%. On top of that, he had explosively raised his levels in the past few days. Looking at the stats, he was able to feel his growth. And the results of that growth was that. Izuku looked at Vulcan's body in the rubbles of the building in disbelief. It was hard to tell when he fought the low-level and mid-level demons. But using his powers against a boss-level monster gave him assurance. I have become strong. Strength filled Izuku's fist and spread throughout his entire body. Suddenly, the familiar electronic tone rang. What is it? Izuku raised his head. Vulcan used its club as a support and rose from the ground. Is it warning me that a monster is getting up? Had the system ever been that friendly? With a tilted head, Izuku realized the true meaning of the system's warning tone. The overlord of the lower floors, Vulcan of Avarice, has used rage. It will permanently enter a state of rage. Vulcan's all attributes are increased by 50%. Vulcan cannot feel any pain. That skill is. Before even Izuku could recall the memories of Cerberus, Vulcan charged at him with blood-red eyes. The ground shook with each deafening footstep. Izuku took a quick glance back. His shadow soldiers and Vulcan's minions were in a fierce battle. Amidst the chaotic battle, Izuku found iron. As a testament to Vulcan's destructive power, the giant knight was still in the middle of regenerating. Iron. Izuku shouted. His knight immediately understood his liege's order. Iron threw his shield with strength towards Izuku. The hero quickly snatched it out of the air. When he turned his gaze forward again, Vulcan was already before him. If I dodge, my soldiers will be hit. It would be impossible to take down Vulcan and his minions without his army. And so, Izuku selected the best method to protect his soldiers. He raised his shield and focused strength into his arms. Vulcan's club fell. The brutal attacks that made the earth cry rained down mercilessly on Izuku, but the hero held his ground. It was only made possible due to his high physical damage reduction and constitution stats. Enraged that his attacks were ineffective, Vulcan started swinging his club with fury. However, Izuku's knees did not buckle. Still. Just blocking like this would never bring down that mountain. Izuku's brows furrowed. Unlike Cerberus, Vulcan's rage, while it was less effective than the dog's, did not have a time limit. He could not wait for it to time out like last time. Izuku clenched his teeth. Not really my style to be a tanker anyways. The moment Vulcan's club retracted for the next blow, Izuku leaped towards Demon's head again. However, Izuku wasn't the only one looking for an opportunity. Timing its movements, Vulcan stepped back as Izuku flew towards him. Izuku saw the club swinging towards him horizontally. If he was on the ground, it would have been a different story. But there was no way to dodge midair. Even if he blocked, he would be smashed into something. In a world of slow time, Izuku saw the club making its way to him in slow motion. Is there anything I could do? Wait. All Might can move in the air using air pressure. Izuku screamed. Delaware smash. Izuku suddenly jerked back as the pressure made him go higher up in the air. However, with the wind pressure, Vulcan's club got chipped and Vulcan was forced onto one knee. Because of the erratic movement, Izuku lost his balance and rolled on the ground for a bit, but it was nothing compared to the damage he would have received if he was struck by the attack. Izuku collected himself and sighed in relief. On the other hand, Vulcan's face crunched hideously in anger. Missing its planned attack made every inch of its body tremble in rage. Looking at the demon's face turning red, Izuku scratched the side of his head. Now what? Izuku then thought. I just have to kill him. Easier said than done. Izuku jumped at Vulcan and Vulcan charged forward, and Izuku called Igris and Baruka as the both were fast enough to dodge some attacks from Vulcan. As the distance between it and Izuku closed, the demon swung his club. The chance to crush this annoyance was here. A disgusting smile appeared on Vulcan's face. But as his club fell down towards the ground, Izuku thought. I'm using my two most powerful shadows, one for all, and all my strength. This should surely kill him. Igris and Baruka lunged at Vulcan and pierced both eyes, and Izuku ran behind Vulcan, and at the same time fitting of its large body, blood spilled out like a fountain from the eyes as Vulcan screamed. Vulcan threw away its club and quickly put its hands over its eyes. However, it was not enough to stop the bleeding. The giant demon began to tremble. Izuku had already climbed behind its back and used his two daggers to stab the demon's neck. With a tilted head, Izuku used the skill. Vital Stab. The two daggers dug into Vulcan's neck again. And finally, the victorious message appeared. You've defeated the overlord of the lower floors, Vulcan of Avarice. You've earned 150,000 experience points. Vulcan has thrown up the demon souls in his stomach. You've earned 72 demon souls. Level up. Level up. Vulcan fell. From the dust blown up by its giant body, Izuku stepped out. He looked around. He was about to go to the aid of his army, but it looked like they were finishing up as well. With the combined might of the Shadow Army, Vulcan's minions rapidly fell left and right. Status screen. Izuku looked over his status. Because he had just leveled up, he had recovered all of his health, mana and stamina. As long as there was mana, the Shadow Soldiers were immortal. That was the power of the undead army. Deciding to leave the trash mobs to the soldiers, Izuku turned back to Vulcan's corpse to collect the drops. It felt like he was about to open his Christmas gifts. Izuku could not help but smile while looking at Vulcan's body. There were multiple lights coming from the corpse. As always, Izuku stretched a hand towards the light. The item message appeared. You found the Monarch of Demons earrings. Would you like to acquire it? You found the Marble of Avarice. Would you like to acquire it? You found 2 Vulcan's horns. Would you like to acquire it? You found a crafting ingredient, Fragment of the World Tree. Would you like to acquire it? Izuku had a good feeling while fighting Vulcan. As expected, multiple items dropped from the boss's corpse. A joy filled the hero's face as he looked over the drops. Of course, Vulcan's horns are probably junk items. Just looking at the name and the amount acquired, Izuku was sure Vulcan's horns were the same as the horns dropped by the other demons. Just junk items to be sold. That left the other 3 items. One of them grabbed Izuku's attention. You found a crafting ingredient, Fragment of the World Tree. Would you like to acquire it? What could he craft with it? Or was it part of the quest? His curiosity piqued at the new type of item he had found. In order to read the item's information, he had to first solidify the item from the light. And so, Izuku decided to pick up all the items. Acquire all. The multiple lights disappeared from Vulcan's corpse, and an equal amount of physical objects appeared in front of Izuku out of thin air. 2 earrings, a red marble, and a giant piece of wood the size of a grown man. Izuku instantly knew which one of these was the Fragment of the World Tree. He stared at the giant piece of lumber, and the corresponding information popped up. Fragment of the World Tree. Rarity. Type. Ingredient. Vulcan's club was made out of wood from the World Tree. This piece of wood remained after the contaminated parts were removed from the club. The wood obtained from the World Tree contains a strong magic power and is the highest class material for crafting magic items. Izuku wanted to know just what he could make with this thing. Unfortunately, that information was nowhere to be found. Still, it was certain this was not an ordinary item. Standing close to it, he was able to feel a powerful energy emanating from the piece of wood. I have a feeling. This wood will be useful somehow. Instead of selling it, Izuku put the Fragment of the World Tree into his inventory. He pored over the other items' information. The Monarch of Demons earrings. Rarity. S. Type. Accessory. Strength +20, Constitution +20. Set. The Crown Jewels of the Monarch of Demons. 1. The Monarch of Demons earrings. 2. The Monarch of Demons necklace. 3. The Monarch of Demons ring. Set bonus. 1. 2 items. 2. 3 items. While the base effects were similar to the rank Gatekeeper's necklace, the Monarch of Demons earrings had an unknown set effect. Even without knowing the set effects, it was an amazing item, increasing both strength and constitution by 20 points. Since 1 level up is equivalent to 5 stat points. In that line of thought, this was the same as leveling up 8 times. With a happy heart, Izuku picked up the earrings. Would you like to equip the Monarch of Demons earrings? Like always, the earrings disappeared and its effects were applied to Izuku. He smiled in satisfaction at his increased stats. The crown jewels of the Monarch of Demons. But the name that included the word demon, it was too easy to understand that the full set would drop from a place called Demon Castle. Just what would the set effects be? Even though he had obtained only one part, Izuku's expectations were great. However, his smile would soon disappear. Marble of Avarice. Rarity. A. Type. Magic tool. Effect is Ire for destruction. Your magic damage is doubled. It's a marble made from the blood of the archdemon Vulcan. The marble will empower the wielder's magic and increase the destruction caused. It was a red ball the size of a billiard ball. Izuku held the Marble of Avarice in his hand. There was no change to his stats. He pulled up the skill information on the only thing he had that might qualify as magic, his class-specific shadow skills, but there were no changes. The limits on the number of shadows remained the same. Is it not something I could benefit from? Izuku tilted his head. Doubling the magic damage. Its effects were incredible. Out in the real world, magic tools that empowered the user's magic were prohibitively expensive. Because of that, they were only used by a handful of the mage-class hunters. However, Izuku had never heard of an artifact that increased your offensive power by 100%. If something like this was found, it would have made waves across the entire world. There was no way someone had kept something like that hidden. And here he was, holding an item that doubled one's magic damage. Still, it's useless to me. An item that simply increased magic damage did nothing for him. After all, the shadow skills technically did not do damage on their own. His offensive skills weren't even magic. If only an item that increased intelligence appeared. While he tossed the marble up and down disappointedly, the shadow soldiers had finished the trash mobs and gathered before him. One of the fastest among them was Igris. 3 in his right hand. 3 in his left hand. The knight walked up to Izuku and placed 6 demons' heads in front of the hero. Izuku scratched his temple while looking at the kneeling knight. "Zero, could you please stop doing that?" Of course, the respectfully bowed head of the knight did not reply. Because when you do that. Izuku was not sure when the other knight managed to do it, but Iron had cut off Vulcan's head and dragged it over to his master as well. He also does it. Izuku thought. I mean, I'm the one who took it down, right? With the help of Baruka and Igris, but still. Izuku fixed his gaze on Iron and sighed deeply. Looking at the kneeling giant knight, an interesting idea occurred to him. What if I can give the Marble of Avarice to one of them like how I was able to use Iron's shield? Right on cue, the shadow mages were slowly approaching Izuku behind the infantry. Compared to the knights or even the infantry, the mages were rather slow. Izuku called over the nearest one to him. When he gestured with his hand, the indicated mage slowly walked over to his master. Maybe I should go to him. Izuku shook his head, then quickly walked over to the mage. He placed the Marble of Avarice onto the mage's hand, then pointed to the building he had used to jump towards Vulcan. As the shadow soldiers moved according to his will, he did not particularly need to explain the details. Izuku gave the signal. Fire. With it, a fireball twice the size of what he was used to seeing appeared in the mage's hands. Izuku's eyes widened. Ignoring his shock, the fireball flew from the mage's hands. Izuku's mouth opened wide. The building was swallowed by the explosion and blew apart like a toy house. The fire consuming the building did not look like it could be put out easily. Watching the fireworks caused by the mage's spell, Izuku quickly took back the Marble of Avarice. He pored over the item information, looking for a specific phrase. It's not there. It's really not there. No matter how much he looked up and down on the description, the item did not say that it was untradeable. Did that mean he could sell this? Izuku looked back at the burning building. The even few parts of the building that remained standing fell eventually with a crashing sound. Izuku smiled at the destruction. The upper floors are a different level. Izuku recalled the first and only boss of the demon castle he had fought, the overlord of the lower floors, Vulcan of Avarice. The bastard's title was the overlord of the lower floors. After going above the 50th floor where the demon was, the difficulty of each floor increased rapidly. Before, he was able to climb 10 floors a day, 20 on a good one. Now, he was barely able to clear 7. 8 floors a day. Izuku was currently on the 74th floor. The normal mobs here were the top-level demons and occasionally archdemons. They were in a different class than the demons from the lower floors. The top-level demon size of a 2-story building fell with a tanto sticking out of its chest. You've defeated a top-level demon. You've earned 1,700 experience points. You've earned 1 demon soul. Izuku removed Baruka's tanto from the fallen demon's chest. It was the last enemy of the latest group. Another battle was won. The victorious shadow soldiers all gathered before Izuku. He looked over his army. It was impossible for the undead army, but Izuku swore his soldiers actually looked tired. That was how tough the monsters were on the upper floors. Thankfully, an archdemon was not involved in the battle just now, so it was relatively easier than the others. Each of those damn things are boss class. This was not a conclusion made idly. The description of the Marble of Avarice indicated that Vulcan himself was an archdemon. While Vulcan may have been the boss of the lower floors, the archdemons were just normal monsters on the upper floors. After the 70th floor, they started appearing more and more commonly. If it was just the monsters getting stronger, I can manage it. But there was a bigger problem. It was the change in the environment in the upper floors. Starting with the 51st floor, the city was on fire. The fires became stronger with each floor. After the 70th floor, the heat became strong enough to shave away at his health. Just moving his body a little bit increased his fatigue greatly. Not a demon castle, but a tower on fire. That feeling he had before entering the place was on the mark. He would end his raid here. He needed a way to deal with the heat of the flames. I need to obtain an artifact that can increase my resistance against fire-type magic. The equipment used by high-ranking heroes were incredibly expensive. On top of that, if they were enchanted with protective magic, it would be doubly so. He recalled seeing on the news that some of the more expensive items cost billions of yen. While he had earned quite a bit of real money while raiding with Yujin, Izuku wasn't sure if it would be enough to buy the artifacts he needed. His goal in this dungeon was to level up. He had achieved that goal wonderfully. He did not feel any shame in putting off the raid for the future. However, one thing lingered in his mind. He raised his head. Collected demon souls. 9,624, 10,000. Only 400 souls go to. Just a little more, and he could finish the quest. Today was the 6th day. One more day would be more than enough to collect the remaining souls. A silver lining of the upper floors was the existence of demons that gave multiple souls. 400 could be collected in a flash. Let's leave after finishing the quest. But that determination, Izuku headed forward. Because he had a solid goal in mind, there was more strength in his steps. Floors 1 through 74 are open. Which floor would you like to go to? In the middle of the magic circle, Izuku spoke. 75th floor. What was this unexpected boon? Izuku stared at the monster guarding the inter-floor movement magic circle in the distance. The Guide of Souls, Midas. Looking at the name, it was clear that it was a boss-class monster. The monster was clad in a black robe, wearing a silver necklace. And that must be the Monarch of Demons necklace. In his path to just complete the quest and leave, he had unexpectedly come across the next piece of the set items. However, the reason why Izuku was smiling was not because of the item. No matter how good the drops were, you couldn't obtain them if you couldn't kill the monster. Izuku smiled as he realized there was something critically different about this monster that would help him kill it. The hunter held his 2 daggers in his hands and ran forward. The skeleton mage clad in black robes discovered him. The Guide of Souls, Midas has noticed an intruder. As expected of a boss-class monster, Midas completed its spell in an instant. A blood-red magic circle appeared at its feet and a gloomy energy gathered around it. The Guide of Souls, Midas has used Cursed Voice. Receiving Midas's calling, an undead army rose from the ground. Their numbers were in the thousands. A normal person would have suffocated just looking at this terrifying army, but Izuku was not fazed in any capacity. He had predicted this. Out of the entire demon castle, this was the first place he saw that familiar black smoke rising from the ground. Looking at the strange phenomenon, it was easy for Izuku to tell what kind of a monster Midas was. The boss's title only added on to his suspicions. And as expected, Midas had called forth a powerful undead army. However, in that area of expertise, Izuku had the strongest class. Arise. With a piercing scream of pain, soldiers rose from the shadows of Midas's undead army. Their numbers were in the hundreds. It was a greatly lacking to Midas's army, but it was more than enough. The ones doing the job would be his real army. Make me a path. And here was the real army. The pitch-black soldiers rising out of Izuku's shadow. The hundreds of soldiers made from shadow extraction distracted Midas's army. Meanwhile, the members of Izuku's real army, having leveled up together with their master while clearing the demon castle, cleared a path for Izuku. There was only one target. Igris, Baruka, and Iron took the vanguard and cut down the undead with an incredible speed. The distance between Izuku and Midas had shortened in an instant. Izuku ran ahead of his knights. Sprint. Sprint has leveled up. Having used it to run all over the demon castle, Sprint leveled up. Izuku smiled widely. Having escaped the encirclement of the undead army in a flash, Izuku stood before Midas. The 2 commanders of the undead met each other's gazes. While the light of victory filled Izuku's eyes, Midas's shoulders jumped at the sight of Izuku. At least, that's what it looked like. Well, this was not a moment to think of such things. The flashing daggers moved with such speed that they created dozens of afterimages. The boss class monster fell without a fight. Izuku knew through his experiences that mage class monsters that commanded minions were incredibly weak at one-on-one combat. He knew this from the moment he laid eyes on Metis. The hero returned his weapons to the inventory. You've defeated the Guide of Souls, Metis. You've earned 200,000 experience points. The demon souls sealed in Metis's pendant were released. You've earned 220 demon souls. Level up. Level up. Izuku pumped his fist in victory. He had earned 220 souls in one go. It was truly an unexpected boon. Collected demon souls. 9,971, 10,000. The smile bloomed on Izuku's face. Just 29 souls to go. He just needed to kill a few more demons. Izuku quickly grabbed the items off of the boss's corpse and moved to the magic circle. Which floor would you like to go to? Izuku said. 76th floor. You've defeated an archdemon. You've earned 2,200 experience points. You've earned 1 demon soul. You've earned 3 demon souls from the archdemon's slaves. Ginwu could not hide his joy. Luckily, the last monster he took down gave him 4 souls, just the amount needed to complete the quest. Collected demon souls. 10,001. You've completed the ordinary quest. Collect the demon souls. Part 1. The reward for completing the quest has arrived. Would you like to verify? Yes, no. With his mental reply, the rewards appeared. You've received the below rewards. Reward 1. Pick 1 item from every item possible. Reward 2. Stat points plus 20. Reward 3. Unknown reward. Accept all. Of course, every reward was amazing, but Izuku was most interested in the first reward. It would have been worth it to complete the quest just for that reward. Accept reward 1. You may pick 1 item from every item possible. Which item do you want? An item I want. There was one. It was an item Izuku had thought about ever since he saw the quest. He took his memories back to the day he had to make a similar decision. What would have happened if he picked the other item? The possibility had plagued his mind ever since that time. He wasn't sure if that item was even a possibility here but decided to try. You may pick 1 item from every item possible. Which item do you want? As if pressuring him, the system asked again. Izuku spoke after some thought. Cursed random box. On that crossroad in the past, Izuku had selected the blessed random box over the cursed random box. It was from that blessed random box that he had obtained the Demon Castle key. Through that key, he had earned many things. Level ups, new items, and so much gold that he was starting to worry if he had to start spending it. Even if the same choice was presented to me, I would pick the blessed random box. However, that didn't mean that he was not curious about what the other choice would have resulted in. The blessed box that would give him what he wanted, and the cursed box that would give him what he needed. Just what was the thing that he needed from the cursed box? And now, Izuku had the opportunity to finally satisfy his curiosity. Izuku waited for the system's reply with an anxious heart. For some reason, the system appeared to be more delayed in its response than usual. Abating his worries, the system's reply came a moment later. You've chosen the cursed random box. The chosen item will now be provided. A small box appeared in front of his feet. With a shaking heart, Izuku picked up the box. He was shocked when he picked it up, its weight was very familiar to him. Could it be? Izuku quickly opened the box. His eyes were widened. This is. After leaving the demon castle, Izuku quickly headed home. The first thing he wanted to do was wash up. It was a luxury not afforded while being in the dungeon for a week. Although he could obtain water from the system's shop, he had neither the time nor the place to clean his body. Feeling the heat of the water wash over his body, the hero finally felt like he had left the dungeon. After showering, Izuku had changed into a fresh set of clothes and sat on the bed with a wet towel draped over his head. It was time to review some things. First, he pulled up the status screen. Status screen. Screens filled with enough words to spin one's eyes appeared. Izuku's gaze stopped at the stat screen. Available stat points. 20. The bonus stat points from the quest was neatly waiting for his decision. Of course, Izuku put it all into intelligence. Stats. Strength. 178. Constitution. 137. Agility. 147. Intelligence. 149. Sense. 119. Finally, intelligence began to overtake the other stats. It was not quite at the strength stats level, but compared to the past, it had made an amazing progress. Strength, constitution, agility, intelligence, sense. A balance was forming across the attributes. There are no wasted stats. Before he knew it, he underwent periods where he had solely invested into a single attribute. periods where he had solely invested into strength, periods where he had solely invested into agility, and lately, the period where he had solely invested into intelligence. Now, he fully understood that each stat had its own benefits and uses. Now that he had reached this point, what if he just distributed his points evenly across the board from now on? An all-stat player. A desire for something like that appeared in Izuku's mind. It was a rather happy quandary, born out of knowing that not a single attribute was useless. Once intelligence reaches the level of strength, let's raise the other stats accordingly. Having made his decision, Izuku turned to the skill screen. The third reward was in that space. Reward 3. Unknown reward. Because of just how great the first and second rewards were, Izuku had not paid much attention to this unknown third reward, having looked at it with a passing curiosity. Still, he was not a man to ignore any reward given to him. Reward 3 will now be provided. What appeared in his hand with the message was a scroll, similar to the entry permits from the Demon Castle. Surprised at the reward giving him an unexpected item, Izuku unfurled the scroll. Recipe: Holy Water of Life. Learn how to craft the Holy Water of Life. Izuku's eyes widened. Only the mage-class awakened beings could make weapons with magic power. Oh wait, he was technically a mage class now. Izuku's heart began to race. At the same time, a question appeared in his mind. Just what exactly could he make? Izuku in confusion thought. What's a Holy Water of Life? Izuku read over the item information of Holy Water of Life on the recipe scroll. Holy Water of Life. Rarity: S. Type: Consumable. Heal any and every illness. Effects will only be shown after a full bottle is used. It is a divine potion filled with a powerful magic to cure every sickness. Cure every sickness. The moment he read the words, Izuku thought of his mom in the hospital. Through his experiments with Yujin, Izuku knew that potions can be used on other people. If he could truly obtain this Holy Water of Life, it meant that he could save his mother. The hands that held the scroll trembled in excitement. The ingredients were simple. A fragment of the World Tree was obtained after killing Vulcan on the 50th floor. The spring water from the Echoing Forest was obtained after killing Midas on the 75th floor. And the last ingredient: the purified blood of the Demon King. This was the only item he had not obtained yet. However, looking at the floors he had gotten the 2 ingredients, it was clear to him where the last would come from. The top of the tower. It'll probably come from the final boss of the Demon Castle on the 100th floor. As such, clearing the Demon Castle dungeon would net him all the ingredients to craft the Holy Water of Life. It was in this moment Izuku realized. Ah! He uttered without thinking. The shock of his realization was that great. What if the thing that he wanted from the blessed random box was this Holy Water of Life? His eyes glistened with tears at the thought of seeing his mother healthy again. You may learn a crafting skill through recipe: Holy Water of Life. Would you like to learn the crafting skill? At the electronic tone, Izuku snapped back to reality. To craft the Holy Water of Life, he had to succeed in conquering the Demon Castle. In order to accomplish that, he had to quickly obtain the proper raiding gear and return. There was no time to be lost in his feelings. Teach me. You've learned how to make Holy Water of Life. Izuku hoped as he thought. This is not a dream, is it? As if reminding him, the skill screen now showed a section for crafting skills. Crafting skills. Consumable: Holy Water of Life, 2/3. The numbers at the end probably referred to the number of ingredients he had on hand. Oh right. Forgot about this. Izuku took out an item next to the spring water in the inventory. It was a necklace made out of skulls of small animals. The Monarch of Demons necklace. Rarity: S. Type: Accessory. Agility +20, Intelligence +20. Set: The Crown Jewels of the Monarch of Demons. 1. The Monarch of Demons earrings. 2. The Monarch of Demons necklace. 3. The Monarch of Demons ring. Set bonus: 1. 2 items. 2. 3 items. The spring water from the Echoing Forest wasn't the only thing he had earned from the Guide of Souls. He had also obtained this rather distasteful looking necklace filled with bad vibes. Why are all these necklaces like this? Izuku's face scrunched at thinking about the dog collar he was wearing right now. He held the Monarch of Demons necklace to his neck. Would you like to replace the Gatekeeper's necklace with the Monarch of Demons necklace? The boost from the 2 items were pretty similar. Both of them increased 2 stats by 20. However, the new item had a set effect. Exchange. The Monarch of Demons necklace has been equipped. The skull necklace disappeared and was replaced with a dog collar in Izuku's hand. He put away the dog collar into his inventory and checked the set bonus of the crown jewels of the Monarch of Demons. The Monarch of Demons necklace. Set bonus: 1. All stats +5, 2 items. 2. 3 items. Izuku was amazed as he screamed in joy in his head. All stats increased by 5. Just a single set bonus was equivalent to increasing his levels by 5, and there was still one set bonus remaining. The Monarch of Demon's Ring. Usually in video games, the set bonuses became better and better as you equipped more items in the set. In that line of thinking, the unrevealed set bonus should be something crazy. Still, the S-rank equipment he had earned were but the side benefits of his time spent in the Demon Castle. The true benefit was the great leap he had made in his levels. Izuku looked at the progress he made while climbing 77 floors and smiled. I went up 16 levels in 1 week. It was a speed unthinkable in the C-rank dungeons. This was the result of his effort spent in the wild for 7 days. Of course, he still had business left in the place, but the Demon Castle raid was an incredible success. But there's this. One thing he could not understand. Izuku held the item from the cursed random box under the light from a lamp. What is this? It was a black key that seemed to absorb all light. No information box popped when he stared at it. I've never had the information box not pop up from an item from the system. Just instant dungeon keys were rare enough from normal random boxes, but he had never seen something like this before. Where do I even use this? Because it was an item from a cursed box, he did feel a little anxious holding it. Still, it was something that had been earned with effort, so he couldn't just throw it away. I'm sure I'll find a use for it someday. Izuku went out of his room to get something to eat and saw Izumi and said, "Hey Izumi." Izumi didn't respond as she thought her brother didn't come yet and it was just her brain playing tricks on her. Izuku waved his hand in front of her face and said, "Are you asleep in the middle of the day?" Then Izumi turned around and jumped on Izuku and hugged him and said, "Oni-chan. You know how boring it was without you." Izuku said, Yeah. Sure it was." Izuku then walked to the fridge and said, "Is there anything good to eat?" Izumi said, "Nothing. Do you want to make something?" Izuku said, "I always have to make everything, you lazy bum." Izumi then smacked Izuku on the head and said, "Don't call your kawaii Yamato that, you dumbus." Izuku laughed and said, "So cute. When did you get good at jokes?" Izuku then made food with Izumi and ate together after a long week at the Demon Castle. I mean the camping trip. Wink. Wink. Nudge. Nudge. And went to sleep later. The next morning Izuku finished his daily quests and took a shower. As Izuku was getting out he heard knocking at the door and wondered who it could be. As he walked up to the door it was the mailman and Izuku got a package and thought, "I didn't order anything. Was it Izumi? I'm gonna need to scold her." Izuku looked at where it was sent from and as he looked at it his eyes widened and said, "It's from UA." Izuku thought, "Why am I so happy? I already knew I would be in UAA." Izuku opened the package and got his uniform and there was a box and Izuku clicked a button and All Might appeared and All Might said, Is it recording? Ah, alright. How are you, young Midoriya? It seems that of you have passed the written with 93% and for the practical. You've broken my record. With that op-ass quirk you have. Fucking cheaters still pissed about the race. Well, you passed with 60 rescue points for saving that girl and 309 villain points and with a grand total of 369 points. You've killed 3 dungeons worth monsters, plus a B-rank boss, so congratulations. You're in class 1A, your school will start this Monday. Izuku's phone buzzed at the same time, and it was All Might and it said, "Did you get the package?" Izuku messaged back, "Yeah, I opened it as well. Are you good now? I'll be the bigger person. I'm sorry." All Might sent back, "I'm over it. Alright then, see you on Monday." Then Izuku messaged, "Alright." Izuku then put his phone in his pocket and went to walk around the city and just buy some extra supplies. As he walked around he felt a disturbing pressure and as soon as he felt it he ran towards it as he thought, "This pressure, this can't be good. What is it?" Izuku ran across the city as fast as he could. As he felt it getting closer he felt mana waves hitting him and he jumped over a building and saw what was creating those waves and said, "A gate. It's a air rank. But it seems more powerful than a air rank." Izuku saw cars pull up and Izuku hid his energy and himself. Out came Hero Association employees. As they opened a door Izuku noticed a briefcase and thought, "Wait, isn't that what they use to check gates?" As they walked closer to the gate Izuku noticed another man. Izuku thought, "That's the guy who came to see my rank. What's his name? It's something Chill. It's Wu Chill, that's what it was. Are they rechecking the gate's energy? They must have gotten it wrong." Chill opened up the briefcase and took out something that looked straight out of Ghostbusters and pointed it at the gate. Izuku thought, "I can't see it from here. Stealth." Izuku disappeared from eyesight and quietly walked up to Chill to see it, and as the gate measuring machine's measurement ended, both of them were surprised and Chill yelled, "We have to help the heroes, they have no S ranks, they're gonna die." Call S rank from the Ryukyu agency, it's their gate. Then someone said. The Sword Princess has been notified. It'll take her 10 minutes to get here. Izuku thought. Isn't that someone from UA? She's a student part of the Big Four from what I've heard. Jill said. We don't have 10 minutes. Izuku thought. I have to reveal myself. But I can't show my face. I'll use my hood if they see me. I look way different than before. Jill won't recognize me. But they can still find me. Izuku jumped into the gate. Izuku reappeared at an underground cave, and thanks to his perception he could make out everything and thought. I smell blood and not monster blood. It's human blood. I can't sense any dead people, so they might all be alive. I can sense some of them in the boss's chamber. The boss. It's strong. Izuku got rid of his stealth, but is his energy to give it the element of surprise. Izuku snuck into the cave and saw the boss activate magic and got ready to attack him before he would attack any of the heroes. The raiding party stopped before the sorcerer. A strange nervousness filled the high orcs that watched the procession from a distance in the boss room. However, the sorcerer boss ignored the uneasiness his minions felt and laughed, revealing a hideous mouth. Welcome, humans. Izuku looked at it and thought. It can talk. Is this the magic it used? The heroes of the raiding party exchanged signals. Izuku looked at them and thought. Are they planning on killing the boss? Can they not sense the pressure? They were looking for the opportunity to attack. Suddenly, the air around them became incredibly chilling. All the heroes raised their heads as one at the source of the chill. It was the sorcerer. The high orc boss had removed the mask he was wearing, and with it, the magic power that he had been hiding was unleashed in full. A horrible wave of magic power shot from the sorcerer in all directions, washing over the entire dungeon. Like a prey frozen in front of a predator, the heroes of the raiding party became like statues. One hero said. Oh my god. How is this amount of magic power even possible? Frustration, lamentation, resentment, regret. At the different forms of despair the heroes showed, the sorcerer made an ugly smile with its mouth again. Are you afraid of me, humans? Biting his lips, the leader took a step forward with difficulty and asked. Why did you bring us all the way here? Those warriors should have been more than enough to kill us all. The sorcerer sneered widely. Just looking at its smile made the heroes shudder. For fun. The leader was dumbstruck. That was the reason why they were brought here. For fun. The sorcerer continued. In the time we have remaining, each of you will die one by one to entertain my soldiers. The high orc warriors roared in excitement. At the oppressive pressure they gave off, the heroes struggled to even breathe. Some of them were even crying. The sorcerer hesitated. The boss looked over the hunters then stopped at Izuku. There is something interesting mixed among the humans. In an instant, the leader's eyes flared. Veins popped up in the raid leader's throat. Now. With a roar, he took his sword and ran forward. However. There was no sound coming from behind him. While running, he quickly looked back. His teammates did not show any indication that they would be moving. Their fighting spirits had been crushed by the oppressive display of power, their bodies frozen in terror. The leader's heart sank to his stomach. Still, he had a job to do. He could not stop here. The raid leader looked forward again. The sorcerer was still laughing, and the bodyguards had not reacted yet. This was it. His first and only chance. It's okay if it was luck. It's okay if it was a fluke. This sword just needed to reach it. Charging with all his might, he brought his sword backwards. However, he did not get the chance to swing his sword. Instead, he bounced against something and was thrown back. It was a shield magic. Blasted back by the barrier, the man rolled across the ground. But the sorcerer's mocking words so, we have our first volunteer. The leader's body floated to the air. It was reverse gravity magic. The sorcerer's lips were moving continuously with incantations. After raising the tanker to the height of a 2-story building, the sorcerer recited a different spell. Gravity acceleration. The man was slammed onto the ground. Before he could even flail about in pain, he was raised into the air again. Reverse gravity. Along with the sorcerer, the high orcs revealed their tusks and laughed and the boss said. Gravity acceleration. As he went down the heroes couldn't do anything but hope that S ranks would come, or if there was God that he himself would save them. Watching their leaders torture, the heroes' faces turned more and more pale. But not one of them could gather the courage to step forward. All they could do was just watch while trembling as their leader was being broken apart. The female healer finally lost the strength to stay standing and fell to her knees. The man groaned in pain in the air. However, his hands held his sword tightly, not intending to give up until the bitter end. As the hero was about to hit the ground, someone caught him through the smoke. No one could make it out to who it was. As that happened, the whole figure disappeared. The man put down the hero and said, I can take him down if you want to, but I need your permission. The sorcerer's eyes widened. The tanker falling to the ground suddenly had disappeared. The thing should have been smashed to pieces. Where did he go? The sorcerer moved his eyes to look for the man's presence. Then some distance away, the leader was lying down on the ground. At the same time, the sorcerer discovered a man next to the tanker. It was Izuku. After laying the man down gently, Izuku asked the raid leader while staring at the sorcerer. "Leader-san, I'm going to ask you just one thing." Up until that point, the tanker had no idea what had happened to him. Izuku said, "Is it okay if I kill all the magic beasts here?" The tanker said, "You. What are you saying?" Meanwhile, the sorcerer raised his chin at Izuku while furrowing his brows. One of the bodyguards turned and charged at the E-ranker. Watching it run toward him, Izuku's eyes flashed with a light. The man held out a hand towards the approaching high orc. Ruler's hands. With that, the high orc bodyguard floated to the air as if grabbed by a giant invisible hand. It flailed its legs in the air. The sorcerer's eyes became wide. Izuku moved the tip of his hands to the ground. The bodyguard was slammed to the ground. The strength of the fall cracked the floors. However, Izuku did not stop there. Just like the sorcerer had done to the tanker, the E-rank hero raised the bodyguard to the air again. The high orc screamed while being bounced between the ceiling and the floor like a basketball, then was silenced when its head was nailed to the ceiling. Bits and pieces of the powdered ceiling fell to the ground. Looking at the swaying body of the high orc stuck to the ceiling, both the high orcs and the heroes could not hide their shock. The raid leader trembled as he asked, "You. Who are you?" Izuku changed that subject and said, "I'll ask again." This was the hunting grounds of Ryukyu Agency. There was only one person here who could act as the representative of Ryukyu Agency. Izuku asked for the last time. "The magic beasts in this room. Can I take them all?" What was this feeling? The tanker no longer cared about the identity of this mysterious man. He was just angry. Angry at the fact that he was played with like a toy by a magic beast. Streaks of tears fell down from the raid leader's eyes as he replied, "Please. Please help us." Done. As Izuku stood up, the high orcs approached him. At their back was the sorcerer. The high orc boss laughed derisively. "For a human, you have an interesting trick." The sorcerer gestured, and the high orc surrounded Izuku. "How far will that trick carry you, I wonder?" Izuku's expression turned unbelievably cold. The man had never liked magic beasts, but this was the first time he had come across one that he wanted to kill this much, and Izuku said, You'll be the last. If it could feel joy, it could certainly feel fear. If not, it will learn." Izuku spoke with a low voice. "Shadows. Two daggers appeared in his hands. "Come forth." Outside the gate. The girl ran towards the Hero Association employees and asked, "What's the problem?" Jill said, "This gate, we need your help. There are no S ranks with them, so they might all die." The girl said, "What do you mean? It's only a A rank." Jill said, "This gate. It's the highest among all A ranks." She then said, "Do you guys have a sword or spear?" Jill said, "Yes, we do, Sword Princess." Jill, 3 other Hero Association employees, and the Sword Princess entered the gate accepting the worst. As they saw the cave, they smelt blood and quickly exchanged a few glances and started to run to the boss's room. As they neared, they felt the boss's energy and their need to get there faster increased. With Izuku. Everything started with those 2 words, "Come forth." The tsunami of magic power incomparable to the one released by the high orc sorcerer exploded from Izuku. But that was not all. Accompanying his release of magic power, the shadow beneath Izuku's feet started to spread out. With a terrifying speed, the black mass spread underneath everyone's feet and covered the ground of the room. The raid team looked at the shadow beneath their feet and gasped. How to explain all this? The experienced heroes had never seen or heard of such phenomenon. In the face of the unknown, a new wave of terror fell upon the heroes, and they trembled where they stood. Even the tanker, who was still on the ground due to a lack of strength, looked at Izuku with fear in his eyes. "Just what are you about to do?" Izuku's shadow finished covering the entirety of the boss room's floor. As if replying to the question in the tanker's mind, the shadow around the E-rank hero rippled, and soldiers clad in pitch black armor rose from the ground. Domain of the Monarch has been activated. Shadow soldiers fighting above the user's shadow will have their attributes increased by 50%. Izuku smiled lightly. This was the new class-specific skill he had earned when reaching level 70 in the Demon Castle. Feeling the fighting spirit of the soldiers who had become stronger due to the skill, Izuku naturally became satisfied. 50 shadow soldiers appeared and surrounded Izuku like his guards. The high orcs, known for their ferocity and fearlessness, started backing away in fear at the oppressive amount of pressure released from Izuku and his soldiers. One of the raiding team members said, The orcs are backing off." Even as they continued to tremble at this unbelievable scene, the faint embers of hope began to appear in the heroes' hearts. "Did you feel it too?" "Yeah." Then another said, Is this even possible?" The mage-class heroes, who were especially sensitive to magic power, could not calm their hearts beating like it was about to explode. This E-rank hero, a mere volunteer for the porter role, was releasing an unimaginable amount of magic power. With all the magic power filling the boss room, it was hard for the other hunters to even breathe. However, the fact that this oppressive power was not aimed at them gave them a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the group that the oppressive power was aimed at, the High Orcs, felt an incredible sense of dread. The initial odds of 1 man versus 150 of them quickly turned to 51 versus 150. But that reinforcement of 50 was not just any 50 soldiers. After all the level ups they had been through, the individual might of a single shadow soldier far exceeded their numbers. And then there was their leader. Izuku walked past his soldiers and stepped up to the head of his army. The High Orc sorcerer shouted. "What are you waiting for? Kill that damn human." His voice, filled with magic power, broke through the fear of the High Orcs. The sorcerer's army shrieked and swung their weapons. The domain of the monarch was only for the shadow soldiers, it had no effect on the user himself. However, even without the attribute buff, Izuku displayed a strength in a completely different dimension. Screams of the High Orc soon filled the room. Body parts flew and blood spilled whenever Izuku's 2 daggers flashed. The E-rank moved so fast that even the elite heroes of Heroes Guild saw afterimages in his movement. Someone said, "It's just like the Sword Princess, Chahine." Chahine's nickname was Dancer. Unlike her normal timid self, the woman slew magic beasts with grace and finesse in battle. It was her movements like dancing to a fast tempo that earned her this nickname. Well, she was embarrassed by it and forbid anyone to use it, but it was still well known in Ryukyu Agency. And now, this unknown man was showing similar, no, far greater movements than their S-rank intern. However, if Chahine's combat was like a dance, this man was a hurricane. And at the eye of the storm, magic beasts were being slaughtered like sheep. Izuku quietly thought. Shall we speed it up a bit? One for all. Sprint. One for all 62% has activated. Sprint has been activated. With it, Izuku's power and speed increased as his body produced lightning streaks and someone said. He got F faster. Izuku continued to shrink the numbers down as his shadows did the same. The shadow soldiers did not lose to their master. With a fierce roar from the former alpha of the Ice Bears, Tank, the shadow soldiers' offensive started. Iron took the vanguard. As he always would do at the start of battle, the giant knight thrust out his chest and roared. Iron has used Taunting Shout. The target's resistances were too high. Taunt failed. Angered by the fact that his skill didn't take, Iron let out another beastly noise. And with that, he just resorted to smashing the High Orcs with his giant hammer. The heroes almost felt sorry for the High Orcs in front of Iron. Almost. Meanwhile, Igris and Baruka were moving in a completely opposite fashion than Iron. With a great finesse and artful movements, the knight and assassin efficiently took the heads of their enemies. The High Orcs laying by him did not even have the time to scream. Drawing straight line through the air, Igris's sword removed another High Orc's head from its body. Then Baruka took out his other dagger and then beheaded another 2. However, the combined might the ordinary soldiers were slightly behind the High Orc army. Fortunately, their combat was supported by their infinite stamina and near unlimited regeneration. And when they held back the line in order to buy time, the Shadow Mage's fireballs fell upon the High Orcs. The High Orcs' numbers diminished rapidly. The High Orc sorcerer trembled with anger. The sorcerer fixed his gaze on Izuku first, he would have to take care of that human. The pitch black soldiers were that bastard summons. If the human fell, the soldiers should disappear. To accomplish this, the sorcerer began to recite an incantation. His lips moved quickly. Song of slowing. Song of blinding. Song of fevers. Song of pain and song of slumber. 5 different powerful curses finished in an instant and flew towards his target. It's over, human. The High Orc's mouth curled into a smile. Izuku felt the movement of magic power when the sorcerer completed its curses. Izuku met the sorcerer's gaze. The High Orc laughed. Unlike normal magic, curses could not be evaded. Once activated, it was over. Riddles with all the curses, this insolent human, will soon be ripped apart by the High Orc warriors. It was the fitting end for an existence that did not know its place. However, in that moment, Izuku heard the familiar electronic voice in his head. Abnormal effects have been detected. The effects of the immunity buff will be activated. Curse. Slow has been removed. Curse. Blind has been removed. The 5 curses were removed before they could even show off their effects. This time, Izuku was the one to smile. There was a buff he had received when he became a player. The Great Sorcerer Candier's Blessing. Continuous buff. Longevity will be applied. Longevity. Become immune to all diseases, poisons and ailments. Sleeping will explosively increase your regeneration ability. Thanks to that, he no longer had any reasons to fear things like curse magic. The sorcerer shook in surprise. What? As expected of an ranked dungeons boss, the thing quickly realized that his curses were removed by another power. It was an unthinkable occurrence. To nullify a curse, one needed a blessing or a removal magic with greater power than the curse user. The boss thought. Is there a sorcerer greater than me among the humans? Before he could ponder on this longer, the high orc sorcerer screamed at the sudden pain shooting up from his foot. Looking down, a dagger was sticking out from the top of his foot. It was Nightkiller. The high orc raised his head and glared at Izuku with bloodshot eyes. You dare. Izuku looked directly into the sorcerer's eyes. Without looking away, the E-rank hunter's arm blurred. A high orc warrior that was rushing at him lost its head. As the warrior's head rolled across in front of his feet, Izuku silently worded a message with his lips to the sorcerer. You just wait your turn. Don't do anything useless. When it received Izuku's message, the high orc sorcerer's head turned red with anger. You mere human. So it still had the strength to become angry. Izuku's face turned cold. If he wanted, he could have killed the thing the moment the battle started, but that's not what he wanted. Just as the high orc had done to the heroes, Izuku wanted to instill the feeling of fear deep within its heart. But it seemed like that this was not enough to make this arrogant magic beast feel fear. Not yet. I'll show you something interesting. The battle would now enter the true territory of a necromancer. In the eyes of the Monarch of Shadows, the battlefield had already turned to a scene of a delicious buffet. The black smoke rose from the corpses of the high orcs here and there, waiting for Izuku's calling. And so the man called to them. Arise. Shadow extraction has been attempted. But the system message that informed him of the skill's activation, a terrifying scream rang forth from an unknown place. The high orc sorcerer's eyes widened. What is? He could not finish his sentence. Before he could, black hands shot out from the shadows of the high orc corpses. You have succeeded in shadow extraction. Izuku looked over the new recruits of the shadow army and smiled. The high orc sorcerer trembled. He turned my warriors into the undead. The number of the high orc warriors that had fallen were about 50. It matched the number of the new soldiers in black armor. The sorcerer finally realized that the mysterious summons wielded by this human were not ordinary. At the same time, the high orc realized just how overwhelming Izuku's might was compared to his own. The 51 versus 150 fight had now turned to 151 versus 50. The high orc warriors had bravely fought against the enemy that was stronger than them, but looking at their comrades risen as the shadow soldiers, they quickly lost their fighting spirit. The high orc warriors that were never afraid to spill blood now began to back away in fear. Instead of going to the afterlife after falling in battle, their comrades were now raised as puppets for the enemy. This was no different than a nightmare to the high orcs. Izuku confirmed that shadow extraction had a great effect on morale of the high orc warriors. But what about the sorcerer? Izuku turned and looked over the sorcerer's face. The hero's face brightened. Finally. There was fear in the boss's eyes. The sorcerer trembled as he recalled the existence that could raise the dead into shadows. There was no way that there were two beings in all of creation with that ability. That meant that this human in front of him was him. This this esteemed human is him. Then what are we doing here? The moment the concept of self and we entered the high orc's mind, his mind turned blank and the memories disappeared. All that remained was the fear. Izuku's face looked satisfied. Yes, just stay like that. That bastard will be the last to die. Izuku felt like he had succeeded in leaving the boss trembling in fear until its last moments. The hero smiled and turned around. He suddenly noticed a familiar woman standing at the entrance of the boss room. Izuku tilted his head. Who? She felt familiar and at the same time not so familiar. After a moment, Izuku realized who she was. The member part of the Big Four from UH. The E-rank hero was lightly surprised. Why is she here? The S-rank hero was incomparably more surprised. She looked at Izuku and the shadow soldiers with wide open eyes. With that, we've reached the final chapter. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it.